Good afternoon, and welcome back to Alliance Tournament 13, live from CCP headquarters here in Reykjavik, Iceland. I am CCP Antiquarian, and I'm joined at the desk today by our fantastic player commentators, Chesser and Epophany, and by a very special guest this afternoon, CCP Terminus. Terminus, good to have you with us.
Good to be here.
Good. It is good to have you here.
Yes, yes indeed.
In the booth for the first part of today, we have CCP Rise and our good friend Elise Randolph.
Hey guys.
Hi. They are hyped and ready to go, aren't they?
We
sure are.
Super mega ultra hyped, in fact.
Is everything? Have you had any look at today's schedule?
Yeah, it's a pretty great schedule. The first half of the day, we're just doing elimination bracket stuff. So these teams go home, and then we go straight into winner best of three.
That's great. Rise, you especially, I think, are ready for this, yeah?
Super, yeah, absolutely.
Super, yeah. All right. Before we kick in, we will go over the schedule just a little bit here. The first half of the day, our first four matches, Tuskers versus the Afterlife, followed by the Gorgon Empire and Spawn versus End of Life. Then Test Alliance Please Ignore versus the Ronin, followed by Phoebe Freeport Republic versus the Hard Knock Citizens. Obviously, some very impressive elimination bracket talent going on there. All of these teams have done very well.
Let's be honest here. All of the games today and certainly tomorrow, it's going to be fireworks. I can't wait. There's so many good storylines, so many good matches.
Epophany?
Yeah, I mean, we've got teams that are really top-tier Alliance Tournament teams that really kind of, if it weren't for the others, deserve a place in the finals. And I know that makes no sense, but like Afterlife versus Tuskers in our first match. Tuskers came in last year, got fourth, amazingly brilliant team. And the Afterlife last year, sick losers bracket run. Both of these teams already shown themselves to be really, really good. And they've got to eliminate each other on the first match of the penultimate day.
It's pretty intense. Of course, anyone from the first four matches of today who moves on will have a second match almost immediately. So that's fairly grueling, and I think it's going to have an impact probably on those teams just in terms of their state of mind and their ability to hold things together. You've got to think the adrenaline.
They get an hour between their first match and their second match.
Yeah.
Either way, though, logistics are going to start being stressed. Having everything in order in your station, ready to go. Everything that's people don't think about. Is everything in the can? Do you have all your ammo there? Is nanite there? It fits right. Changing comps, making sure people are. It gets stressful. On top of competing at this level of the tournament, where you're actually going to be getting closer and closer and closer to potentially getting some nice prize ships. That I think would be good.
Well, our first match of the day is ready, and we have the bans in. The Tuskers have banned the Tengu and the Typhoon Fleet issue. The Afterlife have banned the Barghest and the Loki. Now, with those bans in mind, and with a desire to kick off this first match as soon as possible, straight down the desk, let's just get some broad predictions. Terminus, let's start with you. What do you think? Tuskers versus the Afterlife?
I have no idea.
No idea.
But I think it's going to be a good match anyway.
It is going to be a great match.
I refer to my answer from last year's Alliance Tournament. I believe in my friends in the Tuskers.
Tuskers, I love you, but I think Afterlife has this.
Oof, a split commentator run. I'm going to go with the Tuskers just because there's more words in their alliance name. The Tuskers Co. 3-2. 3-1. No, to the Afterlife article. We will go now to the commentators' booth where CCP Rise and Elise Randolph are ready to go with our first match of the day here at Alliance Tournament 13.
To Alliance Tournament Day 5. We have Tuskers versus Afterlife, and we're starting off with a bang today. Afterlife bringing an Itana to start us off. You can see it right in front of you. And we ended, of course, with an Itana dying last
tragically
week.
that Itana died last week, but as you can see, Afterlife, they banned out the Tinkers, and then they brought in Itana Tinker, trying to throw Tuskers off their game. Tuskers instead in taking a more of a kiting team with Mollusk Core, so I don't know. They warped in completely 50 from one another, so they're in a straight line, 100 kilometers from each other, I should say. And this benefits, I think, the Tuskers team just a little bit. So a lot of their team is all about positioning, and they just want to volley a frigate and then try and survive.
And we are underway now. You guys, hopefully you're seeing our view of your stream is a little locked up, but Afterlife making their way across the field towards the Tuskers team. Tuskers pulling back a little bit. Obviously, they have no problems with range, so they're going to try and pick a frigate off without getting anything.
Yeah, so what Afterlife are hoping doesn't happen is they just sent out their support wing to try and intercept anything that the Tuskers are going to bring in. The Tuskers are probably holding their dams back a little bit and just waiting to put them on the Atana. So if any of the support wing gets out, damp the Atana, kill a tackle, run away, and just try and win on points. Unfortunately for the Tuskers team, it's really hard to win on points versus an Atana Tinker because the Atana Tinkers aren't immobile, right? So when you have a Tengu or a Loki as your logistics logistics core, you can only go like 6 kilometers from it. Where if you've got the Atana, you can go up to 70.
Right. So a lot more flexible, and people still just going for positioning here. I mean, this is actually a trend we commonly see. As any of that damage, you can see a frigate there taking some damage on the Afterlife side, all those missiles coming in, but doesn't look like he's doing too much. That's just that Hawk. He's getting boosted up by the Atana, no problem.
All right, so Mollis from the Tuskers team taking a little bit of damage right now. It's got full reps. It's got rep drones on it. So Afterlife, they're just happy to wait for a little while. They've got their entire frigate wing and T3 destroyer wing out
What's
front.
What's that Tuskers Mollis doing? You see where he's at? He's flown like almost to where he's on top of...
He's a little bit out of range. He doesn't want... Oh, okay, here we go. The Afterlife team is now charging with their support wing. I think that was a Mollis bait right there.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, if they keep him up, it definitely was a pretty sweet job by him. He's on his way back towards the rest of the Tuskers team now and bringing some of that Afterlife support with him and staying up, although he's now webbed and scrammed. So
yeah, all right, so here we go. See if he's going to break, but let's see. The Afterlife team might be trading a Raptor for it if they can't kill this Mollis.
Down to deep structure. And you can see now the Atana's got all the E-War on it for Afterlife.
There we go.
Yeah, Mollis
First
down.
death, first blood, and Mollis for Tuskers down. That represents a pretty huge thing because this Golem, like this is most of the Afterlife team's damage, and if it doesn't get damped, it can just project across the arena. Yep. But at the same time, there's a Afterlife Jaguar a little bit out of range here.
And now is that when the Mollis went in, baited everybody and pulled back, there was some time where a lot of support was overlapping in the middle, some damage being traded. Yeah. A little like more closely, some tackle applied and stuff. Now both teams have pulled back again, like far from tackle range. You can see no web scrams anywhere. Everybody's kind of in this standoff position again. And now Afterlife's really in control because they're on the board with points, so they can be a little more conservative.
So Tuskers right now, they're just trying to regroup a little bit. They've got a Kitsune, which can jam. So they're hoping to get a jam off on the Atana. Yeah. And if they do get that one jam off, then they just zerg it really fast, kill a frigate, and then come back out. Yep. So they're definitely just playing the waiting game. Unfortunately for them, it looks like this Tuskers team or this Afterlife team has got remote ECCM all over the place. And as you can see, this Golem, Scorp Navy Issue, and Atana are right next to each other, and because they're just cycling cap.
And you can see that range is an issue. That Kitsune had to go in a little close to try and get a better chance of getting a jam on the Atana. But that exposed him to a lot more damage. He started getting a little too close to the tackle. He had to pull way back to keep himself safe, and then the jams go off the Atana. So it's gonna be a tough job here for Tuskers they need to wait till they get a jam and then try to make that the moment that counts.
It's really hard to do against a well set up Tinker, and if you bring an Atana, you're pretty confident that you're going to do it again. There we have a Jaguar just exploding out of nowhere.
Wow.
Afterlife
maybe did get a jam there. That Afterlife Jaguar just down. So now Tuskers in control for the time being.
A small victory. Another Hawk's going down. That was definitely a jam on the Atana, I think, because he got no reps whatsoever. And you can see that Afterlife team, they're just sending all of their frigates now behind instead of screening. They're just running away. So the lucky Kitsune jam, really fortunate for them. Or actually really well played. They just waited for their moment and they pounced.
Yeah. Good job being patient. Good job knowing that that's kind of the key to them getting kills, and then capitalizing on it when it works. That takes a lot of communication. That guy's got to, a lot of things have to happen. He's got to get the jam and then tell people they've got to be on the same target, which changes based on range. So really, really well played. Now Afterlife's really got to do something. And
you can see Afterlife. They're getting a little bit aggressive on this Kitsune. They really want him down because that's what's stopping them. Just that random chance roll of the dice thing. No matter how much remote ECCM you have on a target, it could potentially die.
Yeah. And like you said, the Afterlife team trying to push up there and be a little more aggressive. A lot of the support, the Hawk and the other Raptor and a couple Jackdaws moved in like they were going to fully commit to something, but then it didn't look good enough, I guess. Now they're back to being pulled back. kind of in this space where there's maybe 20 or 30K between the front edge of both the teams again, you can see.
Yep. So this combination of E-War that we have the Tuskers seeing is really popular last year, where you just get a jamming ship like a Kitsune and then put remote scan res damps onto a target, so he can't really, especially a Logi, so he can't really relock any of his frigates. This year, of course, you cannot script your damps anymore, so Mollis is really not that popular. Still, it definitely worked. I mean, it got them 2 kills, so...
Yeah, it's working really well. Another little reminder, if you guys are just tuning in for this weekend and seeing the Golem there's no Bastion modules. We were talking about damps being applied to the Golem and his damage. And yeah, there's no Bastion at all, so that's why the E-War is going to be relevant for that ship, even though a lot of time it wouldn't be on TQ.
Yep, so right now it looks like a lot of nothing is going on, which it's basically just positioning. You can see the Afterlife team just going with no prop mods on their Golem and Navy Scorpion and Etana. They're just going to the center of the arena to just make sure the Tuskers team can't run.
Yeah, and they are pushing their assault frigates up a bit again. Jaguar and Harpy moving forward a little bit, but Tuskers really have a lot of room here. It sort of looks like they're pushed up against the edge of the arena and that Afterlife could kind of keep cornering them in, but actually they're still only about 80K, most of them from the center of the arena. They have 125, is that right?
Yep,
to work
125.
With, so
I know that number very well, unfortunately. 126 does not work. All right, Jaguar again going down, getting low, but looks like that was not a jam on the Etana. That was just a Jaguar caught out of position a little bit.
Yeah,
As you can see, the reps landing pretty well. And no, yeah, definitely still there. False alarm team.
It looks like Afterlife really is not going to be able to get a kill here unless they get tackle.
Yeah.
Like, they just don't have enough application against ships like the Kitsune they've been trying to hit, or even the Mollis, unless they're close enough that they can slow them down.
I think they might have to try and go for a flycatcher here or something.
Oh, here we go. Afterlife's diving in. They've got that Raptor going super close, probably going to try and grab some tackle. There it is on the Kitsune.
Yep, they're definitely going in on everything. The Kitsune is being pre-repped already, so that's definitely not a great target. Raptor is dying. Raptor's dead. All right.
Yeah, Raptor didn't ever catch reps. Etana might be jammed again, so if that's the case, you know, he's got no chance being that close to the team. There is follow-up tackle on the Kitsune, so they're staying committed here. They don't really have an option.
Yep. I think they're definitely getting tunnel visioned here on this Kitsune. Like, he's going to get reps, and there's no way that they can disrupt the reps.
Yeah.
And at this point, Afterlife is losing. Oh, no. They've still got the able to rep their Harpy. Harpy, incredibly tanky frigate, so it shouldn't go down.
And, yeah, Afterlife still has...
They've got 2 minutes to force a mistake.
Exactly.
And it has to be a pretty catastrophic mistake because the Afterlife can't just kill 1 ship. They have to kill at least 2 ships. And, Kitsune is going down.
They have a lot of their support now on top of the Kitsune.
Kitsune is down.
Yeah, they did get him. Okay.
All right, so this is anyone's game. Oh, but they traded a Jaguar.
Yeah, they were fully committed. They had like 2 of the assault frigates and 1 of the Jackdaws right on top of the Kitsune, so there's a lot of damage there. But
I think they definitely just need to go for... Okay, they're going for the Scimitar of the Tuskers team.
Got to scramble on him.
So Afterlife realized that if they can kill the Scimitar, they can win the match. This is the only way they can win, apart from catching an Orthrus, which is going to be quite tricky, I'd say.
Yeah, and you're going to have to work hard to keep their frigates up that are in there getting tackle. Although now they don't have to worry about jams at least, so they should be able to rep all the time.
So the Kitsune the Etana will always be able to get reps off, so that's not a problem. The Afterlife team...
Scimitar hanging at about half shields. They have... Remember the clock here, guys. They have 50 seconds. Scimitar, big boost back. He looks pretty comfortable, actually.
Yeah, well, the Scimitar is clearly running an ASB charge.
Yeah.
He's got 9 boosts. I didn't count. I think we're at probably 7 left. So if he's just really judicial with those things, the Scimitar should live perfectly fine. Afterlife just forced into a really bad position with the time winding down. Let's see if they can volley through the Scimitar. Really, I think they're kicking themselves, hoping or wishing that they could catch an Orthrus or something else. But let's see if it pays off. The Scimitar, I think he's just baiting right now.
Yeah, he seems real fine.
He's 80 kilometers from the center of the arena. He is well tackled, but he's
not even webbed, though. I mean, he's still going 318, which is enough to mitigate some of the damage from the Golem and the Navy Scorpion.
I mean, he is something. Now you can see him just overusing his ASB because he's just doing a little victory lap right now.
Yeah.
So it looks like Afterlife bringing out the blingy Etana, really impressive. No one really expected that. They brought out the Bugattis straight off.
Yeah, but it didn't do him any good. Tuskers gonna kick him out of the tournament with this win, so nice job to them. We'll go back and see what the guys on the desk think about it. Maybe.
I mean, you could see some really cool new effects, by the way.
Yeah, they do look nice.
Yeah.
We gonna stay? We can stay. We can
Yeah.
talk about it more.
Let's get a close-up shot of the Etana. It's a pretty cool ship. It's, if you don't know, there's only 47 left of them in the game. Luckily, Afterlife didn't lose their Etana, but I think they would have rather traded their Etana for a victory than lose their Etana.
Yeah, absolutely. How does that
keep
like,
their Etana, sorry.
Do you know how that, like, headed into the late stages of a tournament, do you guys, like, in PL, think at all about, I don't know, the cost of losses? Because there's so much to gain, obviously. I mean, the value for winning is so high.
Exactly. So, I mean, I think it's definitely worth just throwing these 100 billion-ish cruisers, if you can afford it, out and about, because you generally have more than one of them, just as a backup.
Yeah.
But if it's like your last one and you want to win like a best of 30 or like a round of 32, then maybe you keep it for a little bit later.
Now you guys are getting to see a part of the match you usually don't get to, which is the ships being actually moved out of the system.
Yep. They're going
after
back
the match
home.
is over, the cleanup process.
I'm sure
a
the
little behind
Afterlife are kind of going sad about it, though. I hope they'll just leave the Etana and we can just take. No, they moved the Etana. Damn.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, that was a fun first round. After this, we have Gorgon Empire versus End of Life, also an elimination match. So someone's going home. This is the Sweet 16 part of the tournament.
Yeah. I think we're good now. We can go back to the desk, see what they think.
Oh, okay.
This just in, Dixon Cox Boats Preservation Society has been accused of having the dankest men.
There's a revelation. I'm pretty sure that's bait, but we're gonna go for it.
Scramble up on Revelation.
You want the caps?
Good job.
Oh my god.
Good job.
I don't have a salvager.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than Isk is trust. In Amsterdam, Eve is real.
And that's our first match of the day, with Afterlife leaving the tournament, falling to Tuskers Co. The Etana comes in, isn't enough to bring it over for him, and I guess that's one situation where we might see the Kitsune ban was a good idea. Like that, Kitsune definitely breaking lock for the Etana is probably crucial there.
Definitely. You know, I have to say, Tuskers, I'm sorry for leaving you. They've been doing a lot of really good work in Event. I mean, they've had a strong showing. Latronicus in the semi, along with Jaxley in the Kitsune, just bringing it home for Tuskers' team. Their coordination, the ability to keep the Kitsune up for as long as possible, and then just the excellent use of the Orthruses and just slamming in that RLML fire on frigates as soon as the Etana was jammed, basically just won the match right there. I mean, Latronicus MVP, really well played, really well flown, just drawing out Afterlife, you know, wonderful game, wonderful match.
Your friend's not letting you down there, Pothny.
No, I mean, my favorite part of that match was watching actually the damps they had, because they had very few damps on the Tuskers team, but they were used beautifully. At the beginning of the match, the damps got swapped between the Golem and the Navy Scorpion, ignoring the Etana to begin with, just making sure that the Golem didn't get the super mega paint on, and the Navy Scorpion, you know, wasn't applying that full DPS. They were just seeing how much they could tank, and obviously if you damp out the range on a battleship, it then has to relock, and battleships take ages to lock things, so that really bought them time to get comfortable, get positioned, to see how much they could tank. Then, when they did get into the part where they were trying to bait things, the damp went onto the Etana very strongly. That means that even if it does get jammed, it then takes additional time. Your jam is extended by the scan resolution change. And then towards the end, when they were starting to lose ships, when they were ahead in points and they just needed to worry, the damps went back off the Etana, back onto the Navy Scorpion Golem just to focus on survival, which is like a really, really nice thing. As the key parts of the fight there, whereas Chess has said, but I just really liked everything behind that, kind of the support that is possibly more subtle, just really complement everything they did.
Now, a little bit for our field here. Of course, this match is the first that we fought in this Alliance tournament, featuring the Galatea release content. New effects for pretty much everything, going from one ship to another. Did it impact your guys' ability to follow what was happening?
Luckily enough, we had the commentator roam, and for those of you that maybe haven't had an update of what the new effects are, those long, new green-looking lines, which almost look similar to Entosis mods, are the new Scram effect, and of course, the new shield maintenance bots look a lot sharper in when they're reffing, which very, very focused players probably could have picked out immediately. But I mean, I think they look great. They're really good.
They're a lot clearer, and I think the colors are a bit more vibrant, so you can really see what's going on. It makes the game much prettier than it already is.
I agree.
Those effects, of course, not the only thing that we put out with Galatea, and we're lucky enough to have CCP Terminus here on the desk. CCP Terminus, you are with Team Size Matters, is that correct?
Yes.
Size Matters. And primarily you guys are working on some of those the ship skins that we've seen already in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, for a while now, we worked on the ship skins. We've been putting out faction-based skins first, and then we're now moving into the designer skins, which are a little more free-form in what they can be.
Yeah?
Just coming out with the release was the Rata Sunset skins for Tech 1 Caldari ships. Nice like red with white highlights. Next Tuesday is going to be the second kind of release of our designer skin content. It's going to be the Valkyrie Glory skins, which are for Mimitar ships. It's going to be Tech 1 and Tech 2, and they're nice kind of steely gray with yellow accents. Finally giving some love to Mimitar and Caldari. They've been a little lacking in the skin variety.
That's good. And you're going to keep up that schedule with additional skins coming with each of the releases for the rest of this year? Or is it going to be spaced out a little bit more?
Yeah, we're working on the plans right now. I mean, it's going to be basically, you'll be seeing new content every 2 weeks at the slowest. Every release that's coming out will be a content release. We'll have some kind of designer skins going with it or some other nice things to show people. Usually the week after that is another content release, and then we switch between doing some kind of sales or mixing things up in the store and then doing content like every 2 weeks, just switching that up. So
excellent. You guys fly with ship skins?
Definitely. The new slicer ship skin makes your slicer blue and black. I mean, if you don't have it, you basically need to get it because it's incredible.
When I get an Erebus, I really want to skin that Erebus. That's going to look so badass. It's going to be awesome.
It's my favorite thing to do on the test server is to just go out and be like, all right, here's the Titan.
Although,
change the skin.
I have to ask, have you guys taken any inspiration at all from the Caldari Prime Prony Club's website where you can like skin any ship with any in-game skin?
Yeah, we have a similar kind of internal tool that allows us to do a little bit of finicking with that. It doesn't work perfectly every time, but it gives you a good idea of kind of what we can do, and then we usually talk back and forth with Art to see what they want to do, what we want to do, and kind of.
Would you consider giving me your home phone number so I can call you when I have like a good match I found? Or?
And on that note of Chester getting digits for the first time ever, we are going to go to our next match of the day, which is the Gorgon Empire and Spawn versus End of Life. The bans are in for this, and the match is just about ready to go. The Gorgon Empire and Spawn banning out the Scimitar and the Typhoon, the regular bog standard Typhoon. And End of Life is banning out the Basilisk and the Scorpion Navy issue.
I like that, actually. You know, Gorgon's shown that they play the meta a little bit better than End of Life, I think, just because they've shown the Tinkers, they've shown the TFI comps, they've shown the SNI comps, while End of Life is kind of stuck doing a lot of interesting things. Like they did a double curse, double sacrilege, which I didn't really like that much, and they used rattlesnakes, which I also am not a big fan of. Pretty targeted ban, though, from End of Life, banning out SNI and Basilisk, just because they did run a shield Tinker against Camel, and they also have been a big fan of Scorpion Navy issues on the Gorgon side. But, you know, Gorgon's with the Foon ban, just vanilla Foon. I don't think we've seen that before. That's interesting to me. I almost wonder if maybe they meant Typhoon Fleet, but save it for later.
Let's get some predictions down the line. You're saying Gorgon Empire?
Definitely saying Gorgon.
I think that End of Life are really good at doing creative things, but I think we're at the part of the tournament where all the teams are so experienced, it's much more difficult to throw them off, so I'm going to have to go with Gorgon.
I'll say Gorgon Empire. It's the only one I recognize.
The desk goes with Gorgon, and we go now to the booth with CCP Rise and Elise Randolph for our second match of the day, the Gorgon Empire and Spawn versus End of Life here at Alliance Tournament 13.
Hey guys, and welcome back to day 5 of Alliance Tournament 13. I am Elise Randolph, joined by CCP Rise. We've got a pretty interesting match for you right now. We have got Gorgon Spawn versus End of Life. Gorgon Spawn in red. They brought very, very similar teams. Typhoon Fleet issues with bombers. A little different approach on each side. Gorgon took more T3 destroyers, and it looks like End of Life took more bombers.
Yeah, that and the T3 Destroyer is, of course, more expensive, so End of Life's gotten out of it another command ship. They're running Damnation and Absolution.
All right, as the match starts, you can see these T3 Destroyers rushing in. They came in at a very acute angle, so they're much, much closer than they wanted to be to each other. And so we're going to see a support war breakout. As you can see, Gorgon Empire going straight for the jugular of End of Life.
Yeah.
Caught the Oneros right away.
Yeah, those all 4 attack 3 destroyers just diving straight for that Oneros in the backline, and right now they're doing really well against him.
Oh, he is melting. They can't get the rep drones on him fast enough. Oneros down.
Down already.
Oh my God. Gorgon Empire completely zonking him.
It bombs away right there. We just saw a bomb wave come in from the Gorgon side. It looks like it did basically nothing, but nice effort.
A for effort. The Confessor is taking a little bit of damage, but since Gorgon have their Oneros still up.
End of Life looking really disorganized here. They're like, have some damage on the TFI at first, and then they now are panicking about these Tech 3 destroyers, and so they're trying to kill a Confessor. They're not actually doing very good at that, and in the meantime, it looks like Gorgon's going to be going after their bombers.
Yep, so Gorgon are definitely sending their Tech 3 destroyer wing after these bombers, and they're probably just going to use their Typhoons to take something else.
Yeah, it looks like the battleships are actually fighting each other, and the support war is completely separate.
You can see how much damage End of Life still has on the field. Gorgon really have to be careful here because they're about to lose their Fleet Typhoon with their Oneros still on field. These bombers really need to go down as this Fleet Typhoon belonging to Faffy Waffy, the captain,
one bomber
slips into structure. All right, he's coming back, but just barely.
I mean, the efficiency of this trade is really bad for End of Life without having their Oneros. Like, the reps are coming in on the Gorgon side. They're just getting so much more mileage out of that Fleet Foon, even if they trade. And they don't even have to trade first. End of Life loses their Fleet Foon first, and all of their bombers are about to drop. Bomber
all the bombers
down.
are caught by a different Tech 3 destroyer. Each one just singled out
down.
A single target, went out, killed it.
Yeah, it's
brutal
true.
efficiency right there.
Split and soloed them 4 down.
This is going to be a bloodbath. Thank you, Gorgon Empire, for getting us back on schedule with a really fast, quick match, it seems.
Yeah, and End of Life just scraping now. They're trying to take out the Oneros on the other side. That's not going to happen.
A little bit too little too late, I think.
Yeah.
That warp-in, I think, is definitely what caught End of Life off guard.
Yeah, it was really interesting how close they started. I mean, they started actually with their Malediction at 0, and then the rest of their team was spread out like over the 50K. They had a lot at around 20. I don't know, little interesting there to
the bombers and the Logi were all the way in the back, but since by virtue of the warp-in angles that both teams chose, instead of being 100 kilometers away from the Gorgon Empire side, they were only like 40. So
took no time at all for those Sweeples and Confessors to get to the Logi. And Fleet Typhoon, second one going down for End of Life. This is really, really strong by Gorgon. The T3 destroyers look really good.
Yeah.
These compositions where they have enough of them that they can actually go do something on their own, like kill a Logi, is really, really cool.
It's essentially like you have just 2 pieces of machine working. Like the Fleet Typhoons go on one target.
Yeah.
The T3 destroyers go on something else. They're really great at killing these bombers, as we saw. But I really like the idea here from Gorgon Empire, just noticing how close they were. And other matches, they go straight for the bombers. This match, they see the Oneros super close, they go for it, end the match in like 30 seconds.
Really, really nice decision. What do you think about End of Life bringing the 2 command ships, Absolution and Damnation? We don't see a whole lot of that.
I think there's a reason we don't see a whole lot of that. Damnation is generally pretty standard. Absolution is a lot of points to spend there. But I guess they just had extra points. That was a pretty explosion. Wow, the reason... There we go. All right. So that was definitely a nice explosion there. I think the reason we don't see the APSO is just because it's kind of slow, it's turret-based, it's EM-based.
A lot of big
doesn't really
weaknesses.
have that much drones as something like the EOS does.
Makes sense.
Really
and I guess if they're thinking that the bombers are going to give them enough strength rounding out the rest of their lineup, like if they're expecting to be against something more stationary, then maybe that works fine.
I think they brought the 2 command ships just so they can get the extra links to keep their bombers alive. But it definitely wasn't enough. Maybe in practicing they found that the skirmish links and the speed links, or the SIG links and the speed links, were enough, but definitely not, as they kept their bombers up for a little while, but not their Logi. And there we go.
Yep, match over. Gorgon taking it really convincingly from End of Life, who are now leaving the tournament. So we'll go back to the desk.
EventC Collides will be the premier esports program.
Come and check out our website and make sure to tune in every first Sunday.
And that's Gorgon Empire and Spawn delivering a judicious zonk to End of Life. At least, great word. I'm using that. Incredible 5-minute match.
It's almost like they knew we needed that. I mean, that all I have to say is that right there is the difference, ladies and gentlemen, between execution. Gorgon was just cutthroat in exactly what their plan was, what they were going to do, and End of Life basically just sputtered and died in 30 seconds. It was glorious to watch.
I mean, what we've been saying all tournament, especially with these kind of early meta teams, you can almost go with the Fleet Foons and with the Bombers and with the T3 support, is that if you rely on a really strong bomber wing, they had so many bombers in that team, you have to get the work done early. You just have to, because the bombers are really, really weak and they're very hard to keep alive, especially in teams such as the Fleet Foon setups we've seen. And what we saw there is that the bombers did a really good job at getting that Fleet Foon close to being dead about 20 seconds too late. It took them too long to get the paint, get the tackle applied, and then by the time they were getting the bomber damage, they were starting to slow it down, their Aneros had already been headshotted. Just immediately, boom, Aneros gone. So the Gorgon Empire were playing the game faster than End of Life were in that case, I think it's fair to say. I mean, the T3 destroyers really help with that, but I mean, it's just, as Chesser said, I mean, Gorgon Empire just showed they are a serious cut above the End of Life team.
In this bomber-heavy meta, we have been seeing those T3 destroyers come in and just wipe out support wings. Like, it's happened repeatedly. I'm wondering if maybe that's not just the stronger pick overall.
You know, it's an interesting thought and definitely something that I think big teams think about. I think having the proper mix is very important, as well as just having really, really good bomber pilots, just because T3Ds are so deadly. And you need to have a team, like I said, that works with the bombers. As I've been saying earlier, and I think we both have, people that, you know, create a team and then they just like sprinkle some bombers on the top of it and say, yeah, we're good, will suffer to teams that have a very, very dedicated T3D wing. Bombers do better projected DPS against larger ships than T3Ds at the end of the day. T3Ds, when they do have to go into apply damage, unless it's a beam fesser or some of the jackdaws a little bit, they're in scram web range and they can get killed. That's what's nice about the bomber. They can sit back and kill this really battleship heavy meta we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a team like a six-man Tinker, and then you have kind of the Golem, Scorp Navy, tons of bombers, a team that's very focused on having a great paint, maybe some bonus webs or whatever, and then just tons of missile damage that you apply really well when you're really, really focused on those long-range missiles. You can have teams that can just volley the Logi or volley the battleship and just take a huge chunk of the enemy's DPS away, and then bomber-heavy teams can work really well, depending on the matchup. But at the same time, you've really got to say, okay, what happens if we get a team that isn't like that? What if we have those other things? And you've got to be able to have a somewhat wide engagement range, unless you know exactly what your opponents are going to bring through spying or whatever is going on.
Interesting you should mention that. Our next fight coming up is Test Alliance Please Ignore versus the Ronin. And of course, Test having a pilot embroiled earlier this week in a disqualification. A pilot had been enrolled for both teams, the Ministry of Inappropriate Footwork and Test Alliance Please Ignore, seemingly without Test Alliance's knowledge there.
It's unfortunate.
What's the impact?
I mean, it could be a simple case of somebody didn't read the rules closely enough, and he was on the test tourney team and also on the kick tourney team, and some people knew about it, like, oh, whoops. Or it could have been a case of it was a spy that got found out, and the spy kind of got put into playing for the team, even though it's kind of against the rules, but they didn't want to break the cover of the spy. And I mean, you can't really say for sure. I mean, I know I certainly can't. And I mean, this match is a really interesting one for me because you've got Test, who are consistently one of the most underrated teams on the tournament, possibly from their reputation from TQ. But you also have them against the Ronin, who are an incredible tourney team.
It's a bit of a snicker there, Chester.
Test can take a game off of anyone, I think, but the Ronin's a hard match.
Let's hear the other side of this debate.
Are we talking about the shameful, tournament, tabloids, or
Test's strength as a tournament team overall?
Oh, wow. Okay. They've actually been shown to be fairly variable. I give them that. Their understanding of the meta is fairly deep, just from the fact that they have all of these very interesting setups that they run. Their 10-man Tinker, against Godfathers actually really impressed me. Against a targeted jam team for your Tinker to survive using a Loki, that's pretty nice. I really enjoy that. Then again, it could just be Godfather's bad, but overall, they have a fairly okay understanding of the meta, but at the end of the day, their piloting and execution doesn't come close to Ronin's, which I think is very similar in understanding. So when you have two teams that are roughly equal on meta of understanding, and then you are looking at execution, it just takes it up a whole nother level. And Ronin have that level. Ronin have been running these off-meta setups with Oracle, like heavy Oracle setups, and they have taken down good teams. They took down Footwork last week in a really nice setup where they had 2 Oracles, actually. And that little deviation from the meta, which is I think Test tries to do at times, has been super successful for them, and it's been convincing with really, really excellent execution. Test, I mean, they haven't really played any team where I'm like, wow, you know, they took them down like a really good team. They've played a lot of games, 5, but not against teams I really consider super great.
I mean, the Ronin are a team that will have taken Test's 10-man Tinker. We saw them bring it in AT12 as well as AT13. They will have built it in their practices. They will have tested against it. The Ronin will absolutely know by now how exactly to kill Test's 10-man Tinker, as we call it. And if Test bring it, then I feel like Ronin will be able to demolish it. And if they don't, then that is a serious mistake from the Ronin, like a serious case of absent-mindedness.
Yeah.
Well, they've already started competing. First, in terms of bans, Test Alliance, please ignore, banning out the Guardian Oneros Logi combo, and the Ronin banning out the Tinker, Tengu, and Loki.
All right, so right there, I think that's really smart by Ronin, period. Also,
it forces Test into a setup they're not necessarily as comfortable with.
Yeah, another thing to note, Guardian Oneros ban against Ronin is going to take out their flagship, which is Balgorn. So I like both of the bans here. Strong bans from both teams.
And CCP Terminus, what do you think?
I mean, it seems like they know what they're doing, so.
All right.
All right. I think Test might have a chance of getting it. I don't know.
Putting some faith in the good old Test. All right. Apothny, who do you like for this match?
I just feel like the tournament history and the prestige of the Ronin, who are an amazing team, outweighs the kind of the fact that Test can beat everyone. I just think it's so much more likely that the Ronin win. I mean, it's going to be really interesting seeing Bazzi or Simi as your only real Logi choices, or maybe Frigg Logi, so we could see kind of like old school Mimitar rushes or something completely crazy. I'm really looking forward to
Frigg
it.
Logi.
But yeah,
that would be...
I would be choking back here, but it'd be okay.
Chester, your call for the match.
Definitely Ronin, but I have to give it a test though. Those bans take out Oracles, Balgorn. I mean, good on them. I think it'll be a good try, but I think Ronin has.
Test started well.
It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. We're going to go to the booth for this, the 3rd match of the 5th day of Alliance Tournament 13. Test Alliance, please ignore, versus the Ronin.
Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. I'm CCP Rise, here with Elise Randolph for Test Alliance versus Ronin, and some pretty close, similar setups here. Once again, the core for both teams, 2 Slipners, Scimitar, and 2 Pirate Faction Cruisers. Orthrus is for Test, and Gila is for Ronin, and then the support wings get a little different after that.
Yeah, they came in really close to each other as we see the match about to start, and also the warp-ins, or the angle is very acute, so all these Logis are going to be right next to one another, and there's actually going to be a brawl, it looks like, at the center of the arena, as Test's Sleipnir core is straight in here.
It's pretty unusual for us to see 2 teams put stuff on the beacon kind of to start things out. All the Sleipnir is going to be there right from 0, and it looks like Ronin wasting no time getting started on the Test Sleipnir. Test, on the other hand, going after some of that support that was close by. Kitsune and Heartbeat both taking damage on the Ronin side to start things off.
Kitsune looks like from the Ronin is probably going to die here. Just barely is catching reps, just barely holding on. Meanwhile, the carries for Test is dipping into armor. Test's version of this team relies a lot more on just jams and EAFs.
Yeah.
They dipped 15 points with 2 Kitsunes and a carries. Meanwhile, the Gilas from the Ronin, they don't really care. Sumatra's going down. Kitsune for a Sleipnir is not going to be a great trade. The Sleipnir has a 2-stage tank, right? So it's got the ASB and it has the reps from the Logi, from their Scimitar.
Test carries down as well. It's surprising how little damage is coming from Test side, who just lost their first Slipner.
Huge advantage to the Ronin right now.
How much of Test damage is not being applied to the Ronin team, considering the fact they're not under any E-War pressure. There's no jams like there is on the Ronin team. And it's not like their whole team is chasing around that Kitsune or that Hound they killed. Those are the mostly the Sveeple and the Raptors that were after the Kitsune.
Yeah,
so
just the support wing.
I don't know where the damage is. There's not reps coming either.
I don't think Test Alliance really suspected this type of team coming up. As we see, all right, the Bombers are slowly starting to die.
Yep.
Test is doing really well, but they got their Scimitar caught. Scimitar's going to go down. There's no way he can sustain this. 2 Sleipnirs are sitting on his face, and that's not what he wants to happen. Dante's down.
Yeah.
Test are really in a hole right now. Ronin in the driver's seat. These Gilas, although they're webbed, they can apply their damage anywhere. They don't care. They've got the drones. We saw Gilas a lot last year, but since the drone nerf, people have shied away from them. They're just showing that they can still do work, especially in a mirror matchup.
So now some tackle and some damage coming from the Test team onto the Ronin team. They're starting to put some damage into that Logi as well. But yeah. I really am curious why Test had such a hard time applying any damage at the start of this match. Maybe they've been chasing the Scimitar and just weren't
I think a lot of it has to do
else.
is the Orthreses have a really, really long reload cycle.
That's true.
And we saw the Orthreses just focusing and just honing in on this Kitsune early on. That just took the first reload cycle. So there's 40 seconds of like half their damage not being able to do anything.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Ronin, instead of the Orthreses, they had the Gilas. And Gilas, they started off pretty close. Drones got to the Simi real quick. And
Orthres now tackled on the Test side. He's going down. We have traded back a little bit more support. Both Bombers down on the Ronin side. But Orthres down now for Test. Test in really, really bad shape here. It doesn't look like they're able to...
yeah, they're trying to hold on, but they're definitely not going to do it. The Ronin Scimitar is he's sitting pretty. He just broke the web. He's probably going to break a scram off here in a little bit, but who cares? He has a swarm of drones around him that's trying to keep him alive, but definitely not enough, as I say that. And
they did
down.
actually break through the Ronin Scimitar. Nice job there. They traded his people back. With both Gilas and both Slipners up, obviously this is going to be really difficult for Test to get anything done. It's nice the Logi's down. They can probably break through the rest of the support now, but they're going to lose this Slipner in a second anyway, and after that it's really going to be pretty impossible.
Fireworks maybe? Oh no, that was a drone dying. That was not a firework. So it's very interesting after the bans. Like both teams knew what they were doing. You could see that they had a similar mindset by taking almost a mirror match of each other.
I like what Chester had to say about this match. It's a lot of execution, and even though setup-wise, you could probably make good arguments to both sides. Orthreses versus Gilas is kind of an interesting choice, and so is the more E-War-focused support versus kind of the more tank and gank support on the Ronin side. But when it comes down to it, Ronin looks like they just outflew them, out-FC'd them, and
they definitely chose better targets, and their pilots were a little bit better off. I think Test just fixated a little bit too much on the Kitsune. Who cares if it's there? You've got 2, they've got 1. Just jam them out, damp them out, do something.
Yeah, I mean, or even just force him away at the start. They pushed him out of the fight, and then they all just have to chase. They send their support 60k across the field to run him down when they could be working on the Scimitar or something more important.
So what a lot of teams just failed to do in their practice is they just warp in at a 180-degree angle. So they just always they're really far from the Logi. And what happened this time is they came in just like this.
Yeah.
So logistic ships were really close to the support wings.
Yeah.
And Ronin knew what to do with that. They just said, you know what, while our bombers are alive, we're going to pin through a Sleipnir, and then we're just going to send this Simi to Murder City.
Just a couple ships left here. It's interesting, too, with that. They didn't do it right away. They
knew that they had
fought
enough
in the middle
DPS
for a second,
to shoot through the Simi.
And then switched to the Simi a little after. Yeah, exactly. Just this one Jackdaw left. He'll be going to Murder City, as you said, in just a second. And,
Murder City population +1 Jackdaw soon. Actually, it looks like he's trying to loot the field a little bit.
Is, of course, something you can do if you guys didn't know. This is on TQ. We bring people into a private system so that it doesn't get messed with. But, of course, all the ships and loot are real and gathered on TQ, which can be quite a bit of work.
It looks like the Ronin are actually the ones looting, just taking a victory pat on the back, but they're still shooting the Jackdaw just to make him die.
He's going down there. So that's the end of this. Ronin moving forward, Test getting kicked out.
Yeah, Ronin will be facing Exodus later on in the day.
Nice. We'll go back to the desk.
Good evening, Nottingham.
I
think this is probably the best organized event I've seen. It's been absolutely amazing.
For a player-led event, this is absolutely fantastic.
This is what we're... Hello, and welcome back to the desk here at CCP headquarters in Reykjavik, Iceland. And Alliance Tournament 13 continues with the Ronin knocking out Test Alliance. Please ignore. Test just unable to deal with what Ronin brought to the field there. I mean, Gilas versus Orthruses. Do we discuss that? Let's discuss that.
That was some interesting jam placement from Tess, but what I really want to hear about from Chesser is his opinion on Gilas in an Alliance tournament setting.
You know, I really cannot be too salty about a Gila, just because Ronin literally just took Test's skull against a curb and just smashed it, because they just destroyed Test in that. And that goes back to execution. Warping in close like this, their T3Ds know what to do. Ronin had better target calling, and Test attempting to jam Gilas, which, for those of you just tuning in, are drone boats, and drones don't really care too much about jams. So I'm not sure what was going on there. Test's choice to focus everything onto a Kitsune when their Slipnir was just getting basically pounded was an interesting choice. I mean, they needed to go for Slipnir changes, especially wasting Orthrus damage on a Kitsune when it then needed to go into reload. It just basically, going back to what I said earlier, Ronin has the execution, and Test basically got here kind of just, you know, scraping by, not taking any really hardcore teams. Ronin's a hardcore team, and that's what happens.
All right. Before we move on to the next match, we'd like to take advantage of the time that we have here with CCP Terminus. I do want to continue talking about the ship skins that you mentioned earlier, specifically the designer skins. Now, I'm not entirely clear on this. We have the Caldari skins that you just released, some Mimitar skins coming up, and then something that looks like it's maybe a little bit more versatile.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're going to be releasing some industrial stuff in the between, but the next release will be focused mainly on cross-race or cross-empire skins. I mean, skins that they'll be available for multiple races. You'll be able to fit or put them on Mimitar or Caldari ships.
So you could have a multiracial fleet comp all colored the same way.
Exactly. The licenses will still be per ship, so there's no real change there, but I mean, that could change in the future. But basically, you'll be able to have multi-race comps now that all look the same, and hopefully we're going to be rolling that out more and more so that hopefully designer skins are applicable to almost every ship that you would want to put them onto.
Oh, in before Alliance Tournament team uniforms.
Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome.
Not a promise for release. Just the concept. Right
Confirmed right now by CCP Antiquarian.
Wow, so that's pretty interesting. That's I guess that'll be the first time that we've seen anything like that in the game. We've never really had a cross-racial skin or color scheme for anything.
Yeah, that's really. Be kind of brand new. That'll be coming out 3 or 4 weeks from now. Basically the next release, whenever the next release is. And that'll be
5 weeks.
5 weeks. Well, we're a little bit into the first week already, so a little bit shorter than that. But it's coming pretty soon. It's going to be for hopefully Tech 1 and Tech 2 as well, so you'll be able to fit them on pretty much everything you want to fit them on.
Very cool. Is there any news on skin choices being shown on the overview at some point? Just so that when I'm flying around in my Victory Edition Phantasm and Nightmare, people can see it?
You can actually, in a roundabout way, get to those. If you see a ship that you like in space, you can show info on it, and it will actually tell you what skins are applied on it at the time.
Cool. All right, did not know that.
Yeah, that's great. Coming up next, the last of our first 4 matches today, the Phoebe Freeport Republic versus Hard Knock Citizens. Phoebe really representing itself well. Hard Knock Citizens' undeniable strength on the field. What do you guys have?
As much as Sir Squeebles doesn't like them, PFR have loved. PFR have won my heart this tournament. They're possibly my favorite team so far. Like, they are a really nice group of guys. They play the game in a really kind of unique, fun way in their approach to, freeboarding stations. I just love everything they've done. They're a really cool team. But I think in terms of tournament ability, I don't like their chances versus Hard Knocks. It's kind of like seeing your favorite teddy bear you grew up with, left in the lawn, and then next door's Rottweiler is kind of eyeing it, and you're a bit worried.
I would expect nothing less.
That's good.
Yes, sir. Do you know where your favorite teddy bear is right now?
Ooh.
I think he's in a drawer at my home.
That's just horrible. Chancellor, Phoebe versus Hard Knocks.
You know what I said about Tess versus Roning?
I recall.
If we can just rewind the stream back to that again, that's what's going to happen here, because PFR fought Clockwork, Brave, Nulli, which they lost, and Revolution.
Yep.
The only good team really in there is Nulli.
They're all great teams in there. All great.
They're all great people, but
CCP
there's a big difference.
Neither endorses or condemns any team in the Alliance tournament.
It's just Hard Knocks is on a completely another level, and they've shown that they play the meta very, very well. They bring TFIs, or if you ban TFIs against them, they'll bring Foons anyway and still kill you with that setup. But they're very comfortable running it, and they also know the double Sleph, double Orthrus. They know the meta. They execute very well, because all they do is basically fly that one setup, and no one's beaten them at it yet.
Now, what if PFR is paying attention and they go after Foon and Typhoon or Typhoon Fleet?
Listen, if they need to pay attention to me in order to win tournament games, right on PFR, right on. But it's a bit late in the game for that.
Let's check the bans actually and see what we have going on, and then we can get a bit deeper into this match. The bans coming in from Phoebe Freeport Republic are the Eos and the Typhoon Fleet issue. And the bans coming in from Hard Knock Citizens are that Tinker combo Tengu Loki.
So this is kind of interesting in that I love EOS bans whenever anyone bans EOS, because EOS is the go-to link ship for any armor setup. It's got a great resist profile, but it's got that huge drone base. So if you just want to throw in tons of armor repair pots, which is what we're seeing be the predominant drone choice in rep drones, then it's got tons of space, tons of bay for that, and it's really good at what it does. It really limits your choice of linked ships in your armor comps to, do I want to bring a Damnation and do 0 damage, or an Abso? Do I want to bring an Astarte? Not especially. And then obviously the TFI ban as well really, knocks Hard Knocks out of their most comfortable comp. We said that they're happy to replace them with Foons, but obviously their first choice is the TFI. So I think that they're really clever bans.
Okay. Hard Knocks, I think, has really clever bans. I agree with you there. I think getting the Tinker out of the way, worrying about that big wild card is nice. But I disagree with PFR's bans. EOS and TFI seems short-sighted to me. TFI, obviously very targeted to Hard Knocks. However, Hard Knocks is happy to fly other things and still do well with them. The EOS ban I really don't get, just because I do think that it's replaceable. I mean, for the most part, it's like Damnation. I mean, even Astarte if you want to go that route. I would like to note that both these teams have flagship Balgorns, which is wide open right now, and I think we might kind of see hopefully a dual flagship fight.
Balgornoff?
Yeah, Balgornoff, exactly. They've brought Vindies before with their Bal, PFR has, so interesting to see if they try that again. I hate Vindicators in the tournament, but we'll see what happens. I really like Hard Knocks choices though. Just their bans just show me that, again, that they're just on a completely another level.
I too hate Vindicators in the tournament. My poor NU in AT11.
I apologize for letting him bring it up. I don't know. I'd like to see the Balgorns come out. I'd like to see some flagship fighting happen. And of course, this is the time for it to occur. Whoever wins this fight goes on to another match in just over an hour from now. So if it's your last ditch effort, you're going home or you're going big, this is when you bring that flagship. And I'm glad that actually the Guardian Oneros ban didn't come down again, because it does open up the floor a little bit for those armor comps to come in.
Yeah. I agree with that for 100%.
Terminus, who do you call for the match?
As much as I like PFR, I don't think they're going to win this one.
No?
No.
No. Not.
Hard Knocks for me.
Hard Knocks?
PFR, you're plucky, but this has got to go to Hard Knocks. Sorry.
He admires your moxie, but Hard Knocks Citizens probably has a little bit more oomph on the field as it goes. Before we cut to the match, we do have a few announcements to be made. Last weekend, we mentioned evemeet.com as a place to go to find out about some of the player meetups in your area, respectively. We have a few big events coming up soon, and we'd like to give them a mention right now. In Denver, Colorado, in the United States, on the 30th of August at 8 o'clock local time, there will be an EVE player meetup at Blake's Street Tavern. I'm not familiar with the location. However, we do know that these player meetups are great places to go, talk to other people who are interested in EVE, have a good time with people who have similar interests to you. So certainly if you're in the Denver area, please feel free to pop by. Another big meetup, and maybe this is a little bit more of interest to you, sir, on the, I'm not sure if I've got the date here, the 30th of August in Bristol in the United Kingdom at the Cider Press. Now that's at Gloucester Road, Bristol, in the city of Bristol. Have you been? I don't think I have been there before. I wish I could go, but I think I will be on a flight. Oh,
unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. Did you guys leave a media? That's too bad. It's too bad for our commentators who won't be able to attend. However, anyone watching at home in or around the Bristol or Southwest area, please feel free to stop by the Cider Press on the 30th of August. And then one more, just to mention, we have very few details on this, but Meltdown Paris is coming up soon, and that's in Paris, France. You can check out the internet for a little bit more information about that event. And there will be apparently this is a streaming party for the finals of Alliance Tournament 13. Hey. Anyone in Paris, in or around the Paris metro area, do look to stop in there and check us out live. So we will cut to the booth now for this, the fourth match of the fifth day of Alliance Tournament 13, the Phoebe Freeport Republic versus Hard Knocks Citizens.
Hey guys, and welcome back. I'm Elise Randolph, joined by CCP Rise for Day 5 of Alliance Tournament 13. We're in the elimination round right now, and we've got some Bugattis on the field from Phoebe Freeport Republic. They're bringing their flagship Balgorn with the Vindicator and some T3 destroyers as their support core. CCP Rise, what's this Hard Knocks team looking like?
All right, Hard Knocks going normal Typhoons, Astarte, Oneros, a whole bunch of Tech 3 destroyers, 5 of them, a couple bombers, and a Tyrannus. But you missed the most important thing in this match, in my opinion, which is that PFR bring in the noob ship, which I don't think we've seen before. Ibis on the field.
We have seen noob ships. I don't think we've seen the Ibis before. They're going for the swag. Fozzie really likes the Ibis, so maybe they're trying to win a little bit of favor. These teams warped in at a bit of a little bit more obtuse of an angle, so they're quite close. But you can see the Tech 3 destroyers from Hard Knocks Citizens going straight after the Balgorn Vindy and the Oneros. They have tackled it behind enemy lines. Hard Knocks Citizens just going straight to business.
Yeah, you can also see some really nice split in like the plan here. The Tyrannus going after the Hard Knocks Tyrannus going after the battleships that were at 0 for the PFR team to keep them pinned down. You can see they're both tackled. They don't get to move at all. And then the Tech 3 destroyers can all zoom to the back and try and do damage to that Oneros, which looks like it's going pretty well. He's in low armor right now, but they're going to start losing some of their tackle.
Oneros is going down from PFR. Sir Squeebles is going to cry because of this. It looks like Hard Knocks Citizens, although they gave up for a split with the Tyrannus, they're going to trade a Tyrannus for an Oneros.
Yep, bad trade. Tackle all over the place on the Hard Knocks team. You know, scrams on both Tech 3 destroyer, or actually scrams or webs on all 5 of the Tech 3 destroyers. A Purifier attack as well, but the damage is just not super significant. This Feeble taking enough to warrant reps from the Hard Knocks and Neros, but that's pretty much it. Everything else doing pretty much all right. That Purifier getting a little low, but hanging in there.
So we have to really talk about the Hard Knocks Citizens. Oneros, he did an incredible job. When you have a flagship Balgorn, as PFR do, sit at the center of the arena at 0, it means no matter what you warp in at, as long as you've got some really good quality gear on your ship, you can tackle no matter where he warped in at.
Yeah.
Oneros from the Hard Knocks Citizens team was webbed briefly, but coasted out of range and has really done well.
Yeah, and still managing to keep his team alive while he's doing that. That's a really, really tough job. They are losing that Purifier now, so one more support ship down. But in the meantime, PFR losing a Heretic, and that flagship Balgorn's at about half armor, so he's hurting pretty bad.
Absolutely. I've got to say, PFR are doing a really good job, surprisingly. I mean, they've lost their Oneros, but they haven't really lost that much else. I'm quite shocked at this. I guess Hard Knocks is just kind of focusing on not making any mistakes.
And Hecate now down for Hard Knocks. The problem for PFR, yes, they're hanging in there a while. They are bleeding support now, lost both Heretics, and that Balgorn getting really low. Yeah. But they're just not doing enough in return.
Exactly. As this game goes longer, because they don't have the Logi anymore, it definitely favors Hard Knocks citizens.
Exactly. Yeah, it would have favored, like, the PFR comp is good in the long game because of having the Balgorn, but without Logi there, it just hurts them a lot to not be able to put something back onto Hard Knocks in terms of damage. And they got tackle there on the Oneros again for just a second, just got him Weber into the Balgorn, but then went right back out, and that Balgorn now is going to go down. So flagship
when you have
down.
a 2 battleship core team like PFR, it really falls victim to so much T3 destroyer support as Hard Knocks have. This is a setup that we've seen them run before and have had great success with. Hard Knocks showing that they've got the Moxie with just the one setup. Yeah. Or not exactly one setup, but the one idea. They executed incredibly well. Interestingly enough, the Eos was banned, which is pretty clever by PFR because Hard Knocks seem to be favoring the skirmish links, so Damnation can't really do it. But they just took an Astarte anyway, and we're just like, whatever. We'll just take an Astarte. We still get skirmish links that way.
Still some time ahead of us here as they try to put some damage into these Tech 3 destroyers on both sides. Super resilient, these ships. Hard to bring them down, especially with a lot of the support out of the way already, missing, Heretic and Tyrannus and the Hecate. But the main DPS from Hard Knocks now on that Vindicator, he's headed into about half armor.
Yep, the Balgorn wreck has been looted, for those wondering. That was looted right away. Don't know, we'll see the loot on Z-Kill in a little bit, but...
I forgot to pay attention to what happened with the Ibis. Why would you bring that, by the way?
The Ibis? Well, it's really cheap on points. You get a few mid slots. I mean, it's 1 point. Maybe you just have a 99-point team.
Yeah.
Extra ship is good.
Yeah.
1 point for mid slots. That's the most mid slot efficient ship in the game.
All right. Surprised we don't see more of them.
Yeah, that would be... I mean, I don't want to give away PL's endgame strat, but it does involve some Ibises. Just kidding.
Sweeple down, Vindicator almost down. Hard Knocks going to take PFR out here. Pretty good run by PFR.
Yeah, this alliance even hasn't existed for an entire year.
Yeah.
So the fact that they can get to the round of 16 just straight off, that's amazing.
Yeah, and they're one of these alliances that's like kind of have a lot of fun, don't be super serious,
similar to Test.
Get a lot of new players in. Just make sure people have cool stuff to do. So yeah, turning that into a top 16 team, first run in the Alliance tournament is very, very solid.
Yep, and Hard Knock Citizens, the team that knocked PFR into this elimination bracket was Hard Knock Citizens' skirmish partner, the Nulli Secunda team. So these two teams very similar. Obviously, the way they practice is really good against teams like what PFR field.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it seems to...
Interesting factoid brought to you by Stuff.
By Elise Randolph, that's what you're called.
Yeah, I'm not called Stuff. I know my name.
Confessor down, just that command ship left on the PFR side. Absolution. Shouldn't take too much longer. Cruise Foons, you're seeing the Typhoons here. What do you think about the choice for the normal Typhoons rather than the Fleet Foons that have been super popular?
The Fleet Foons were actually banned.
Okay.
PFR banned out the Fleet Foon and the EOS just to try and force Hard Knock Citizens out. But Hard Knock's probably the most adaptable team out there next to Nulli. You can knock out anything that they brought and they'll just plug in something new and run the same style.
Is there anything that competes for that? I mean, we've seen Fleet Foons really popular, doing really well across this tournament. Is there anything other than, are Typhoons just easily the best thing to replace them if you do face that ban, or is there other options?
I think for what they want, the Typhoon is really good. Teams like that have kind of substituted Macarials in sometimes, but that's not too great. Hard Knocks really likes to utilize the low signature of the Typhoon battleship, which people generally forget about. And these T3 destroyers all have really low sigs, and they bring the sig link, which
makes you real small.
It makes you real tiny, which is great against a bomber meta, a missile meta, things like that. And even though PFR had a lot of control with Balgorn webs, Balgorn newts, and Vindy webs, still wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's really hard to use those, like the Vindicator in this match. He never really got to
flagship.
move. I like the combo. The Balgorn gets initial tackle in theory. Vindicator moves in and really pins stuff down and adds damage. But
especially the flagship Balgorn. Oh, Absolution dead.
So match over. Hard Knocks taking this one off PFR, who are leaving a tournament in the top 16. Good job to Hard Knocks. We'll go back to the desk.
Showed up in the kitchen sink. I've been sipping codeine in my cruiser, so I'm pissing pink. Ask me if I'm boosted, I don't even own no fucking links. Ask me if my fleet is boosted, man, what you fucking think? All these haters thirsty, so I guess that I'ma let them drink.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. In Amsterdam, Eve is real.
And the Hard Knock citizens send Phoebe, Freeport Republic back to their Freeports. Guys, what did you think of that?
It was sad.
Yeah, it was sad too. I thought it would be an even better match based on the start. They had the long-range webs in the Balgorn, which was actually a really good option. It looked like they had a good angle on it, but Hard Knocks did some really good support flying by screening out the Vindicator and the Balgorn. You saw some Balgorn webs landed on the Hard Knocks Oneros, but he skirted those pretty quickly. So kind of a tough break in what looked like it was going to be a really close match.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the PFR's, a lot of the strengths that Elise was bringing up in the booth about the Hard Knocks team were pretty well addressed by the PFR composition, but at this stage of the tournament, execution just becomes so important, and a lot of the teams like Hard Knocks super strong. Support Ring did a really good job.
I know you guys mentioned it in the booth, but again, Hard Knocks showing their ability to swap out those Typhoons, regular Typhoons for the Typhoon fleet issue. They did that last weekend as well. Do you even bother banning it if they're going to perform just as well? Was it a waste of a ban?
I think the Typhoon's probably less powerful than the TFI, and if you know they're doing that, maybe that's something you can actually play into, build your comp around, countering that specific meta. I don't think Phoebe really pulled it off this time, but.
Yeah, I mean, they really had something that was capable of dealing with it. But to your point, if you ban the Typhoon fleet issue, are you just saying we're going to mildly inconvenience you into Typhoons? But to commit both of your bans to Typhoon fleet issue and Typhoon is, I think, a little too aggressive and a little too targeted. So if you're really afraid of that Typhoon-based comp, you could do what some other teams are doing and ban armor. Yeah. But obviously, that's shooting yourself in the foot for PFR.
If they're relying a lot on like the whatever, Tech 3 Destroyer support or bombers or something, is there any way you can target support wing with the bans rather than going after the what?
Nothing. I don't.
We're starting already?
It's a great question. I just earlier you smirked when I was saying something. I was returning the favor. But countering bombers, as far as you're wanting to bring Typhoons, and you're saying how do you shut down enemy bombers, or how do you support your own bombers?
No, I'm saying if Hard Knocks or some other team can get around the bans to the core pretty easily, the battleships. Do you gain more by going after something in support with your bans rather than worrying about trying to get the TFIs out?
Yeah, I think all of the TFI comps have really been bolstered by Tech 3 Destroyer cores. The Svipple probably being the most popular, the Confessor being good, but more of an anti-support ship than a heavy tackle ship. Mm-hmm. We've seen some teams use the Hecate or the Hecate pretty effectively as heavy T3 Destroyer tackle. So I think you have to ban the Svipple if you want to play that game. But then the Hecate can be subbed in really easily. Mm-hmm. I personally think it's a great option. It's a little more limited on range and utility, but still can be the same ship. And again, I think you have to commit both bans to do either one of those things.
But do you think that's actually effective there? There's so many things you can swap out in that support wing. Right. Like you can make it slightly less effective, but you can't really shut down any tactics out there.
You can change your points around, sure, and do a couple of heretics and a really good malediction pilot. Can serve a lot of those same roles. So it's really tough. That's part of why I think we see this Typhoon fleet issue set up is the core is really flexible. I do agree that Hard Knocks has shown flexibility more than any of the other teams with it, with these Typhoon subs that went well. But it's so easy to move points around that I think it's really difficult to ban out a comp that's that well-rounded.
And it certainly is. We've seen in the damage graph that we had up last weekend, with the Typhoon fleet issue coming out almost on top, I think, as far as amount of damage done so far in the tournament. We do actually have a number of additional graphs, kind of in that same style, pointing out how much hull damage has been done, how the bands have played out, and we may be able to get them up on the screen here for the day 4 results. That's everything that happened. Everything that happened on day 4 last Sunday. So what we've got is coming up first the bans for day 4, I believe, and then damage, and then player damage. And interestingly enough, some of our numbers, we can see here the Typhoon fleet issue clearly coming in at number 1 for damage. Is that?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's...
Followed by the Hound, obviously. What's surprising, though, is the Purifier dropped all the way down to number 5 there.
Yeah, and I think most of that just has to do with how many armor teams we're seeing. I mean, the Hound and the Purifier are the go-to because the Purifier obviously firing EM, really effective against a lot of shield setups. The Hound firing explosive or bonus 2 explosive at the very least, so great against armor setups. Not too surprising the Hound has done more damage and then sort of armor-dominated first few weekends.
Interesting, Bargas number three on there. We haven't seen one today.
Yeah, I think we will, though. I think we will.
All right.
But we did have a Bargas ban earlier, so it's possible that someone was about to bring one and then was dissuaded.
We'll never know.
We're coming back to our first second match of the day in this half. Of course, all of the next 4 matches will feature teams that you already saw play in the first 4. So now the Tuskers, who just recently triumphed over Afterlife, will come in and play versus the Tactical Narcotics team, a team who has been somewhat maligned here at the desk, and I think maybe unfairly. Tactical Narcotics team doing a great performance so far in the elimination bracket. Moving forward, they've made it through. I guess they were actually proceeding through the winners bracket for a huge
wasn't their
chunk
first
of that.
loss like at the end of
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see some great play from them. I think we're going to see them pushing the limits of what they've already come up against, like really going out to the edge against Tuskers. What do you guys think?
This is the smirkiest panel. I can't stop. I can't stop. Yeah, I mean, you are right. Before I yield it to somebody else, they have done well. But there's this weird sort of cult forming behind the scenes of people who think that there's a strategy to it. You know, there are people
almost
that
more of a magic to it.
Yeah. There's like an aura around their team, and then there are the rest of us that are still on the Magoo train. Not to be overly critical, because they've clearly earned their spot in some way or another, but
by winning matches until they got to this spot.
That's more the traditional approach, yeah. But there's a big divide amongst the team as to how, why, and is it important.
I actually think this has all come down to just fan support. There's enough people out there believing in TNT, and I think they're going to just Stephen Bradbury this all the way through.
I think TNT believes in themselves, and I think that's where the key comes in. And as long as both teams are putting it forward, really that's what it comes down to with these Alliance Tournament matches. You're going to see people lose high-value ships. You're going to see people invest lots of ISK into putting fancy fits on the field, and as long as we're all enjoying watching them explode, we're all winners.
But who's lost fancy ships so far?
Well, we've lost an Atana. We lost an Atana last week.
That lost the Atana.
Lost their,
Was it PL?
Was it?
Yeah,
It might have
that's
been.
right. I didn't put that in my notes.
You should have made a note. It's important.
Yeah, I'll definitely write that down. But I think this could be potentially kind of a fun match because TNT is another one of those teams that is not consistently doing something other teams are doing. Their comps actually sort of mirror things that we've seen in the Bargast with rapid light missile sort of core.
Rapid heavy.
Well, not on the Bargast. I mean the rapid light support cruisers.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But thanks. They've done some things like that, but they've done the unconventional part of that, which was anchoring, which is what we picked on a lot and we made a lot of jokes about because it's so non-traditional in the tournament, but it did work for them and it got them here. So they just have a slightly different tack on things, but they're showing the same strategies that we see out of other teams.
But interestingly, if you're Tuskers walking into this match, right, like how do you prepare for, like what are you thinking? How do you prepare for this?
They've got to be holding back. They're gonna send like a B squad because they want to hold whatever they assume they're gonna win. They're gonna be confident.
Do you come in with that much confidence as Tuskers?
No, I don't think you do. I think you've got to, because TNT aren't following the meta like everyone else so much. They're kind of doing their own thing, and if you play to that, then you could just be completely outclassed.
TNT is sort of has a lot in common with a team like Gorgon that we've talked about somewhere. Obviously a really talented team, but they sort of twist things around a little bit, and you never know. The comment has been made, on any given day, Gorgon could beat any team in this tournament, no doubt. Could they win a best of 10 with any team in the tournament? Maybe not. TNT is kind of that way. I think there's a possibility, and it's just, it makes it so difficult to discuss them because it's such like a violent sort of feud behind the stage about what this Magic is. I'm not a believer of the Magic itself, but I am happy to see them still here.
We're certainly going to hear more about it later when we go to the match. Before we do that, we have the bans in. The bans coming down for Tuskers on this match are the Tengu and the Loki. They've gone and eliminated that Tinker from the field. And the bans coming from the Tactical Narcotics team are the Sleipnir and the Claymore.
Those are interesting.
I guess they're worried about a...
Have we seen a Tech 3 Tinker this tournament?
We have, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, Test. Yeah, Test has flown it at least twice.
Prior to the ban cascade of everyone choosing Tengu Loki, which was easily the most popular ban combo last weekend.
Yeah, it's strange that Test banned Tengu Loki because they're one of the few teams that's used it effectively. Both. I think they're the only team, if I'm not mistaken, that used a Loki and a Shield Tinker. And they do what we're calling a pseudo Tinker.
Are you talking about Test Alliance?
Yes.
Yeah, why am I talking about them though?
they do use the ships that got banned.
So Tuskers, also a T team. They have that in common. That makes a little more sense now.
TNT,
as soon as I heard Tengu Loki, I was like, why would they ban their own like strong core comp? Now this makes sense.
I can see the confusion there.
Yeah, Test is also listed right here on the page. They're actually out of the tournament though, so but they were really effective with this. So Tuskers, I don't believe has used the Shield Tinker.
I certainly haven't seen it. I'm pretty curious about TNT's thoughts on the Slip Claymore. Are they just afraid of a rush, or were they just like, those are good ships, we should ban them? Or I would like to know what their thoughts are.
Slip Claymore are like the go-to link ships for any mobile shield team, right? So you kind of, it's not as outright as a Bazzy semi-ban, but...
I think this might be where the magic starts, and I'm not sure we should try to understand it.
Last weekend, we did see quite a lot of Sleipnirs on the field doing a lot of damage. It might be just they were slightly cowed by that, by just their ability to put weapons on and drop HP. Like might just be a gut reaction.
I mean, stopping ships from doing that's one of the key strategies.
I'm glad that we're breaking this down to a baser level. I think that's absolutely true. Just the Sleipnir ban in and of itself, I think would be, there's a lot of debate to be had there, but a Slep and a Claymore says that you're really wanting to ban, I think, a certain type of shield comp without banning shield altogether.
Well, let's get some predictions for this match, and then we'll go to the booth. What if you got CCP Larrigan?
I don't believe I am for Tuskers.
You are for Tuskers.
Wait, you don't believe you're for Tuskers?
I don't believe in the magic. I think Tuskers is going to take this.
I don't believe, I'm for Tuskers.
Sorry.
I would like to be cheering for Test, but that would be a horrible misplay. So I'm actually going to say Tuskers. I think they've been amazing.
Tuskers?
Yeah, same.
Tuskers. The desk goes for Tuskers, and we will move to the booth now, where CCP Fozzie and Apothny are ready to commentate on this match.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by Apothny. We've got the next match of this Alliance tournament. This is Tuskers versus Tactical Narcotics team, and two really interesting setups. The Tuskers team, a fairly traditional Typhoon fleet issue setup, 2 TFIs, EOS and Neuros, bombers, Tech 3 destroyers, really kind of strong, tested team. Why don't you tell us a bit about this TNT team?
So the TNT team is a little weird. We've got Simi, double Serb, double Orthrus, double Gila, Jackdaw, Worm, Manticore, double Maulus. No links on this team, so their Sigs are going to be big, and they're not going to be as fast, meaning the missile damage applies a bit better, but at the same time, they're very kitey, very good, and I just...
All right,
the match starts.
TNT came in at max range at 50 kilometers. Tuskers came in a bit more spread out, between 20 and 50, at a bit of a close angle. We're going to see TNT trying to kite here. They're all rapid light missile fit. There's rapid heavies on the Fleet Typhoon. I'm not sure we've ever seen a setup that's this focused on cruisers before, as what we see from TNT. No links, I think, is probably the big weak point of this.
We do have a Svipple going down almost immediately to that rapid missile fire. All catching armor reps now, going solo, bleeding into structure. Will TNT get the first kill? It does look, in fact, as if there's a lot of anchoring.
TNT with a lot of rapid light damage here in bursts. the Speeple did survive that, and that's great news for Tuskers. Tuskers, if they can weather through the rapid light reload, then there's going to be a big chunk of time that they can use to catch up and get tackled. The tackle on the Tuskers team is going to be key, because otherwise they're not going to be able to apply damage from the Foon fleet issues onto these fast ships.
It does appear that TNT have a significant portion of their cruisers anchored onto Jaggerjack in the Cerberus. They're following him around, orbiting him. It is the TNT Magoo way, and it's doing okay for now.
It does seem that they're actually anchoring. We really want to watch for webs and scrams on that TNT side. Once we see some of those apply, scram on the Scimitar, that is going to be big.
The Simi is being left behind. It is almost out of rep range of all the other ships.
And Target Painter and Newt. This is going to be the primary now for Tuskers.
Anchor, turn around. You need
they
help.
need to clear the tackle off of this Simi, because this is really bad news. Simi dropping really
Simi's
quickly
into
right
armor,
now. He's got an
again.
ASB, but it's not enough. No, not close to enough.
Oh,
He's just going to get killed right through it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think this is the situation where having Lynx would have helped a lot. It would have been more speed, it would have been lower sig, reduced the damage a lot.
I mean, at the beginning of the match, I really didn't see the Simi move from its starting position all that much. The rest of the team, they got on their Cerberus anchor, they moved up to the top of the field, but the Simi just stayed behind, let itself get tackled, and, you know, that's why it died.
Yep, this TNT team also actually pretty much all damage drones, interestingly enough. So these guys are really focused on being able to kill frigates. Not, again, really going to have great defenses. Using rep drones has been more common in this tournament. It's a lot of Tech 1 warriors and acolytes, but it's just not enough. We are going to avenge us down as I say that.
Yeah.
But they really needed to be able to kill us people or Confessor with this team.
TNT now losing a Cerberus as well. No reps, an Orthrus, no special resists, no special active tank bonuses.
They're trying to get another Speeple. We'll see if they can break through it this time.
But every ship they lose now, that's another lot of DPS. I mean, Chester is famous in his love for the Orpheus just being to be able to kill small ships so well. And
wow, Dan Walker's Speeple is just like holding on the edge. He was already in low structure. He bounce down to low armor there. Every moment they can keep these small ships alive means more time that these cruisers for TNT are taking damage. And I don't think these cruisers look like they're mostly local rep fit at all.
It was muted, in fact, before it was scrammed. So
you got the fleet typhoons up too close to them. Yeah, these Foons, again, we talk about how fast Cerberuses, Orthruses, Gilas are. Without Lynx, though, it actually, they can have trouble avoiding these Foons. They're faster than the Foons. We're seeing them going like 1,700 meters a second. But the Foons themselves are going like 13, so actually it's not too easy to avoid it.
If we can look at a more zoomed out version of the match, we can see the TNT team is slowly being encircled by the Tuskers, who are spreading out, forcing them into a net of Tuskers, newts, and scrams and tackles.
So let's talk about the anchoring. The anchoring, I have to imagine they're doing this because of the fact that we made jokes about it before, and they're trying. It's a point of pride at this point. That's the only explanation I can see. With a kiting team like this, you need to be able to spread out. This is like the core strategy for a team like TNT, especially once you've lost your Simi. Before you lose a Simi, keep everyone so that they can get within range of the Simi, but otherwise spread out. Once the Simi's down, you should be at opposite corners of this arena, because it's going to take so long for Tuskers to move from ship to ship, and that gives you time to try out and killing these frigates, killing these tackle, spreading the tackle out so you can get a damp onto the Aneros and kill them.
The problem is that Jagger is being primaried now. He's down into low armor. He got a bit of shield back up through, must have been an ASB, but he's down. So if he goes down, do the TNT pilots know how to manually pilot their ships? Do they know that double-clicking in space moves their ship other than right-clicking orbit?
We're going to have to see. I mean, killing the primary, or killing the anchor, a well-known tactic in null fights, may actually work really well here. See if they go flying off.
Well, that service instructor, it looks like it was absolutely brick-tanked, but it will fall in the end, running out of the ASB charges. Tuskers in a fantastic lead here. Beautiful explosion on our screens.
So TNT, they're just at this point falling apart. This was always going to be a tough match for them, I think. It's going to be tough to be able to sustain. You can kill frigs with this setup, but it's always going to be challenging once you special, even if you got down to the fleet typhoons. The whole team, it should be noted, named their ships after Mr. Magoo. So we've got Team Magoo and Mr. Magoo Kill All as names of these ships. I think they're taking pride in the nomenclature here.
I mean, one of the things here that has really impressed me about the Tuskers is if you look at the Swiftboat and that Confessor, they are in such low structure, even with a constant damp on the Aneros, he has been catching these very small ships against a team that is designed purely around being able to kill support wings. Cerberuses, Orthruses, just fantastic ships for killing those destroyers and frigates, and he's kept all but the Vengeance alive in the depths of structure, just
that
getting
is
those
incredibly
to land at the end.
impressive. It's hard to imagine a team that actually does better against, or does better for killing small ships than this like full rapid light team with damage drones. But the great job from the Tuskers, great piloting, great tackle. Of course, the tackle job would have been a lot harder if TNT had spread out, but what we've seen from Tuskers is that might not have made the difference. Tuskers' tackle has been so skilled, they've been piloting so well, that they probably would have still been able to do a really good job of getting webs on the right primaries.
Yeah, I mean, Fozzie, I'd love to hear your opinion here. We've seen Gilas now fielded for the second time today. We haven't seen them before in the tournament. We had the T1 drone ban. What's your opinion on Gilas as we go at the moment with what time we have remaining?
I think they're solid ships. In general, I think the Cerberus and Orthus are going to be a bit more flexible, but a lot of people underestimate how much missile damage comes out of a Gila as well.
Yes.
So they do still only have the Tech 1 drones, but they also have the missile damage, and the drones are still doing good damage. They're quite tanky ships, they're quite fast ships. They're just kind of solid all around, and I think, I don't know, in this TNT team, if they had, instead of banning the Claymore and Sleipnir, maybe brought one, downgraded a couple of their ships to fit it in, it feels like this was kind of close to a very solid setup that just had that one big flaw. Lynx are very powerful. If you want to know exactly how powerful, Sitonia has been writing a lot of great stuff about that, but you really need to have them in the Alliance tournament.
Well, it appears that the magic of TNT has come to an end. They are finally at the tournament. A great run, as they did last year. We cannot take away from their run that they've now performed twice, so they absolutely have some brilliance going on. Whatever it may it be the cosmic stars aligning each August. But as this final Maulus goes down, we will return it back to the studio.
Event Collides will be the premier esports program.
Come and check out our website and make sure to tune in every first Sunday.
Welcome back to the studio here at Alliance Tournament 13. We see there Tactical Narcotics team finally going home. Unfortunate for them, but very fortunate for the Tuskers, who will move forward. And we're lucky right now to have with us via Skype, I believe, the FC from the Phoebe Freeport Republic, Walter Cohen. And if we can get him up on screen, there we are. Walter, thank you for coming.
Hey, thank you. And just a little correction, I'm not the FC, Cyrix is.
Oh, I'm sorry. My fault. So, as we understand, this is the Phoebe Freeport Republic's first appearance at the Alliance tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically we didn't exist last time around, and from what we have seen this far, how it was, we are very, very lucky that we get that far. So we are pretty proud of what we achieved, and we hope we showed everybody a decent show.
We think you did an excellent job. Now, it looks to us like all of your players are actually new to the tournament. None of your squad has previous tournament experience. Is that right?
There are some, but they didn't join the Alliance soon enough to be actually eligible to play. So we got some good tips, but that's about it.
All right. Mostly, at least I think Sir Squeebles here was indicating that possibly some of your players, not the ones who flew in the tournament actually, but might have had connections to the Gorgon Empire. Did you guys practice together in preparation?
Not with Gorgon itself. We practiced a lot with Test, Brave, and other entities on CC. We tried to find anybody who would fight us. And I think, being that young of a team, 3 months together, we fought everybody.
Excellent. You mentioned Brave there. Of course, you also being one of the large alliances that invites new players, that just wants people to come on and fly. Do you find that, or do you hope that the Alliance tournament is going to be a way for you to attract more members?
Yeah, no, it's definitely good press. We try, we are on Reddit. We are one of the alliances that makes a lot of noise, or tries to make a lot of noise. And yes, we definitely do hope that our showing has shown people that we are not only a fun alliance, but also can bring some skill to the table when we choose to do so.
Now, it was a little unfortunate you came up against Hard Knock Citizens, known for being relatively strong for this tournament. What did you take away from that fight?
What we took away is fairly simple. We haven't been flying enough. I think our tactics are good, but when it comes to execution of those tactics, we have seen that against Nulli, and we have seen that today again. We just can't execute as we would like to. And I think the longer we fly together, so we hope by next year we have corrected this mistake, and we have a whole year to train, so it's all good.
One last question before I let you go. Your bans for that last fight, you went after the Typhoon Fleet issue. We talked about it here at the table. Were you worried that Hard Knocks was going to bring the regular Typhoons again?
No. I can't really give you too much insight because, like I said, I don't make the decisions, Cyrix does. But from what I gather is we kind of hoped that we get exactly what we got. And it really was a matter of execution in this case.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being with us. I'm sure that everyone at home was happy to have a little peek behind the curtain there as far as our participating teams goes. And good luck next year in Alliance Tournament 14.
Thank you very much.
That was interesting and fun.
That's what we aim for.
Skype interviews here on the Alliance Tournament, a first this year. We're going up for our next match. We're going to see the Gorgon Empire versus the Shadow Cartel.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat myself again. I think Gorgon Empire on any day could beat any team. I think Shadow Cartel is really strong, and they've been pretty consistently strong. The only person on the panel who might disagree is Elise. But I think everybody else has consistently been impressed by what they've done, and some really good execution of bomber-supported comps. I'm not so sure that teams are going to keep playing that late in the tournament, but we'll find out. But I think you never know what Gorgon's going to do. And the thing is, if they've practiced it, you know they're going to do it well. And I doubt they're flying anything that they haven't practiced into the ground 3 times over.
I would hope not this late in the tournament.
You never know, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Really don't. I think this, not sure, but these two teams are both aggressive. I'm hoping it's kind of like a brawly fight. Shadow Cartel kind of known for being, I know we talked about that a lot last weekend, but one of the more aggressive teams like to fly really high damage setups and kind of go for the throat early, and we saw Gorgon do that in their last match an hour ago. So maybe something kind of really in your face here, I hope.
But then Gorgon Empire are fatigued. They did just have a match an hour ago, and that, the amount of stress on these matches, that really is telling the further on we get in the tournament.
Yeah.
True.
Has Gorgon revealed too much of their catalog, their ability to bring sets? Have they shown too many comps now? Does Shadow have an advantage?
I don't necessarily think so. I mean, their last match earlier today, they brought armor Typhoon Fleet issues, which is nothing too revealing. Tech 3 destroyers, and as I recall, the Tech 3 destroyers got an early catch on the Amiros, I believe it was, and they just sank it. So they didn't bring some long shot Hail Mary comp. They brought something really standard, and they said, hey, we might be slightly unconventional sometimes, but they can still fly the hell out of that core setup of TFIs. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them bring it. Actually, I take that back. I would be surprised to see them bring it again. I don't think the Typhoon Fleet issue will be banned, but I think these teams, to your point, are so aggressive that I would expect to see a whole lot of control in this next matchup.
Yeah, it could be true. Just knowing that's coming. I would say, though, to your question, that Shadow Cartel is just at an advantage by not having it be their first, by having it be their first match of the day. They're probably going to be in a better place to deal with bans. They're going to be less tired. They're just overall, it's better to not have had to play a lot of matches before.
Analyze Gorgon's first match.
Yeah.
They're fresh. They're cruisy.
Exactly.
Now, Larrikin, you've done numbers on these guys before. Do you happen to recall which of the two teams had more actions per minute?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't. Actually, I'm pretty sure it was Shadow Cartel, and this goes to the two really distinct styles that I've seen teams have in the Alliance tournament. You've got absolute superb piloting from teams like Gorgon Empire, not Gorgon Empire, Shadow Cartel, Warlords of the Deep, that really specific superb piloting compared to more just absolute setup-based teams such as Pandemic Legion. Here, that's the graph that's up now. You can see this massive difference between Warlords of the Deep and Pandemic Legion on the mean actions per minute.
By the way, speaking about actions per minute, this is a measurement traditionally used for like RTSs.
It is.
In this case, for Eve, is it safe to say that really what this represents is how actively people are manual piloting?
That's the majority of what it comes down to, how actively you are manually piloting, other than perhaps anchoring or orbiting.
I was going to say, TNT probably low on this list.
Not even on the list.
Yeah.
They're ahead of PL.
Wow.
Ahead of PL
on the list.
And interestingly, just because I remember this match in particular, but the We Heard Initiative, they are high on the list. They were against the Tinker comp where there was a huge amount of bump attempts.
Yeah.
So that directly reflects that even in that one match, they're really clicking their hearts out. It wasn't enough. They didn't click their way into the finals. I love them all the same. But
insufficient.
A red hot go though.
Hey, we got high on at least one list. It might not have been the bracket, but give us something.
You certainly clicked.
Yeah, thanks.
Clicked. We do have the bans in for this match, and I'll bring them up right now. The Gorgon Empire and Spawn banning out the Cerberus and the Orthrus, getting bit by Chester's favorite ship one too many times, I imagine. And the Shadow Cartel banning that Logi combo, Guardian Oneros, looking for armor fleets.
Okay.
Now, did Gorgon Empire and Spawn were they heavily armor focused? They were. The
majority of the tournament, I think but they have also definitely fielded shield comps. I can't remember specifically if they were one of the teams that flew Bargus, but I wouldn't be surprised if they have a Bargus team.
That seems like a good fit for this match since Gorgon's taking out a lot of the shield cruisers here with Serb and Orthrus, and then armor's off the table because of the armor Logi. It'll be interesting to see. Bargus seem like a very likely choice.
Yeah, and I mean,
maybe.
The obvious choices here of strong ships left in the tournament. Navy Scorpion open here. That's a pretty safe top-heavy side. If you've got confidence in your support pilots, you can field Tech 3 destroyers still, shield Tech 3 destroyers, some Spiffles, some flycatchers for anti-support. So there are a lot of comps here that are available. The easiest one, I think the one that's probably most attractive here is that top-heavy shield setup using the faction battleships as the anchor. But the Guardian on Eurospan is kind of interesting because it flies in the face of expecting heavy control. Control teams they can be shield. Camel is a group that proves that consistently, but the more mid-slots you have available, the more control you can exhibit. So by banning out Armor Tank, you're forcing Tank into the mid-slots of the Gorgon team, unless they go with a shield tanker maybe. So that's kind of interesting to me, and it says, I think Shadow Cartel going to be really aggressive again.
Cool. I'm thinking the idea behind the ban was possibly Shadow Cartel has already lost their flagship, which was a Balgorn.
Yeah.
And I believe that Gorgon Empire's flagship is a Balgorn as well. I think they were maybe concerned about that Balgorn armor comp showing up, because it has been effective in previous matches.
Yeah, and again, that would fall under what we were saying with heavy control if they did bring that Balgorn. But you're absolutely right. Unless they want to hull tank their flagship Balgorn, and I don't think that they probably do, it does take that off the table.
I have heard a shield Balgorn is not out of the question, though.
Yeah, who'd you hear that from?
Let's go to predictions. CCP Larrigan, who do you like?
Shadow Cartel.
Shadow Cartel.
I'm going to say Gorgon, actually.
Gorgon Empire.
I think I'm going to go with Gorgon as well.
Gorgon Empire. I want to see Shadow pull it out without their flagship. I want to see him come back. Shadow Cartel for me, and we will go to the booth with CCP Fozzie and Apothny.
Hello there, this is Apothny with CCP Fozzie here. Quick update on the last match. The TNT Simi did in fact have a 5 meganewton MWD rather than a 50 meganewton MWD.
So now we know why he got caught.
Now we know he got... Anyway, now we have an amazing match. Shadow Cartel versus Gorgon Empire. Shadow Cartel being badasses of the highest order with double Nightmare.
Ooh,
oh yeah. with Claymore, Scimitar, double Jackdaw, Svipple, Manticore, 2 of those, 2 Nemesis, and a Vigil for those
Meanwhile,
paints.
a much more normal setup from Gorgon Empire with double Navy Scorp, Claymore, Scimitar, and then lots of Tech 3 destroyers and bombers. This, I think, is going to be really awesome to see what Shadow Cartel can do with the Nightmares. This is a really good team. They've been piloting well, and Nightmares, I really enjoy them. They haven't been the strongest traditionally in Alliance tournaments, though this year they've done okay.
I mean, nobody's bringing tracking disruptors.
They're going, yeah, no one's bringing tracking disruptors, and they go right into the resist hole of those Navy Scorpions. So I am excited to see what these guys do. They are Mega Pulse fit Navy Scorpions against Rapid Heavy Missile Navy Scorpions, Mega Pulse fit Nightmares, and the teams have warped in, kind of spread out. So we've actually got only about a 40-kilometer range between the battleships. The match has now begun, and immediately we're going to see
Svipple of Gremp burning straight in, round the back. Looks like he's going to try and circle back to the
Remember
Logi.
what we just said about tracking disruptors? It looks like
People
Gorgon
are bringing
Empire
tracking disruptors.
did bring tracking disruptors. That's bad news for Shadow Cartel.
Oh,
really
that is so bad
news.
for the Nightmare. There does seem to be only one, but half of their Nightmares not being able to apply damage is a really big deal.
However, both Logis already scrammed and webbed. This is going to be a real test to see if they can get him down faster. I think that tracking disruptor on the Nightmare is really going to hurt Gorgon or Shadow Cartel.
EN thermal damage into Scimitar T2 resists from the Nightmares. Really not going well, and it shows the Shadow Cartel Logi
for
dunked
Gorgon.
straight away, straight down.
All right, so we are probably going to see the Scimitar for Gorgon follow, but in the meantime, they can probably get a couple of these bombers down, and if they do, they're going to be off to a huge lead. As we see already a Painter onto that first Manticore, that's a great next primary. They're going to try to knock him down quickly. They got to get him down, I think, before the Scimitar drops to really take advantage of this lead.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the Gorgon Empire Scimitar is most likely going to drop, but it's taking so long to die. This gives Gorgon so much time to do work on things not the AS Scimitar. They've caught a Manticore and it's down. They're now a bomber ahead.
They are only one bomber ahead, though, so that's actually very good piloting from the Shadow Cartel
The rest
bomber.
of the bombers are cool, though.
Yeah, now they've got the tackle on all of them. We're going to see how quickly these Feeples and Jackdaws and can just burn through. But we'll see.
Double TDs now on the Nightmares. Looks like the pilots must have been
applying
both to the same one
Yep.
and got a bit mixed up, but they corrected that now. Whoa, bombers dropping like flies here.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong point for Gorgon Empire. They're just in great shape. Those tracking disruptors, not something we've seen from a lot of teams. The Gorgon Empire, though, maybe just bringing them as an insurance policy, potentially worried about Sleipnirs, which is something that could be an issue for this team. But they hit the jackpot, basically, coming up against Nightmares with the tracking disruptors.
Yeah, we even got a jam being attempted on the Nightmare now. Gorgon have just taken apart the heavy support of the Shadow Cartel team in order to take out those heavy tanking Navy Scorpions and even the Claymore in any amount of time. They needed that insane bomber DPS. They do not have it anymore. So even without the Logi, it would take Shadow Cartel an age to take out the Gorgon top end, and Gorgon are just burning through the Shadow Cartel team like it's not even there. Now painting a Jackdaw, that's taking a ton of damage, and really strong showing from Gorgon. They won their first game only an hour ago. You know, 2 games in, an hour and a half apart, and 2 wins. Great showing here from Gorgon.
It does look like it's the Jackdaws with the tracking disruptors. So that's a nice use of the extra mid slots on the Jackdaw there. Yeah, just a really clever utility choice. And that, I think, is going to be one of the things. There was also just great execution. Fast tackle on the Scimitar. Really good tackle on the Bombers. But those tracking disruptors are really, I think, the early story of this match.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Cartel are actually in the lead at the moment by points. They are a point ahead on Gorgon Empire. They're taking down their second Jackdaw, getting those TDs off their Nightmares. Do you think they could swing it back?
So the 4 bombers still sitting there for Gorgon Empire are going to be huge when they move into killing the large ships. We're seeing that Nightmare dropping very quickly.
So quickly.
It really is, I think, like, yes, the points look very even, but this is still Shadow Cartel in a big deficit. These Nightmares would have to be real heroes, I think, to be able to pull it off at this point. They are going to kill some bombers. That Svipple is doing a good job of getting tackle on one of them. But I think unless that Nightmare can survive much longer, he's got an ASB.
He's found some tank from somewhere, for sure. Probably an ASB. And I mean, it's worth mentioning
a couple
Shadow Cartel.
Shield Rep drones, too.
Ooh, Shadow Cartel are in fact taking out the bombers now, leaving it to be a top end versus top end.
All right,
But
here's what I'm confused about. That bomber was like 10 kilometers from the Nightmare. The bomber had burned like right in there and got right into
not
just
a great
like
choice with the tracking bonus ship.
Maybe he was trying to get under the guns, but then he just got webbed and couldn't keep up transversal. This Nightmare tanking has brought this match back to being in contention.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow Cartel 10 points ahead
does
now.
have the lead, but of course that Nightmare, if he drops now, then that's going to put them far back again.
There is just an ungodly amount of EHP on top of a Scorpion. With that resist bonus,
Yep.
it means all those
Last
active
town
rests
down.
cost so much more. Nightmare into armor, big top-end ship going down from Shadow Cartel here.
We need to. This Nightmare, do you know what could do really well right now?
A hull tank.
He does have a hull tank would be amazing. A good bump to get out of scram range, and then maybe a micro jump. But unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be able to get that. He's going to go down. And so now it's going to be one Nightmare, Claymore, Sweeple, and Vigil against two Navy Scorpions and a Claymore. Still not completely out of the realm of possibility for Shadow Cartel to take this back.
If the Navy
but they're in some
Scorpions
trouble.
didn't think they'd got primary and had tons of Eeyore in their mids instead, then possibly...
This Navy Scorpion is dropping pretty fast.
It is.
Like, he is already down to half shield. So this is going to be... What we need is Nasty Spanker, another one of my all-time favorite tournament names.
Absolutely.
To really be a hero here. He has to out-brawl this Nightmare hardcore. There's a lot of rep drones on the Scorpion Navy issue. That's going to be a challenge because he's going to be tanking pretty well with that. But we'll see how well...
Gorgon have caught a Swiple, and it looks like they're trying to get DPS on it and failing. I'm not really seeing any DPS being applied from Gorgon to Shadow at this moment.
Yeah, the Sweeple is what's tackling the Navy Scorpion there, so that's why they're kind of trading
trying to
the
kind of
tackle.
get the DPS on it. I really want to know what Shadow Cartel are shooting at the moment. Maybe the Navy Scorpion, but it doesn't seem to be going that well.
I think they may be on reload. I'm not seeing missiles coming from the Scorpion right now. It may just be a matter of time because, again, these are rapid heavy. All right, they're going on the Sweeple. They're trying to burn the Sweeple down, freeing themselves up. Potentially, they might be micro jump drive fit, which would be very helpful in a match like this. If one of the Navy Scorpions gets low, they'd be able to bounce out. But that Sweeple is dropping pretty quickly. He's got some rep drones on him. It's not going to be enough. Like, Shadow Cartel actually performing really well here. I'm amazed at how long that first Nightmare survived, but it is going to be very difficult for one Nightmare, Claymore, and a Vigil to turn this around at this point.
Yeah, I mean, last year Shadow Cartel had a fantastic showing in the losers bracket after narrowly losing to PL. I mean, and they pushed PL. It was a really close match down to the final seconds of Pyke's EO surviving. And they've gone through this tournament. They've done really, really well. They've got to the final weekend, which is a huge achievement no matter which alliance you are. And even though they're losing to the Gorgon spawn here today, Shadow Cartel should absolutely be really proud of what they managed to accomplish this year.
All right, so we have, at this point, a bunch of ECM drones dropped by the Gorgon guys. They're trying to just kind of reduce the DPS to keep the Navy Scorpion alive. But that Navy Scorpion is dropping faster. He's burning away now. He does have a micro warp drive, and he's getting some distance. But of course, the Nightmares can just switch to Scorch and still apply pretty well.
Nightmares bonus to afterburner speed, fairly recent change. It means that if they're afterburning and they're not webbed, I mean, the scram's just stopping an MJD here. It means that they will, to some extent, mitigate damage from the rapid heavy Navy Scorps. I mean, not a lot, but every little helps in this circumstance.
Yeah, Nasty Spanker's not moving very fast. He may actually not have an afterward fit. He might have decided they needed something else for that slot.
I mean, here we go, up to actually 700, pushing up to 800 meters a second.
As I say that, he turns it on. So what he's doing now is he's chasing after Pandy. Pandy did a great job of getting away. That's why we saw him kind of pull back. He was down at very low shields. He got some distance. It looks like it took a couple seconds there for Nasty Spanker to be able to get his afterburner on, get close. But now he's catching up. So
reload is done. Nasty Spanker taking a ton of damage here. Probably gave Pandy enough time to reload his ASB. I mean, there was,
potentially, yeah. I mean, he's not boosting right now, but he's just sitting in a much higher shield situation than Nasty Spanker is at the moment. This is some really good battleship piloting from both teams, but good work controlling range by these Scorpion Navy issues.
If Shadow Cartel, if that Nightmare can survive until the next reload, which I don't think it will, perhaps could he take down a Navy Scorpion and even it up? Perhaps, maybe, possibly?
It's within the realm of possibility. Remember, he is going right into the damage hole of the Navy Scorpions. And they've got the Claymore right on top of the primary. This Scorpion may go down, but I really don't think that Nasty Spanker's boosting again. He did get a reload off.
Hey,
that is huge.
Nasty Spanker.
If this Navy Scorpion goes down before the Nightmare, then we are back to having a real match on our hands.
Oh, this is Shadow
There's only
Cartel.
1 minute and 23 seconds left. So if they can kill the Navy Scorpion, then the Vigil gives them the points.
It does.
The Vigil plus the Nightmare having more points worth it by itself.
I mean, the Navy Scorpion must be reloading ASB. That Nightmare needs to overheat for his life here. He's got got to pray that he's got Thermo 5 trained.
Pandy's probably only a few
Or does
seconds
he bring
away
it
from being
back?
able to boost again. This is really coming down to whether Pandy's
Come on, Shadow Cartel.
turns itself on again. Nasty Spanker applying his damage
Down into structure.
He's really low, but he is also pulling away. There's no tackle on him, so he's getting some good distance. Warp Scramble attempt.
Nasty Spanker is
Nasty
going
Spanker
faster.
has got a Warp Scramble on the Navy Scorpion. That's huge. Oh, it dropped it again, but that maybe has been enough.
I mean,
it's got to
going
be only seconds
800
away.
versus
37 seconds
Gorgon's
left.
moving.
If Pandy
It's going down into structure. Is the Navy Scorp gonna die?
If Pandy survives for 30 seconds, then they win the match. Otherwise, Shadow
Navy
Cartel will
Scorpion's
take
in
it.
low structure. It's
Navy
bleeding the
Scorpion
last
is in
with structure.
He just needs like one boost and maybe he can make it. The Navy Scorpion is like, what? There he goes.
There he goes.
21
Shadow
seconds
Cartel
left.
get ahead in points in the last 20 seconds of the match.
That is Shadow Cartel. Unless that Nightmare goes out of the arena, that is the match. Wow, I had pretty much written Shadow Cartel off. They had lost that Scimitar really quickly early on.
No one is near the edge of the arena.
No, these guys are in great shape. That is 2
Oh my
seconds
God.
left. And on points, Shadow Cartel ekes it out ahead of Gorgon Empire.
Grabbing victory from the jaws. Rapidly closing jaws of defeat. Shadow
And
Cartel.
I can clearly declare the hero of this match is Nasty Spanker.
Nasty
That is
Spanker,
some
one of the best
quality
pilot names
Nightmare-
in EVE, one of the
quality
best
Nightmare
pilots in
piloting.
EVE, as evidenced by this tournament. That has been an amazing match. With that, we will send you back to some ads and back to the studio.
Another one of those teams, like, I think this is going to end very poorly, but all the hype that was coming in for Hard Knocks in the beginning was worth it.
I like Hard Knocks in this.
Yeah, I'm a little terrified that we agree.
Hard Knocks?
Yeah, of course Hard Knocks.
Oh,
Hard Knocks for life.
Have done quite
Up
well.
top. Nice job, guys. No?
It's gonna take me 6 points to take this thing down? Are you seriously? Alright, I've had enough. I'm getting an Onyx.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 13. That an absolutely adrenalizing match. Incredible comeback. Shadow Cartel. Just there's so much that can be said about it. And we are going to come back and let our commentators have a crack at it. First, we do have a second Skype interview with a member of the Hard Knock Citizens, Krops Vaunt, a support pilot from the fleet that you just saw in a match doing excellently. Can we get him on Skype? There he is.
Hey.
Krops, how you doing?
Good. I'd just like to say that was a fantastic match by Shadow Cartel. Just winning by those few points. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. We rarely get to see someone snatch defeat from the jaws of victory as well as Gorgon did. What we're going to do right now is talk to you a little bit about your performance as a support pilot for the Hard Knock Citizens fleet. Now, which are you at liberty to tell us which ships you fly?
I'm typically in the support roles. I fly a lot of the bombers, the tackle. But as a team, we've all been in every ship, thick and thin. We practiced as many setups as we could and figured out which roles we would be best in.
Now, those bombers have obviously been very popular during this Alliance tournament. Are you having trouble dealing with the T3 support wings?
Not necessarily. A lot of our support tackles the support wings, like focus on their main goal. We have 2 FCs typically. Our main, as you've mentioned, a few outbreak members, and then the other FC typically leading our support wing.
Dual FCing, is that a difficult management system, or do you guys actually have a lot of communication down? Have you practiced it thoroughly?
Yes, yeah, our communication skills, I would say, are way up there. There's been so many moments where people are either talking over each other, or we just match down. Both FCs typically are working in tandem. They work really well together.
Awesome. Now, I've got here that you guys do some practice runs with Nulli.
Yeah, we practiced with Nulli for quite some time. Up until the beginning of March is when we started, and then towards a few months after that, they caught word of how well we were doing, and we managed to practice with them.
Great. Now your next match coming up versus Triumvirate. Are you concerned?
Triumvirate are quite the notable enemy. We're going to see how well that match goes over, but we'll see how the bands weigh down and what we'll lay down and what they will.
Great. Well, we wish you the best of luck as you move forward here in Alliance Tournament 13. Hope also, no matter what happens in your next match or through the championships, to see you again next year.
Right on.
And now we're going to move back to the desk for a discussion of the match that we saw just before that interview. Of course, an amazing, amazing comeback. If you can even call it that, Shadow was actually ahead on points for most of the match, even when the booth was calling it. They were still in the lead, and I think to a certain extent they still had a lot of control.
I'm actually going to completely disagree with you about that. I think that Gorgon had the control for most of that match. While Shadow may have been in the lead points-wise, I think Gorgon control was in the commanding position. I mean, the call on those tracking disruptors was, maybe they had some inside information. I don't know, but I think it was very ballsy of them, and it paid off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my first reaction to the TDs. Was like they knew something, because that, with what we've seen from most of the tournament, that just doesn't really fit. Right. But it was so perfect here. It's pretty, like, it makes the match so much more kind of impressive on Shadow Cartel side, that even with the TDs there, which are totally unexpected, I would think, they still managed to succeed with the Dream Fleet there.
Yeah, and I mean, you could get into some pretty strange hypotheticals about why they brought those. A couple of things came true there that we kind of expected to see going into the match. Obviously, the Guardian Oneros ban, they were wanting to force the tank into the mid slots of the Gorgon Empire team. They did that successfully, and then they brought a ship which fires really well into the mid slots of a shield team. Mimitar T2 resist notwithstanding. If Gorgon would have gone with a Sleipnir rush or a Sleipnir base team, that would have been a very, very different match. So,
have we seen Gorgon go for a Sleipnir base team though in any of their previous matches?
I'm not sure, but I guarantee you they could fly it. I mean, they've obviously been around in previous tournaments where Sleipnirs were the name of the game. So coming back this year, a lot of teams started practicing even before the new rule set was announced. So Sleipnir rushes, before we were restricted down to only two of one type of ship per comp, you're guaranteed that they were warming up already and preparing for that. So, but yeah, it's really nice. They forced Gorgon into a shield setup reasonably well, and then they brought a setup that's supposed to kill shields in those nightmares. I think the tracking disruptors were interesting, whether or not they had inside info. It's likely Shadow Cartel drew enough attention during the practice period that it's likely somebody saw them practicing nightmares. How well Gorgon knew about that, I don't know, but if you've got an extra couple of mid slots, they really can be strong in these shield v shield setups.
Now it looked like the Jackdaws were the ones that actually had the disruptors. How likely is it that you've got spare mids on your Jackdaws versus actually just loading them out with stuff that you need?
I mean, that's one of the things that's really strong about them, having a lot of mid slots. They can get enough tank without using all of them that you can fit some support in. So you can, usually it'd probably be more likely to be damps, but they do, depending on how much risk you're willing to take, I guess, they have some room there for that kind of support, which is probably what makes them a better choice in some situations over the other Tech 3 destroyers.
It was certainly one of the more heart-pumping matches that we've had today.
Yeah, a 20-second margin is not something you see in most of these matches.
Especially at the top end of the setup. Like a lot of time when you're trading points back and forth like that down to the end, with small ships, it's so rare that we get battleships right on the line like that.
A couple of things that definitely affected the match, where there was a potential for it to go either way, is when the bomber wing of Gorgon was still up, and I think both nightmares were up before any bombers died on the Gorgon side. They needed to be killing those bombers, but all the target calling on the Shadow Cartel side was solid. Like at no point did they hesitate and waste DPS. So when they finally did go to clear those bombers, sure, they'd already lost one nightmare, but they still executed. That Svipul pilot did an amazing job. Yet again, showing why the Svipul was important. The paints from the Vigil were really important, so really, really well done. And I mean, obviously you can tell there's a level of comfort and confidence and skill and practice on Shadow Cartel's side that it was an awesome match, but they earned it. They didn't luck into any part of that match. So,
and they worked all the way through to the end. I think that's something that commonly miss in these sorts of matches. When you're in that situation, when things are looking down, you've still got to play it out to the end and not just give up, and they certainly did that.
Also, heat management. I would like for that. I would like for him, Nasty Spanker. I would like a screenshot of your modules because I guarantee you he pushed that ship all the way to the limits.
Tank got pushed, and where the DPS was so important.
I mean, even that scram, he maybe was overheating to slow that. So he's an excellent pilot. That was really amazing. And again, it makes it cool to know that it was earned. It wasn't a boundary violation in the last minute. It was really well executed. Gorgon also did a fantastic job. Don't want to take anything away, but that you got to cheer for a team that wins by that narrow of a margin.
And flies nightmares.
Yeah, well, true. Debatable. I'm not sold. I'm not on that train, but it was really cool.
They did a great job. We have 2 matches left before the break today. Coming up next, the Ronin versus Exodus. The Ronin in their second match of the day. Exodus coming in fresh to this elimination bracket match. Ronin versus Exodus.
I said earlier in the tournament that I thought Camel versus Exodus was going to be one of the best matches of the tournament. And we knew there were going to be quite a few good matches, and it turned out to be true, in my opinion. Obviously, that Shadow Cartel match, now up in the top as well, but Exodus is a really strong team, long tournament history. There's a lot of people that sort of came in and out of their team throughout the year. A lot of them come back exclusively for the tournament, so it's a team that we ran across quite a bit. We're pretty good friends with them, and we were kind of nervous, but they have been amazing. I mean, really, they've been as good as they were last year, if not better, I think. So I don't think you're going to see any bad matches with Exodus, and Ronin also really, really well done thus far.
We have the bans coming in for this match just now. The Ronin having banned out the Tengu Loki combo, and the Exodus team banning out the Guardian Oneros combo. Tinkers and Armor Fleets once again attacked. Those bans really just coming up over and over and over again.
Right.
At this point, we can go through what they mean, but I think everybody's got it down. So instead, we're going to get some predictions from the desk, and then we're going to go straight to the booth. CCP Rise, who do you like in this?
I mean, I have to choose Exodus every time because of their continued dedication to ads with me in them. So
excellent.
Yeah, you're a good mountain biker, by the way. Come to find out.
Everyone knows that
Exodus
now.
as well.
Exodus?
Exodus.
A mass exodus here at the table, and we will go immediately to the booth with CCP Fozzie and Apothny for this match 115 of Alliance Tournament 13, Exodus versus the Ronin.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CCP Fozzie, joined by Apothny. And most teams, when they see those bans, would just think, let's go with a Scimitar or maybe a Basilisk. These teams said nope, and we got a Augurer versus No Logi instead. They're just going all out. The team from Exodus, a bit more normal. We got double Typhoon Fleet issue, Augurer for the Repper, Eos, double Blackbird, and then Tech 3 Destroyers, Heretics. Really kind of solid all-around team. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this Ronin team, Apothny?
The Ronin team have lost their minds. We have double Bargus, double TFI, no Logi, double Syphil, double Tyrannus, double Raptor, double Slasher. Super hot
and
heavy,
warping in at
top
0.
heavy team.
The Ronin team all came in at 0.
Yeah.
They're rapid heavy fit. The Exodus Fleet Typhoons are actually cruise fit, so they're going to be wanting to kite. The match is just about to begin now, just about 15 seconds left. And what we're probably going to see is the Ronin maybe using the micro jump beacon in the center of the arena. They want to get up close to these battleships and burn them down because they need to do damage early. Without a Logi, the kind of advantage goes away from this match. The match has now begun, and we're about to see how they approach.
Ronin looking to pull outrageous, immediate, complete shotgun out to the sides by all the tackle from the Ronin team, spreading around to the back. Looks like our first primary is going to be a Barghest from Exodus trying to break it down, and there's no Logi.
Excellent screening, by the way, from this Exodus team. We've got the Confessors burned right in there, got tackle on the Barghest. If they wanted to micro jump, if they wanted to micro warp drive, no chance for it at all. And they're going down fast. The Augurer does have tackle on him, and of course Tech 1 Logi, he is going to go down pretty quickly. I mean, we did see a boundary violation. A Slasher did blow up. That one Slasher for the Ronin went right out of the arena, not even near anything. Like, it wasn't like he was approaching something. He just decided he wanted to leave.
Just so poor. Like, they're really struggling to kill an Augurer. It does finally go down, but it took them so long. And in that time, they lost a Barghest, and as we said, they lost a Slasher. And another Slasher gone.
So the Barghest isn't quite done, but he's very close to going down. Nope, the other Slasher was just an honest kill. This Barghest is still in low structure. It's actually kind of amazing how long he's holding on structure. This is probably a fully structured tank team. We've seen this for other teams that bring no Logi. There's a place in my heart for structure tank teams. I have to say, I really love it. And you know what? We'll have to see how long it takes them to take some other ships down. If they can knock down some DPS ships without the auger on the field, I believe in you, Ronan.
The thing is, those Blackbirds have had such a wonderful time. They've had 4 important ships to jam, and all the DPS on the Ronin is gone, and a Blackbird is now down, another Blackbird is down. They've held off the DPS for so long. Even through that, they managed to kill an Augurer, and the teams are trading now, 22 points to 23.
Second Blackbird down. These Bargus, the thing is, without this Augurer, the Augurer is the advantage of the Exodus team. They had the Reppers. Without it, their small ships are going down fast. The Blackbirds going off the field that quickly is bad for them. The Confessors, the Sweeples, are in tackling the Bargus, so they're going to go down quickly to the Rapid Heavies.
Yep.
It's really down to how long these battleships can survive.
Yeah.
The Bargus have a lot of hit points. The Fleet Typhoons can have an even stronger hull tank. We'll have to see what they can do in that time, and it looks like a Heretic is now the primary. They're going to try to knock him down quickly.
I mean, that Bargus now going down into structure. They lost a Raptor very quickly there. I mean, you know, Ronin are about to lose their second battleships, and Exodus still have the top of their team. Those 2 Fleet Foons are fine, and the EOS is fine.
The term "about to" is relative. We're used to saying, oh, look, it's in structure, it might as well be dead. What we really should say is that Bargus is at half health. There's a lot of hit points still left on him. He's going to go down, but he's not going down quickly. And in that time, they've got a Sweeple about to go down as well. I actually, I don't think this is close enough, or I don't think we can call this yet. It's close. No. It's going to be hard fought if they can take down these last 2 Fleet Typhoons. But the Ronin, I'm all hyped for this.
I mean, okay, so let's take stock of what we have. What's just so double Fleet Foon, double Swiple, double Tranus, Raptor versus double Fleet Foon, EOS, Swiple, Confessor, Heretic, Punisher. That sounds pretty even to me. I wonder how it's all fit. I mean, the EOS links are going to be quite helpful.
It's important to remember the Ronin Fleet Typhoons are designed to not have a Logi. The Exodus ones are not. Although they probably do have a pretty strong armor buffer tank. You can get a lot of that
At least probably an AAR, a large AAR on the Fleet Foons would make sense, right?
I mean, that's, I think, a very debatable choice. It's very possible they could have it. It's not an auto-include by any means. But we're going to have to see how they can hold up against the fire now.
Fleet Foon going down into Hull. We've seen that the ships from the Ronin team have survived in Hull for a while here. They're being neutered, they're being webbed, they're being scrammed, and Exodus aren't really losing anything here.
Exodus, of course, can take advantage of the rep drones that we're seeing on the field right now. The EOS and the Fleet Typhoons all have strong reps from the rep drones. So it's definitely going to be a challenge, I think, to break this Foon. We do have a tackle on that Sweeple. The Heretic taking some damage as well. We'll have to see. I don't actually know. Let's have to see how much of their damage is applying to the Fleet Typhoon right now.
Yeah, I mean, this match, if it's one thing, it's bloody. Both sides taking huge losses back and forth. Ships being killed. Currently 57 points to 38 in favor of Exodus. I would say Exodus have something of lead here now that they've taken out more of the support of the Ronin without losing much more of their own. It's still got double Fleet Foon each side. That Fleet Foon of the Ronin now dipping into very low structure.
So the Fleet Foon here that's taking all of this armor damage is absorbing it thanks to the rep drones. That is huge. I think that is the moment where my dream of watching Ronin win with a no Logi hull tank team kind of started to disappear. Unfortunately, you just need some way to clear off these drones. Well, we do have smart bombs now, so actually, as I say that, the drones are all dead.
There we go.
Good job getting smart bombs on. Good job on with the tackle of Exodus, by the way, delaying that. It took them this long to get their 2 last Fleet Typhoons on top of their primary to clear off those rep drones.
I feel that Ronin is so far behind. They've just lost their first Fleet Foon. The damage Fleet through the Exodus is only in half armor. It's still got a bunch of HP to burn through, and that's 2 lots of damage of Fleet Foon versus 1 lots of damage from the single Fleet Foon. It's just Fleet Foon Raptor versus double Fleet Foon EOS Heretic Punisher now, and I think...
Yeah, I think Exodus is definitely the driver's seat at this point. If they could have gotten those smart bombs on top of the Foons, maybe right after choosing the primary, if they could have had their micro warp drives running, but good job from the tackle on Exodus without any Logi support. That Punisher is doing a great job, of course, surviving. It's what Punishers do best, and they are keeping tackle, and that's a really, really key point.
I mean, great showing for the Ronin here. Really innovative team. I don't think we've seen anything like it in the tournament so far.
No, I mean, it does kind of remind you a little bit about the Revolution brick
that was
tank
more
teams.
of like a 7-man MJD setup.
Yeah, this one has some themes dissimilar. Obviously, a lot more support, a lot more tackle, but relied on the battleships having a big brick tank. But of course, not quite enough. It is very possible that this first Fleet Typhoon for Exodus may go down, but that's not going to be enough. It's that the remaining Foon and EOS will easily be able to finish off the last Foon for the Ronin. And that is going to be the Ronin eliminated from this tournament, Exodus moving on, and we'll be seeing them later. I think
If
they're
nothing
going to be
else,
up
Ronin's
against...
going out with style. They are a fantastic tournament team. We are sorry to see them go, but it is Exodus that will be going through to face, I don't even know who.
Exodus is 115. They are going to go and face...
Winners of the next match.
Yes,
Hard
indeed.
Knocks versus Tri.
That's going to be another great match right towards the end of the day, second last match of the day. And as the last Fleet Typhoon here for Ronin disappears, that's going to be a pretty explosion. There we go. Congratulations once again to Exodus. Great showing, and good job as well to the Ronin. And we'll send it back to the guys in the studio.
I mean, my heart's beating, my hands are shaking, but I'm still shooting, and I'm still getting the headshots. It's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot. I'm still getting the shots. It's like boom, headshot, boom, headshot, boom, headshot.
And welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 13. Exodus moving forward as the Ronin continue their masterless romp through space. The Ronin going home.
Too bad.
Such sincerity, Rods. Tell me what you thought about that.
No, I mean, that was awesome. So kind of out of the box on both sides. The Augur, which Squeeble's speculating was a bit of a trick, and obviously the 4 battleship teams. It's great. You know, we see at the start of the tournament often a lot of sort of silly comps that look kind of like this, but it's
unusual.
Really, unusual, and often like big ship focused and missing key things like Lynx or Logi. But when you get late in the tournament and teams can do it in a way that's actually really strong, it's pretty cool to watch.
Do you think any of that is responsive? Like they see those comps coming in and they think, that could work. I think that could work.
No, but I think, but I do think even good players start a lot of the time with pretty bad ideas. And so maybe the first thing is to think simple, and maybe the worst teams don't move past that very quickly because they don't practice or whatever. But I think everybody thinks about bringing a ball of battleships first.
No, it's possible that comment alone is applicable outside of the Alliance tournament in just EVE in general. Sometimes very good players come in and they don't know the game and they just come up with crazy ideas, and they're not.
I mean, across the game, it's definitely true that it takes like time and honing to find the stuff that's good. It's such a complex game that it's hard to just think of the thing that's good to begin with. So that's why, like later in the tournament, a lot of time what we see is teams that are really dedicated to testing ideas a lot, so they figure out what's good through experimenting, not through guessing. And that's true. That's true for all of TQ. I mean, you can have lots of room to be creative and have ideas, but usually what ends up being popular emerges after people spend a lot of time trying stuff.
Bait Augur, eh?
I think so. I don't know the stats of the Augur off the top of my head. I know it's hard to fit a gigantic buffer tank, but if you fit a tremendous amount of resist, if you emphasize a low sig, and then you deploy a huge amount of drone bandwidth in the 2 Fleet Typhoons and the EOS with rep bots early in the match, knowing that Augur is going to be an easy primary, I don't think a team like Exodus, who pilots really well and has been in the tournament for a long time, would honestly expect an Augur to stay alive long enough to be useful. Maybe they know something I don't. That's why I'm curious to see what the fit was on it. But T1 Logi historically have not performed well. I think Exodus knows that. I don't think that was a panic call of any sort, but I think they had a plan for it. Whether or not it went exactly how they wanted it, I don't know. There were several things that were kind of interesting about that match. At one point, actually, the majority of the match, if not all, I didn't pay attention to his speed in the beginning, but Wu Samada in the Fleet Typhoon was going 0 MS. And I only worry about that partially to tease people who don't have any speed, but I honestly was worried that he maybe was not connected. because the rest of the team immediately starts moving, and then I check back and he's sitting at 0 MS. Even tackled, scram, neuted, you can still move. So that was a little suspect.
Do you think that might in fact be a bit of a bait tactic? Like, there's nothing saying that the two Fleet Typhoons have to be fitted similar in any way at all.
Yeah,
if you put one out there as a nice juicy, you should shoot this one first.
Yeah.
Or there's running all DPS modes.
Yeah, and I mean, you're in a battleship. You're not going to mitigate that much damage unless you're afterburner fit. If you're already webbed and scrammed, I mean, moving is not going to save you 9 times out of 10. But it's always an indicator of maybe bigger things going on. And so I was looking at that and I thought, is he actually firing? And it was kind of hard to see based on the camera angles, but looks like he was. I find it hard to believe that just one of those TFIs would have been able to chew through those massive hull buffer tanks. Also important to mention, when it got down to the point where there was one Fleet Typhoon on the Ronin side versus one on the Exodus side, the Exodus team still had links the entire time, right? So those EOS links are going to buff their tank up huge. There's still rep bots, heavy rep bots going around that team. They've got the SP to have tech too. So I think they were a little more comfortable than it looked like at a certain point. But glad to see them come back, because that was definitely a lot of pressure early from Ronin. That was a really nice run.
For sure. Well, Ronin doing a great job against Test earlier today. They weren't anything to just shrug off. So it's nice to see like them put forward a good fight for Exodus to go up against.
In almost a mirror matchup, too, against Test, who was a strong team. So, to go from Sleipnirs to this is a big change, and unfortunately it didn't pay off for them, but it was kind of cool.
I mean, Ronin's incredibly solid. They always go deep. They're always here, at least in the top 8. They won it as RUR at some point.
Yeah.
Or as Ronin, I don't remember, but they went real far like every year for the last 6, so... not surprising. Maybe a little actually surprising to see them out this early, but a bunch of tough matches now. The field's getting stronger, I think. So.
Yeah, it feels
even
really
veteran
strong.
teams are coming up against guys who are just incredible.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the Hard Knock Citizens are in our next fight versus Triumvirate. And of course, us having an interview earlier with a member of their support wing, Triumvirate. No response yet on Skype that I know of. What do we think about this fight? Larrikin?
Look, I think it's going to be a great fight. I think Hard Knocks is going to be a little bit tired. They had that previous match that we saw. Triumvirate's fresh. I'm really not sure what we're going to see from Triumvirate. I think it's going to be an interesting fight.
My money's on Hard Knocks at this point. For any of these middle tier teams, the one indicator that I really look at, regardless of their theory crafting or even their warpins, is the execution of their small ship pilots. Because a Typhoon fleet issue you can only do so many things with, right? A Navy Scorpion you can only do so many things with. The Nightmare earlier was an example of a really exceptional instance where one of these larger ships requires insane micro. But a Svipul, do you do the drive-by tackle? Do you stay on them? Do you keep your newts on? Do you swap to tackle the secondary, or do you keep your webs on for maximum application on the primary? So their support wing has been really strong, and I think they know how to leverage T3 destroyers really, really well. And that's a sign to me of a team that's probably going to be consistent. Because if your smaller ships, the middle range of your comp can execute, the top end is not easy, but it's a little harder to make some serious positional errors in those bigger ships than in the smaller ones traditionally.
Rise?
I mean, I think that's a really strong case. I'm feeling more and more that way, that the performance of the support wings is really the best indication of the strength of the team. I wouldn't have thought to bring it up, but I realized that's like with Gorgon, with the Gorgon match. The reason I went with Gorgon, I think, is how well their support had performed earlier in the day. I think that's just a really, a good way to evaluate how strong a team is, because it's so much I don't know. You have to be so much more careful. Like, if you mess up, it's so easy to make mistakes. And so teams that can consistently perform there probably have worked hard and know what they're doing.
And I mean, it's worth mentioning, all credit to the Nightmare pilot earlier, but there was one Svipul still in that match for Shadow Cartel. And his tackle
did really good work.
Right, and his web was really important. And if he had been too aggressive or too passive, that Nightmare would not have been able to close out like he did. So
all the Tech 3 Destroyer kills late in that match, and the rest of the Frig kills are, none of them are necessarily required or obvious. Right. That it depends a lot on the decisions those pilots are making, and the people able to stay alive and be there at the very end to do really crucial stuff is a pretty big indication.
And
of
an incredibly high skill cap on those T3 destroyers. So many decisions to make. I mean, adding the mode switching is just another layer on what's already a really, really difficult lineup of ships. So,
well, we do have the bans coming in for this match. Hard Knock Citizen banning out the Tengu and the Etana. and the Triumvirate banning out the Cerberus and the Orthrus.
Okay. Fauna ban is pretty awesome. Tri are kind of rich dudes,
Yeah,
aren't
and
they?
Tri's been around for a long time. They have a huge network of people that kind of waxes and wanes as time goes on, but they have some really important pilots that have been involved.
That's beautiful.
Thanks. I've been working on my poems. No, but they have some people that definitely, a lot of times having big names in your alliance can mean something, and Tri is one of those groups that you can pick out a name and be like, oh, I've heard of this guy. And that means they've been around long enough, they've established those relationships that definitely, whether they have inside info or not, Tri is a team that certainly owns some alliance tournament ships.
Yeah.
And they have access to an Atana. I mean, Atanas are on the free market, and we saw the Afterlife field one for the first match of the day. I would not have expected Afterlife to have an Atana. So it's interesting, and I think also we've only seen the Loki fielded in a shield tinker setup once, successfully though, by test. So when it's not been banned and it has been flown, it succeeded. So
that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to succeed in the
future. True, and it could also pigeonhole Hard Knock citizens into bringing that Loki if they want to tinker, and then you can suit your GMs to that if you want to play the game that way.
Well, we're going to see how they respond to the bans and what each team brings here in match 116 of Alliance Tournament 13, Hard Knock Citizens versus Triumvirate.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final match of the first half of the day. We have Hard Knocks Citizens versus Triumvirate. On the Hard Knocks team, we have that core double Typhoon Fleet issue cruise fit here with an Eos, a Nero Cereps, double Svipple, double Confessor, Enyo, double Purifier Tyrannus. Fozzie, tell me about this cool...
All right, so this Tri team, we've got Scorpion Navy issue. It's a pretty standard setup in a lot of ways. A Basilisk, which actually may just be what they would have, where they would have put the Atana. Tri, of course, is definitely a team we know has Atanas because a lot of these guys were part of the Virgil Collapse team that was given 50 Atanas for winning Alliance Tournament 10. They are the source of the Atanas on the market. So really smart ban from Hard Knocks because this is a setup that would fit really well with an Atana.
Absolutely.
So Hard Knocks came in a bit kind of spread out while Triumvirate all came in at 50. They're probably going to try to take advantage of the range on the Navy Scorpions, try to take advantage of the kind of their strong defensive position. The match is just about 30 seconds away from starting.
Opting to bring their flagships, even though it's elimination, even though they're both exceptionally strong teams and they've got to be taking each other seriously, still not bringing in those flagships. We really haven't seen that many flagships today.
Yeah.
Still, we have 10 seconds till match start.
I mean, for both of these teams, it's a Balgorn flagship. I don't think necessarily Balgorns are often as valuable as a threat as they are in the actual matches. So these teams probably just feel that these are stronger setups than anything they have with the flagship. So the match has now begun. We're going to see how well the tackle on Hard Knocks can get on top of something, and exactly how the entire Tri team
looks
moves.
like Hard Knocks immediately kiting away, in fact, from the Tri team. I think that they've realized that the Tri team do have rapid heavies on their Scorpion navies, which are obviously very limited in range compared to the cruise missiles.
Yeah, this is one of those choices that we often don't talk about, whether you put rapid heavies on your Typhoon Fleet issues or your Navy Scorpions or whether you use cruise. Exodus earlier on today brought cruise on their Typhoons and did a really good job here. So this is a tinker team from Tri here. There is cap transfer coming from the Navy Scorpions to the Basilisk. This actually screams to me team that wishes it had an Atana right now.
Yes.
This is very similar actually to the Atana tinker teams that we've seen from both Afterlife and PL. And the Basilisk choice is going to make it a lot more vulnerable. This is, I think, a good position for Hard Knocks to rush in, murder down that Basilisk, and start clearing stuff out.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like the choice additionally of trying to stay back, because you do not want to send the Hard Knock team not to send their tackling, because you do not want to send your T3Ds into flycatchers, into Jaguars, those light missiles. You'll be dead before you get anywhere near them. Both teams staying back, considering what they want to do, just vying for positional advantage, just making up their mind up on how they want to approach the match. Both teams want the other to run into them, but neither are willing to do that and cede the high ground effectively, even though we're in space.
This is something we often see from good teams. Is they'll spend a lot of time jockeying for position, trying to find a good line in on their opponents. kind of sitting out, staring each other down. And it doesn't mean they're afraid to fight. It means that they are looking for the best tactical position. Just like in normal skirmishing combat in EVE, it's often better to have the opponent be rushing towards you because they're going to be rushing in at different speeds slightly. They're going to get themselves out of position. It's a great position to be in, to be the guys that are kind of moving away while your opponents are rushing at you.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing cautious volleys thrown from the cruise missiles from the Hard Knocks team, but I don't think they're expecting to do anything with that. They're just kind of testing.
They tested out the Hyena and the Heretic just kind of to see what they can do. The Hyena is, I think, an excellent choice in this team. It brings webs and target painters that'll be really helpful for applying that Navy Scorpion damage.
If they catch a Logi off guard and they pick something small off, then suddenly they can just sit back for the rest of the match. They don't have to care about tie day because they're points ahead. It's then on the onus of the other team to actually go in and make something happen.
This is another kind of one of those situations where it's really good to be Hard Knocks, I think. They have a bit of time to think, but also they're the much more mobile team. The Navy Scorpions, the Vulture, and the Basilisks, that core from Tri kind of has to stick together.
The Hulk burning in quite quickly, as well as the Jackdaw here burning in front. They're getting probably a little bit close to the edge of the Bazzi rep range. They've got to be really careful, possibly trying to bait some guys in. Ooh, the Confessor suddenly losing all of its shields with a nice volley off.
It's going to be interesting to see whether there's any hidden damps on the Hard Knocks team. Waiting until somebody goes out towards the edge of your rep range, then dropping damps to the Bassi is a strong tactic. This Confessor doesn't look like he's in a ton of danger right now. He's taking some damage, but he's got reps on him quite easily. Meanwhile, reps still on the Heretic. These guys are playing it nice and cautiously.
This is one of those matches. Oh, we've got a Typhoon Fleet issue of Hoodie Mafia. Again, just going and saying, come on, tackle me. You can rush in, you can tackle me. I'm out here, I'm in the front. But that's exactly what it is. He wants them to rush in and then just start having all the support picked off. It looks like Leviathan wants to go in, but no, he's turning around. This may be one of the matches that we see a reverse tie-day in play. We haven't seen it for a lot of the tournament, but it may happen.
It is possible. There is a Tyrannus, Hard Knock citizen Tyrannus, taking quite a bit of damage there, but he got caught. Tackle on a Sweeple. We've got a Sweeple with webs on him. That's going to be the Hyena webs, nice long-range webs, but of course he was able to pull out of range of that. So this Tyrannus, painter on him, taking some damage.
And the Purifier as well, bit of split damage.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to see if they can surprise the Neros there. And if they can, then getting a kill on a small ship would be excellent. These Navy Scorpions for a battleship do apply quite well against small targets.
Yeah, both teams slowly getting more bold, slowly going, slowly losing their patience. We got a big wing of the Hard Knocks team now burning in onto that Hulk, trying to burst
Hard Knocks
it down
is
if
committing
they can.
right now. They're sending everybody in, all of the frigates charging in. The Tri team's trying to pull back a little bit. So this means things are going to start dying now. Hard Knocks is actually bursting down
for Hard Knocks.
Hard Knocks is bursting down on the Vulture. They need to get kills now. It's no longer a case of trying to wait until the end of time. They're trying to get in, put pressure on the Vulture. Vulture, I think, a bit of an odd choice. They might have thought that the Bassi is something that they just need to
Hard Knocks as well, taking a ton of damage, just barely catching reps, but it's still going down further.
Yeah, Hard Knocks is going to lose some frigs. I really think that Hard Knocks needs to try knocking down this Bassi. It's possible that it's too hard of a tank for you, but you need to at least try. The Bassi is going to have a lot less tank than your average Tinker.
The cruise missiles and the Typhoon Fleet issue are going to apply beautifully to the Vulture. It'll be a bit more difficult to Basilisk, but I agree that the Vulture is
going into low shields. Yeah, it seems like the Navy Scorpion might actually be a better choice for breaking into the Vulture, but it may just work for them. This Vulture is going to low shields. If they can knock down this Vulture, then they'll be taking down all the links from the entire Tri team.
It is so rare.
That's huge.
It is so rare to see a command ship chosen in this kind of team as the primary choice, and it appears that it, in fact, can be broken by the Hard Knocks team.
He's holding right on. This is right on the edge. If he can, like at this point, the Bassi is overheating, the Vulture is overheating his...
pick off a Flycatcher whilst the Bassi is busy with the Vulture.
Good kill there. If this Vulture stays up, then Triumvirate's still in it, but without it, there's no way that, for instance, they keep the Bassi alive, what the Vulture gone.
Because
A, that means
taking
less cap
a lot
transfer,
of damage.
And it means you don't have the links. Hard Knocks committing, I think, at a good point.
Jacked all down. Yep. With all those reps focused on the Vulture, it just takes one of the support ships, maybe the Confessors, quickly burn down the support ship and go back to DPS on the Vulture, and that Bassi's job is so difficult. I cannot stress how difficult it is.
So there is now tackle on the Aneros. This is a big play for Triumvirate. They know that they need this Aneros down so they can start killing off these small ships. And so they've got tackle on the Aneros. They're using these frigates before they lose them. That Vulture is right on the edge. It looks like he got an overload on his a reload on his ASB. His ASB's back up. He's actually back up pretty much to full. If this Aneros can be brought down, then Triumvirate is definitely still in this.
Yeah.
Wow, that Vulture is just taking a bunch of damage back and forth.
Starfleet Commander, I believe the Basilisk is in fact a captain, possibly. I'm not sure if that's good. Oh, that Vulture's going down to the low structure.
Vulture is going
down.
away. There we go. Vulture down. That's the Lynx off the field for Tri. Hard Knock Citizens, I think, really showing their skill here. They're doing a great job. Tri is still trying to play a bit of the long game. They're killing off the rep drones on this Aneros, but they need that Aneros down soon. The Bassi is going to die. I think it's only a matter of time, unless they can knock out a Fleet Typhoon, which is, I don't think, going to happen.
Those links, those who don't know, those could be links that reduce sig size. Those links could be increasing speed. Those things could be increasing shield resistance. Links increase your survivability by a ridiculous margin, as well as the EHP boost from the Mind Link. Like, it is so I cannot overstate how powerful links are to have. And now that they're gone and the other team has them, it is going to be so much easier for Hard Knocks to get more kills here.
So Hard Knocks is now actually going after the Frigs. They're trying out a Hawk, trying out a Flycatcher, seeing if they can break them. Triumvirate's really trying hard to get kills on these Purifiers. That would reduce the damage of the Hard Knocks team quite a bit if they can be successful. There you go, one Purifier down. That was killed right through the reps, actually. The Aneros, meanwhile, of Hard Knocks has broken tackle, so that is really great for the Hard Knocks. Keeping that Aneros alive is pretty key for them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Hard Knocks are going for a Navy Scorp. It's taking a lot of damage here. What do you think of the choice of going for the Navy Scorp over, say, the Basilisk?
So they did try the Bassi. They gave it a couple of shots. I think they decided, you know what, they weren't burning through it fast enough, and they've proven they can burn through a Vulture.
Yes.
Now, without the links, I think it's very likely they'll be able to knock down this Navy Scorpion. They might need to wait until his ASB goes on reload, but he's going to die eventually, and they have the time.
Hawk suddenly losing all its armor, losing its structure. Hawk down. I mean, those Confessors and those Fiddles doing a great job at taking down the support of Triumvirate, but at the same time, Tri not going down without kills. They've killed a Purifier, they've killed a Tyrannus even.
Yeah, so we've talked before to actually one of the Hard Knocks members on Skype.
Yeah, we did.
One of the things he mentioned is they do something that's actually pretty common among good teams in the Alliance tournament. They have separate FCs for the big ships and for the small ships. And so what we're seeing is the big ships going after the Navy Scorpion, putting pressure on the Basilisk, going to burn it down, but slowly, because they need to wait until his ASB charges are all done. Meanwhile, the small ships, the Sveeples, Confessors, Enyos, those guys are going after the Frigs, and they're doing a great job of it. You see now they're burning down a Hyena. They're going to get it down. It's getting reps, but it's not going to be quite, maybe just enough, but it's going to be right on the edge. The small ships are doing a great job of operating independently with a separate FC, and that's something that a lot of good teams have taken advantage of.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I'd love to hear you explain is we see the Aneros there. We saw its shield actually going back up a great deal. Now, the Aneros is an armor logi. Why would we see it repping shield up?
It's not uncommon for people to put a shield booster onto Aneros's. It's a nice way, basically, to get themselves some extra buffer. ASVs are very powerful reps that only operate for a short time for the run of charges, as we see that Hyena disappear now. So it's definitely a thing that we've seen before from other teams fielding Aneros's. Aneros's, unlike a Guardian, have a bit more mid-slots to operate this kind of thing.
Yeah, so we have the Navy Scorp down into structure now. It is under reps, but it is just overwhelming DPS from Hard Knock Citizens. That Navy Scorp is a huge chunk of the remaining Tri DPS, and it really puts Hard Knocks so far ahead in this match.
The moment that this match swung on may have been before the match. I think it's likely that if this team had had the Atana, this would have been a different story. I don't think they would have been able to break through the Vulture. They was close enough to the edge that if that had been an Atana instead of a Basilisk, they would have been in pretty great shape.
For the possibly newer players watching the stream, do you want to explain what an Atana is?
So an Atana is an incredibly rare ship. We've seen it now twice in this Alliance tournament, one fielded by Afterlife, one fielded by Pandemic Legion. It was given as a prize to the winning team from the 10th Alliance tournament, which actually was a Verge of Collapse team that contained a lot of the members of this Triumvirate.
Yeah.
And it is a very, now the match is over, so we'll send it back and let the other guys at the studio explain it. But great job, win on points to Hard Knocks over Triumvirate, and they'll be continuing on. And we'll be saying goodbye.
EventC Collides will be the premier esports program.
Come and check out our website and make sure to tune in every first Sunday.
When I'm Morgan Freeman and not busy contemplating the beginning of the universe, I think of which corporations I should war deck using the Marmite Collective. And you should too, because I'm Morgan Freeman.
All right, gather around, ladies. Everybody put your makeup bag down. I know last year we all brought our purse and handbags and high heels to the tournament. We kind of let Nulli win, but not this year. I have the winning strategy. Has anybody seen Elise?
Welcome back to the desk. There we see Krabs sending Try home.
Sure did. Sorry.
Nice follow-up. Real zinger. So, yeah, I think there's a whole lot of speculation involved in breaking this match down, and most of it just revolves around that Atana. I tend to agree. That seemed like an Atana tinker, absolutely. Basilisk is a Basilisk is good in a tinker only when you need to reach out further than a Tech 3 can to rep your support wing. So a Loki was still available, and it has been used in a shield tinker successfully. So if they really wanted to go a hardcore tinker, they still could have taken that Loki. Instead, they took the Basilisk, which says, I think, that they were planning on the Atana. I'm also curious why Hard Knock Citizens didn't go for that Basilisk earlier. I think they were expecting their neuting pressure to make him a non-issue, but he was clearly repping for a large part of that match, even under neut pressure. So I think they could have really blapped him, made their whole whole match a lot easier.
I would love to hear kind of why. I mean, like they were saying the choice to go after the Vulture is really unusual.
Right.
And probably we'd have been saying it was like the mistake that cost them the match if things had gone differently, and instead they stuck to it and it paid off, I guess. I mean, they won, so, but it would be really interesting to hear why they made that choice rather than going after the Bazzi or some other plan.
I'm actually super curious to see how that Vulture is fit. Like there's a question of whether it even fit a whole bunch of weapons or was optimized for that. Instead, it was just there more of a support for the Basilisk.
I mean, to give if they knew it was going to be an Atana Tinker, it's possible they know the setup and they know the Vulture's the weakest point.
Yeah.
I mean, if they actually had some intel somehow that that's what was coming, maybe that's why.
Yeah, it was strange. He seemed to take a lot more damage than you would expect. Those Typhoons were really applying, and the weird part was he was taking huge damage from the larger ships on the Hard Knock side, and the support wing was clearly shooting a separate target.
Right.
So there was a huge amount of damage and damage application off of Hard Knocks, which we don't see in a lot of these matches. Teams that are just knocking down shields across the entire opposite team.
Well, we'll get to see how Hard Knocks performs later on in the tournament. After the break today, we'll be coming back for the first of two best-of-3 series, Camel Empire versus Warlords of the Deep, the first matchup at 1800 Eve time. But first, we're going to take a brief break and get some lunch.
Yeah.
Get some lunch. Also joining us after the break, CCP Guard will be here. So be sure to tune in. There's never any shortage of entertainment when he is on camera. Thank you for joining us here at Alliance Tournament 13. We'll see you in about half an hour. Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 13. I am CCP Antiquarian, and I'm joined at the desk by CCP Fozzie, Elise Randolph, and our very own, the illustrious CCP Guard. Guard, good to see you.
Yeah, good to be here.
Very underdressed. So.
Well, it's someone asked me to wear a tux on air, and of course I just wear a tux on air.
We really appreciate it. We think it brings a level of class that the tournament was lacking prior to your arrival.
Glad to be able to help.
Yep. We are just about ready to go into our first match of this, the winner's bracket series. The first up is Camel Empire versus Warlords of the Deep. And we will play 3 matches staggered versus the other semi-final winners match, which is Nulli Secunda versus Pandemic Legion. Now, Camel Empire, Warlords of the Deep, there's tons to be said about these two teams, but I think what's going to say it best is actually seeing the fight as it unfolds. Before we go, we're going to get quick series predictions from the desk here. Guard, I'm going to start with you. I just want to know, just gut reaction, how are you feeling? Camel versus Warlords, who pulls the series?
Camel. I'm just gonna guess that it's gonna be Camel. Could go either way, but silly to go against them, I think.
Sounds like a solid gut intuition. Elise?
I'm going Camel in 3.
Camel in 3.
Yeah, I'm going Warlords in 3. I think this is going to go back and forth.
I don't know what to say. I think Warlords is going to upset the reigning champs here, but I think it's going to take them a while to do it. 3 matches, Warlords goes the whole way. We are just about ready, so we're going to go to the booth where CCP Larrikin and Epothny are waiting to take over, waiting with bated breath. Before we go, we do have a few announcements to make really quickly. Everyone, EveOnline.com right now has a series of pictures up for the forthcoming structural offerings. It's concept art mostly. It's stuff that we plan to be putting out soon. Just great pictures of what we're planning to release in the coming months in the releases following Galatea, which went down on Tuesday. Of course, we also invite players to jump onto CC, participate there by taking a look at what's coming out soon, and of course, practicing with different fittings. If you do happen to participate in a mass test on CC, you're rewarded with CC skill points, which enables your character, who's generally similar to your TQ character, to try out some new things, maybe go in directions that you wouldn't want to risk your main TQ character for. But without further ado, we will cut to the booth. Again, CCP Larrikin and Apothny here for match 117A of this Alliance Tournament 13, the Camel Empire versus Warlords of the Deep.
My nerds, welcome to the beginning of the two most anticipated series of today. It is the beginning of Camel versus Warlords. I'm Apothny.
And I'm CCP Larrikin.
Yeah, we have CCP Larrikin here. Larrikin, tell me about the Camel team to start us off.
Right, the Camel team, we have a Scorpion Navy issue, 2 Claymores, Scimitar, Double Hound, Double Jackdaw, Double Fecal, Merlin, and Bellicose, just to round things out. While
on the Warlords of the Deep team, we have Double Typhoon, Eos, Aeneas, Double Svipple, Double Confessor, Double Vengeance, and Double Purifier. A little bit off meta, a little bit on meta. Teams that kind of look the same as teams we've seen so far, but these two top theory crafting teams, every single ship has been so thought through with the point value, with the fits. We're about to see excellence in terms of piloting, in terms of execution.
And Camel Empire already at 1 point due to Warlords of the Deep setup, or I've got that around the wrong way. So I'm sure we're going to see a very aggressive match here. No holding back like we've seen in some of the other matches. The two teams have come in not quite on opposite sides. They're 90 degrees apart. Still a good sort of 70 kilometers between the two, both mostly at 50, with the Ventures coming in closer.
Yeah, way back, just ready to feel each other get maximum time. Think, okay, do we want to rush in? Do we want to stay back? Do we let them come to us, or do we need to bomb it? And here we go with the beginning of the match, and straight away it is the Warlords of the Deep team burning in all their tackle in towards the blob of Camel.
Well, Camel looks like they're putting their primary onto one of the Typhoons, trying to get all of their bomber damage hitting into that massive battleship hull. Target painters on. They've also managed to do some screening. It looks like, yes, they've managed to tackle both of the Sveeples. And it was a feint with the Typhoon. They've switched over to...
Interesting choice here. Camel Empire jamming the Vengeances over anything else, getting that tackle away from all the ships they are scared of.
Well, Warlord put those out in front to do a little bit of screening there. So it was a very clever choice.
Yeah, so Hill's actually taking a lot of damage here on the Warlords of the Deep team. Camel taking no appreciable damage yet. Both sides logistics doing fantastic job, but that Svipple of Zoe is so close.
Very low.
Going down into structure. Oh, are we going to get a first kill? Is Camel going to get the lead?
Yes,
Camel gets the first kill of the match.
Points on the board.
Right, we have a Hound. Warlords trying to equalize, get that Bellicose, that T1 Cruiser, big sig, low tank, but they can't quite break it. Reps going on, actually going through it. Shield now getting low. Hound getting low at the same time, whilst Warlords are losing a Vengeance down the bottom of its armor, down into structure. Camel Empire gets another kill. 2-0 in kills.
While Warlords is focusing on those bombers, they're doing excellent damage to those bombers. You can see that Hound seesawing back and forward, but there's... The Scimitar pilot of, I cannot pronounce that name, is doing incredibly well keeping them up.
Warlords fighting desperately not to lose another ship. Reps going onto the Vengeance. Oh, just landing just as he goes into structure. Camel Empire have a lead here, but is by no means certain. Warlords still fighting to stay in this fight, even if they do have a bit of advantage being 2 ships down versus 0.
Absolutely, and Camel is holding down this Feeple as well. And it looks like they've gone for the hard tackle on the Typhoon there. I'm a little bit surprised. I would have expected them to focus on their support wing like they've done so far, but they've put the hard tackle on the Typhoon. That could just be a control thing rather than actual DPS primary here. We'll see.
Those front-loaded reps reps from that semi, helping them so much. The armor reps, you have to wait for the entire cycle to land, which is so long on ships with such low EHP as frigates. It is so difficult, but Camel, that scimitar pilot of Miyamoto Yuroki doing so well.
Glad you
can
pronounce that because I certainly can't. Well, the Typhoon is taking significant amount of damage here. Those Hounds just powering in their explosive torpedoes onto that Typhoon.
Look at the Camel control bar. That spread of newts, that spread of tackle. Camel are in total control of the match. They are showing that they are not the Warlords of the Deep B team. They are the A team. They won last year. They want to win this year again, and nothing is going to get in their way.
Well, Warlords are going to try, but so far they're not showing that they're going to succeed.
All of their ships just bleeding bits of armor here and there, forcing that Oneirus to keep swapping its reps over and over and over, forcing his just brain to explode with the pressure, trying to catch him out, trying to force him into making a mistake. Logi piloting the AT, so difficult, but he is still keeping something like 6-7 ships alive, all taking damage at once. That is some amazing Oneirus piloting right there.
He is doing incredibly well. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Camel are constantly swapping their damage primary there, testing out either one of the frigates. They're switching onto the Vengeance, it looks like here, switching back to that Typhoon. As we've talked about before, I'm sure they're heavy core of battle cruisers and battleships, and they're
that's Svipple.
It's going down very, very low.
As well as the Vengeance of Kadesh. Going to structure. Another Svipple down. Camel extending that lead. I mean, just look at the health bars. Warlords of the Deep all over the place. Some things are low armor, some are losing their shields. Camel, everyone is topped up instantly on the ball. I cannot stress how much.
That's the advantage of those shield reps over those armor reps.
Miyamoto is doing such an incredible job against a team like Warlords, who used to be the Hydra team. They have done so amazingly well this match. It is incredible that a team as good as Warlords are seemingly not being able to scratch the paint of the Camel Empire.
They are doing incredibly well, and they are also really pressing the tank of Sergeant Anti there. Sergeant Anti in very, very low armor. That is a significant amount of DPS on the Warlords team. They've already lost a Purifier, two Purifiers now, two Sveeples and a Vengeance. They are seriously lacking in damage and losing all those important mids as well.
Yeah, I mean, Camel just absolutely demolishing Warlords here, making it look easy. And Warlords are historically, with the players they have, with the pilots they've had transferred from other teams, one of the best teams in tournament history. And Camel are just handling them. They're making it look like it ain't no thing. Everybody's topped up, everybody's full health. That control bar is full almost the entire match. Just picking off ships here and going, I'm attacking here, I'm attacking here. Logi, you're not paying attention. And I get this guy, just slowly grabbing left, right, and center.
It's interesting, though. It's very interesting. They're basically ignoring the Logi. We haven't seen Myelin Lee's Oneirus tackled all match. He's been left alone. I know he's been crazily switching back and forward, trying to keep the Warlords team up, but and not succeeding so well so far.
And don't get me wrong, Miley T has done an exceptional job keeping his team up as long as he has, but the raw pressure applied by Camel Empire, the fact that Warlords couldn't get any kills to reduce that incoming DPS, to reduce the ability to keep him confused. He did an amazing job keeping that for as long as he did, but Camel just put on the pressure too hard. They barreled through his reps. It was a fight of the entire Camel team versus the Oneirus. It was 12v1 in many senses.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'm very surprised. Camel almost seemed like they won the control war here, which is interesting considering the armor setup that Warlords have run. I would have expected to have so much more control.
I mean, when you're armor tanking, your lows are filled up with those resist mods, with those plates, you're a bit slower, but it frees up those mids. Typhoon's known for having a great slot layout, for having those spare mids. I think it's 4 or 5 mids, can't remember off the top of my head, but you can put in damps in there, you can put in unbonus jammers in there, you can have a choice of MJD, MWD, throw in a painter there, so you'll play even better. But here, it was Camel who really had all the control. That Bellicose with that bonus painter doing a fantastic job. Warlords couldn't even kill a Bellicose. T1 Cruiser, fairly big sig for what it is. Didn't need to bring a Vigil, which is typically more survivable. But look, this is such a beautiful play by Camel. Chester is probably shedding a tear in the break room. But with that, the EOS is the only ship left. A beautiful display of spaceship piloting here by the Camel Empire.
Incredibly strong by Camel. I'm really looking forward to the next match. I know Warlords of the Deep will be extremely motivated to show that they aren't the B-class team in this combo. I'm, incredibly excited to see it.
I mean, PL and Nulli on the other side of the bracket, they've got to be looking at this match and shaking in fear, because Warlords are such a good team, and Camel have absolutely decimated them. They got destroyed.
So if you are the Nulli team and the PL team at this stage, what are you taking away from this match? Interestingly, neither Warlords of the Deep nor Camel have shown anything amazingly outside their meta. This is all pretty much on target from what we've seen so far. It's just superior piloting.
Yeah, it's just superior piloting. It's having the fits just right. Having the pilots know exactly where they need to be at every second, knowing when they need to be cycling damage on one target or the other, beautiful target calling, beautiful individual decision making onto where you need to be positioned. When do I need to overheat? When do I need to move over here? When do I need to be prop mod on? When do I need to be prop mod off? When am I being attacked and I need to run away? When can I really push it and get that tackle in? It's just
and communication between
to
all of those members. There's 12 people sitting on that team, all of them trying to tell each other everything at once. Oh, he's about to switch to me. I'm going to need reps in a second. I have tackle on X. Go tackle Y. It's an incredibly chaotic situation. I'm very, very impressed.
That was a masterclass from Camel in how to take one of the best teams in the Alliance tournament and rip them apart through superior decision making, through superior piloting, and just applying pressure. Because everyone behind those ships, they're humans. They have a certain point beyond which their brains can no longer take more information. And they were pushing every single ship in the Warlords of the setup until someone braked, made half a second, quarter of a second error, and as soon as it did, I'm taking a ship from you. I'm taking a ship from you. And they got ahead and they snowballed, and it was a beautiful, beautiful match. I cannot wait to hear from the analysis desk what they had to say about that match.
Let's go back to them now.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than ISK is trust. In Amsterdam, Eve, Israel.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 13. We see there Camel Empire taking the lead in the first game of a up to three game series, best of three versus Warlords of the Deep. Warlords just not able to pull it out in time. Before we go to the desk for commentary on that, we have a few additional Skype visitors coming from the already eliminated Triumvirate squad. Joining us via Skype, Starfleet Commander, what a name, and Theronth Valorax. Gentlemen, it's good to have you with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, that's brilliant. Is Theron here?
He appears to be. He's giving us the eyebrows. I'm really disappointed that we don't have a view into either of your kitchens right now. However, I am looking forward to an uninterrupted interview. I will try to keep this brief. I know that you're probably eager to get together with the rest of your teammates and celebrate your performance. You guys did a really good job, and Hard Knocks just came in there at the end. How was it?
It was
pretty devastating, pretty one-sided last two matches, I would say.
That, sir, is a garrulous answer. Far too loquacious. Let me ask a slightly more pointed question. You guys went into that fight banning out the Cerberus and the Orthrus. What was the idea there?
Go ahead, Don.
All right. So the idea was basically to eliminate the two ships that would pose the most obvious threat to... Is it working?
Anybody...
Is it not working? Okay, basically, we banned the Serb and Orthrus to stop anything to kill our support wing. That was the idea. And then bring our own anti-support wing. Because, like, Serbs and Orthruses can kill flag catchers and jackdaws and, frigs pretty easily and take them off. So we wanted to get rid of that, so...
Now this is definitely not your first appearance specifically in the Alliance tournament, but also a number of your players are veterans. Is that true?
Yeah, our team is quite. We have a lot of people from different teams. Like the majority of my team is from the AT10 Virgil Collapse team, and we have obviously got people that go further back. Wargod played in like PL and like a lot of other teams. So yeah, we've got a bit of experience among us. Yeah.
You won that Alliance tournament, is that right?
We did manage to somehow win. I don't know how, but yeah, we won somehow. So
it's a very humble approach. I think you guys did a great job. It was wonderful seeing you fly. Will we see you coming back next year?
Of course you will.
Yes,
yeah, you
definitely
will.
Not. Yes, I don't know if it's going to be the same name. Probably not. But
Can you do the third
definitely
one?
will be interested in the tournament.
Great. Thrawn, I'm glad to be able to hear from you directly. Is there anything that you'd like to say as far as how the tournament went and your guys' performance in those most recent matches?
Well, we did have some problems with the last weekend testing, obviously, because of the test server, kind of the hiccups. I don't know how to call them, actually. I don't know what happened there, but we didn't quite test it what we wanted to test, and that I think was the nail to the coffin. I don't think the performance-wise it was too bad. Obviously, I was hoping for. I actually was afraid that it would be much worse this year, considering we've lost quite a few other players from the old VOC team, but it still did pretty well, I guess.
One more question before I let you guys go. We had some chat about it here at the desk and of course in the booth. Were you looking to bring the Atana in that fleet?
I don't know, Starfleet. Were we looking for it?
I know, Theron. Who knows? We don't know.
Thank you both for joining us here on Alliance Tournament 13. Great run, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, thank you
as well.
Yeah.
And there you have it from the mouths of babes. Seriously, those guys, they look great. We're going to come back to the desk here, and before we get it down to a dissection of the Camel Warlords fight, we are lucky enough to have with us CCP Guard. Guard.
Great to be here.
It's always great to talk to you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what's going on with the EVE community in the coming months?
Well, what I've been focusing on a lot is parties. I like parties, you know. It's like it's my thing. So there's a very active scene of player gatherings in and around EVE Online. Some of them run by us, but the big majority of them in numbers is run by players, and they're happening like all over the place. And we're seeing a lot of activity, and like there's a lot of like new life being breathed into the scene with the coming of EVE Meet, which has been really great for people to just like spot these events and like get up the courage to like register their own event and host something, knowing that people will see it, and it's been really good. So we're seeing like even a first event like being held in South Korea now, and there's like these viewing parties all over the place, like you were talking about earlier, Bristol, Denver. All over the place. So I urge people to check that out if there's a viewing party close to you for tomorrow. And definitely, if you're at a viewing party, send us pictures, tweet your pictures. We want to see what it's like. That would be cool. But yes, for us, we're going places. There's a Europe tour taking place now in September. We're going to EVE in Nottingham. We're ending the weekend after at Amsterdam. There's still tickets available for that one, so definitely check that out. And in between, we're going to go to Paris and we're going to go to Berlin. So there's going to be a bunch of devs making a track around Europe in a little circle and ending up in Amsterdam. It's going to be great. Fozzy, you're coming with us to EVE?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It'll be my first time at EVE, but I've heard great things about the people that went before. Puncturus went last year and had a great time.
Yeah, it was really good. We're bringing Gunjack to all these. We're bringing Valkyrie to the two on the weekend, Amsterdam and EVE, and it's going to be great. There's going to be T-shirts and everything.
I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah.
We haven't quite covered that on the stream. This Alliance tournament, Gunjack is our new VR mobile shooter app on Samsung's Gear VR platform, and Valkyrie, of course, one of the probably most compelling VR bits of software that I've played, bar none. It's just
crazy.
incredible.
It's really good. It's really good. And can't wait to show it to more people this fall. And then we're going to Vegas. It's going to be absolutely huge. Tickets are actually, like, my prediction right now is that it's going to sell out again with a lot more tickets sold. So, there's not that many left. So really start thinking about getting them if you're going. And then there's, of course, Eve Down Under. That's happening late November. It's going to be really great. I'm going there with CCP Mimic and a couple of other devs. And then there's a meet I wanted to mention for all our German players. There's a German meetup that's happening for the first time called G-Fleet Camp Zero. And that's a ticketed event. They have like food and like dinner, lunch, breakfast, coffee, all kinds of things, presentations, roundtables. They're even going to have like a dust tournament and lots of cool stuff happening. So check that out. It's on Eve Meet, of course.
There's certainly no dearth of things to talk about and meets coming up. We do have a match to get to, however.
Yes.
Nulli Secunda versus Pandemic Legion. This, the first of another best of 3 series. And we have bans in for this match already. We'll announce them very quickly. Take a quick check on who likes who, and then go to the booth. In this match, Nulli Secunda banning out the Malice and the Golem. Pandemic Legion banning out the Barghest and the Oneros. They're, again, an Alliance tournament ship being banned. Pandemic Legion certainly having access to those Barghest, Oneros. An interesting combo. Yeah. It's a ban I haven't seen before. We don't really have time to get into it just right now on account of that incredible interview. So instead, we're going to get predictions on this match. Guard.
Well, I'm going to go with Pandemic for my Pro Elise.
I would not have hurt you if you didn't say PL, but I'm also going to go with PL in 2 games.
I'm shocked.
I'm going to predict PL in 3, but really hope that Nulli wins so we can see Apotheo's face afterwards.
In honor of Nulli and their incredible actions and performances over the years and recent news from them, I'm going to go for Nulli. And we're going to go to the booth. Don't shake your head. We're going to the booth where CCP Larrikin and Apotheo are ready to announce this match 118A of Alliance Tournament 13.
Welcome back to the booth with CC Perry Larrikin and Apotheo's Face. We have an amazing match, a bit of a grudge match coming up here. First on the field, we have another Secunda with 2 Tempest Fleet issues, Eos, Guardian, double Blackbird, double Feeble, double Tristan, Malediction, and Confessor.
The PL team, super heavy ECM team. We have a Scorpion, not Navy issue. Then double Sleipnir, Basilisk, Hugin, double Blackbird, double Hound, double Manticore, and a Badger for those point-efficient mid-slots. The countdown has not yet begun. So, Larrikin, tell me what your thoughts are on the just raw ECM power of the PL setup.
Well, I think this is a massive control team coming from Pandemic Legion. Interestingly, though, they've all come in at 50, but they've come in at 90 degrees, both above the plane of the solar system. So they're really only about 50 kilometers apart, which is a great position to start from for Nulli Secunda. They really need to get that DPS on fast, start knocking out that ECM, and start knocking out that control.
Well, here we go. Countdown in 3, 2, 1, and the match does begin. Beginning of the match, we see not a whole lot of movement. Oh, wait, here we go. We have these small ships from PL burning across the back. Actually, to the back, we've got, in fact, Nulli spreading out, getting a lot of ground, whilst PL largely stays together.
Yeah, look, Nulli is doing a massive big spread across here. They're sending in some Confessors to try and get some control and some tackle. Probably on the Scorpion, which basically hasn't moved out that much out that far, while the rest of the small ships from PL have pulled back. And we're starting to see damage applied from Pandemic Legion onto the Feeples, which are running in there for those... the Confessor is running in for the tackle. As Feeples are hanging back.
Swipples of Nulli Secunda taking a lot of damage, managing to stay alive under reps, but at the same time, it looks like the bomber damage is going onto the Fleet Foon. Does have rep drones surrounding it, so it's going to be nice easy. Look at all those jams spread across the Nulli Secunda team, really limiting the incoming damage.
Well, I was going to say, I'm actually surprised. People going very low now, about to hit structure, but it looks like the logistics pilot of Calor is doing pretty well.
If they can get a good jam cycle on that Guardian, then the logistics are going up. There we go. Swivel down, straight off.
Yeah.
kill 1 to Pandemic Legion. We'll have to see what happens next. Neither team seem to be able to break each other. The PL team all staying on full health, really not applying much DPS from Nulli Secunda onto them at all, whereas Nulli's in a lot of trouble. That Confessor now just webbed, painted, taking a bunch of damage. If another jam cycle lands on the Guardian, then
I think that's just what happened, because that Confessor's starting to go low. He really does need reps now. The Guardian did have reps on him. The Confessor is deep inside the PL line there, so he's pretty much, well, he's not in a great space.
Down into structure, and Confessor barely hanging on.
On a bee's dick of structure, one might say.
There we go. I'm not so sure about your Australian idioms, but I'll go with them nonetheless. We have now the Svipple. PL really getting rid of these T3Ds with little regard to the rest of the team, just really wanted to get that tackle off, because T3Ds, they do it so much damage. They're so good at anti-support against the bombers that PL have as the support of their team.
Yeah,
which is where most catching reps at the moment.
Which is actually where most of the damage is going to be coming from the Pandemic Legion team. Obviously the Slipners as well. But what I think is extremely interesting about this setup is Pandemic Legion should have so much ECM. I don't even know how many mids there are. There's probably like 20 mids of potential ECM, but they're only applying it to 5 targets. They're putting it onto the Foons, onto the Blackbirds, and I assume an awful lot of jams on that Guardian.
Yeah, that Guardian, if they can get the reps off, then they get to kill a ship. The Fleet Foons, that's killing a ton of damage to make their logistics life a lot easier. And then those Blackbirds. If you jam the Blackbirds, a single jam on them that works, then you're blocking all the mids from those Blackbird jams. And given that they're in an armor fleet, that means the Blackbird has so many mid spare for so many jams. I don't know if it's got ECCM fit or not. That would be really, really important to have. But it does now look like the PL Bazzi is finally taking some damage. Nulli looking to actually get a kill on the board, but as they lose a Malediction.
Yet another Malediction. But the Typhoons have burnt right into the middle of basically the PL fleet. They're sitting just off the Scorpion, I believe, there, and Tinking in the Basilisk. So they're right next to him, applying nuke pressure finally to that Basilisk, and trying to neutralize some of the very effective reps that Tinking has been putting out.
Yeah, that fleet from going down very low. This is actually reminding me of the match we just had of Hydra versus Camel. Both really top teams, but one team just staying top reps. Everyone's topped up with those shield reps front-loaded. Everybody's doing absolutely fine. And the other team is a smorgasbord of low structure, of no shields, of half armor, desperately trying to be held on by the logistics.
And the logistics is doing pretty well on Nulli's side. They're bringing back Bubba 12 there. He was, well, he again is on a bee's dick of structure, but he went up to a little over half armor. It's going back down now. I don't think he's long for this world, but the Guardian pilot is doing incredibly well to keep him up under the pressure of all of those jams that I sure are on top of him.
Yeah, that Fleet Food barely holding on as best he can. Guardian probably just overheating reps as madly as he can. Down to the very bottom of his armor, once again taking structure damage. And PL looking unfazed. They got a lot of jams on them, but not much damage is being taken. The Bazzi, interestingly, doesn't have any jams being applied to it. It is quite difficult to jam.
It is being neutered, and it's been hard tackled by a Scram now, so it won't be turning on their MWD if it has one.
Yeah, looks like PL have called the Tristan of Shonian. Yep, he gets popped down, and PL just continues to get further and to lead that other Tristan as well. PL just picking off kills as and where they can get, and they're giving up on the Fleet Foon for now, and just picking up some of those smaller kills, getting rid of the tackle, getting rid of maybe some of the rep drones that the Tristans can field with a big drone bay that they do have.
And traditionally, we would say, as Nulli Secunda lose more and more ships out of their team, the Pandemic Legion ECM is just going to be more and more effective. That Pandemic Legion has really placed... Oh, the Bass is going extremely low.
In a lot of trouble.
But the Typhoon down. That's a significant amount of DPS off the field for
Yeah,
Nulli
I want to have a look at that PL Basilisk, see how many rep drones he has around him. There we go, look at... It does not look like he has any rep drones on him at all, actually. It may be the case that there aren't any, or that just Nulli just happened to be killing them all whilst we weren't seeing much damage applied, and the Bazzi is in fact going down.
Well, Pandemic Legion just doesn't have that many drones to put out there. Like,
true.
Where are they going to come from?
Very few drones in the Sleipnir. I believe the Scorpion has a little drone bay. I'm not 100% sure.
No, it does.
Blackbird goes down for Nulli. They've lost a whole bottom half of their team, just left with the Fleet Foon, EOS, Guardian, Svipple.
Yeah, hard tackle on that Svipple, although
they may be able to kill the Basilisk before the match is over, but this was a strong win for Pandemic Legion here in their first match versus Nulli. I know Elise is going to be very, very pleased about this, as am I.
He's looking incredibly smug, I can tell you. He was biting his nails at the start of the match, so they're probably worn down a little bit, but he's looking pretty happy, right now. We're just
Big
polishing
Randolph
them.
grin.
There we go.
Okay. We see the fleet Foon of Zuko 1 now. I believe he is the team captain for Nulli Secunda, if I'm not mistaken. He's finally going down at the bottom of the structure. And as you said, both teams we saw not kind of on meta with their own flavors. We saw the Scorpion from Pandemic Legion for those extra jams. We saw Nulli bring their own variant on the Fleet Foon team with Blackbirds for extra jam, and then Tristan's for maybe rep drones, maybe just light drone damage, probably rep drones, I would assume.
Actually,
now going down.
I was going to say, this is a little bit of a departure. Like, the whole ECM strong team is what you might expect a fairly new team for the Alliance Tournament to bring. I haven't seen this much ECM on the field, at least today, and last week it was fairly rare as well. So
yeah, I mean,
I'm interested to see where this goes.
Before my time in EVE, ECM was by far the most popular way of control in the Alliance Tournament. But then when damps became popular, that kind of really took over. It was far more reliable than jams. But with the loss of scripts on your damps, it means, suddenly damps are massively nerfed, and then jams go back up, as we can see the beautiful Elise Randolph on stream there for us. Very, very happy in PL's victory. PL looting the field.
Bro, almost looking like a flower on his chest.
Yes.
Actually.
Final Nulli ship goes down, and with that, we will send it back to the analysis desk after more of those great ads.
There's something really cool when you realize that you're catching snippets of different conversations happening on all the different tables, that everyone's talking about internet spaceships.
Internet spaceships, EVE Online, awesome.
It's like, yes, my people. Yes, my people, I'm here.
Thank you for choosing to fly with us today at Redemption Road. In the inevitable event that explosions occur, please ensure that your DCU is actually turned on. We hope you have a pleasant roam with us today, and don't forget to fly safe.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 13. In the winner's bracket, semifinals, Camel Empire up 1 against Warlords of the Deep, and now Pandemic Legion up 1 against Nulli Secunda. Go.
Go. I think the most interesting of the matches, even though I'm really happy PL won and I'm super smug, and I didn't die, which is great. I think the most interesting match was the Camel versus Warlords match, and it was just all about the bans. Camel was like surgical with their bans. They banned the Malice and Typhoon Fleet issue, which is something that the Warlords team really enjoyed. And Warlords were just like, we can adapt. We'll just take some Vengeances and some Foons. And against a team with a little bit less caliber, I think it would have worked. But against the winners from last year, wasn't quite enough. I mean, it wasn't that Warlords flew bad by any stretch of the imagination. It was just that Camel just flew the setup that they wanted, that they've practiced all the time, and Warlords had to take a setup that they're not so comfortable with.
Yeah, that team felt like it was screaming for Malices.
Yeah.
Those Vengeances really wanted. They were thinking really hard about being a Malice, and they're trying. I could be a Malice someday, but no.
Also, the Logi work in that match. I mean, there were a lot of really cool things to watch, but the Logi work by the Scimitar on the Camel side is absolutely insane.
And actually,
1 cycle reps and just swapping them back and forth, predictive repping. It was really, really awesome.
And some slightly maybe uncharacteristic mistakes from Warlords with their Logi. There was actually quite a few ships that died that didn't get reps. I think it looked like mainly because the Logi was getting so far back to keep itself alive, and the tackle ships were getting ahead, and then he just actually ran out of rep range sometimes. Maybe playing a bit too conservatively, worried about the tackle on the Camel team. But there was a couple of misplays there,
Yeah, a few people were caught out of position on the Warlord support side, and it was a dual propping on Eros, right? So we saw it afterburning, and then we saw it Mike Warp driving at sometimes. So it can be easy to get caught out of position if you're just got out to your range and just afterburn around to mitigate damage. But you have to be a really good team to make Warlords of the Deep make a mistake.
And to win against them in a clean sweep. That's one thing that is not necessarily indicative of one team being that much better. It's that if a couple bricks fall out of the wall early, that wall comes down. So it's kind of shocking to see two teams where one team sustains no losses, but it does make sense because they're all so tight and they're so practiced that
That
if
doesn't
you
necessarily
win,
mean that it's like it wasn't a close match.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Like actually, this
Yeah.
match between Nulli and PL a lot closer than it looked.
Yeah.
It was definitely like PL definitely had kind of the stronger position through much of it. But if that Bassi had gone down,
or if a jam didn't land at the right time,
it was actually like we were all back here watching the effects bar on the Bassi, and that was like the key thing. The rest of the match, whatever ships can die, it's that Bassi, like when it gets tackled, when it starts to take that much damage. Yeah.
well, and it worked. It played right into PL's comp there. Essentially, is that they took a couple of, I'll say, easy kills early, just to be able to condense their jams on the more prime targets. And the fact that they got those early blaps in and they could really stack those jams, double them down on the Guardian. Really good work by the Guardian. A whole lot of damage mitigation somehow by the Fleet Typhoon. I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but it was well flown to the end. But I can just imagine the number of jams that were landing on Nulli was incredible for the last 3 or 4 minutes of that match.
So Artie Sleipnirs plus lots of ECM. Something PL wanted to save until the last weekend?
I
Someone else can
mean,
see it?
it's exactly what we used in Alliance Tournament 7. I don't know how long we were saving that one for, but...
it's been a while since Alliance Tournament 7.
It's really good against
Dust
like a
it
bomber meta and against like a 2 battleship core meta because the bombers deal a lot of damage. Interesting. I like the bans from the PL team because they banned out the Oneros, which means you're forcing them, if Nulli were to take an armor team, to take an Amara logistics ship, which you can skew your jammers a little bit towards that if you wanted to, or you can just not worry about Galente jammers at all. And that's sort of a behind-the-scenes look that you don't really think about when you just see, a little ship jamming bar. So skew jammers versus non-skew jammers are like vital. It is a horrible roll of the dice, but it's okay. I think they won't give me a heart attack today.
We're going to move now in the schedule from the semifinals of the winners bracket down into the elimination bracket, where we'll see winners from matches earlier today going up against one another. The first of these elimination bracket matches that we have coming up is Tuskers versus the Shadow Cartel. That's the 1840 schedule. Tuskers, of course, having come through, they started off versus Afterlife, and then they moved up. And who was their second fight?
TNT.
TNT.
Yep.
That's
The
right.
Magoo Slayers.
That's right. And Shadow Cartel actually...
Only one match so far.
Oh,
Yeah,
But that
wait,
match
hold
felt
on,
like
we're getting
80 matches.
Now it looks like we've switched up the schedule a little
so
bit.
we're
Oh, that's
sticking
interesting.
with
Okay,
the,
so actually,
winners?
what we're gonna do is we're gonna disregard the elimination bracket for the time being, and we're gonna continue with the winners semifinals.
Oh, wow. Sweet.
You voted with your voice, and we heard. Now we bring you winners bracket matches. And
All right,
that's
so
what we should
another
do.
Camel Warlords.
It is going to be Camel Warlords, match 2 of this 3 game series.
Crazy. They just played like half an hour ago.
Yeah,
Not
that's
even.
I mean, you have to get used to that in the final day, too.
The match is just about ready. The bans are in. Camel Empire has banned the Sleipnir and the Etana. And Warlords of the Deep, the Basilisk, and the Scimitar.
No Malice ban.
Yeah, they're keeping the Malice up there. That means they want to see it.
The Shield Logi band, other than, or so, like a pretty heavy amount of Shield Logi band, you'd have to go with.
You'd have to take a Scimitar.
You have to take a Scimitar, which doesn't pair as well with those kind of tinker setups. So maybe they're both afraid of their opposing flagships, both Scorpion Navy issues.
Absolutely. That's a great way to get rid of a flagship. Since you can't ban a flagship, you can just get rid of it.
I'd imagine you could put together a flagship Scorpion Navy issue plus Scimitar setup. But
Or
maybe
just
if
a
you're relying
standard
on the cap
Tengu-
transfers.
Tengu Loki Tinker.
Well, let's see what they've actually brought. Do we stick with our predictions for the rest of this series?
I didn't have the pleasure of predicting the first time around, but I'm going to go Warlords just to see the 3-match series.
Yeah, Warlords win this round, or win this match.
I mean, I'm going to stick with my prediction from the beginning and hope that it's correct. Warlords in 3.
Let's see if Warlords can pull this out. In Camel Empire versus Warlords of the Deep, match 117B of this Alliance Tournament 13.
And welcome back to the booth. You're with CCP Larrikin and Apothny. We have a very interesting setup here. Apothny, why don't you tell us about it?
So we have the Camel Empire 1-0 up in the series, looking to close it out with a Tinker. They have a Tengu, a Vulture, 2 Widows for jams, and then 2 to Scorpion Navy issues. They do have Scorpion Navy as their flagship. I don't know if they've brought that today. I haven't been informed. And then why don't you tell us about the Warlords of the Deep team?
Warlords of the Deep have brought 2 Typhoon fleet issues, an Eos, an Eros, 2 Purifiers, Vengeance, 2 Confessors, 2 Sveeples, and a Malediction. Kadeshia Princess has come in at 20 off the center of the beacon in a Vengeance pretending to be a Malice, while the Tinker team from Camel Empire are sitting on the beacon at 0.
Yeah, so we've got Warlords bringing a setup really, really common to this tournament. I don't think really any surprises, any ship choice. Everybody watching at home is going to say, okay, we know what this team does. We've seen it before. Equally, the Camel Emperor bring a Tinker. We haven't seen one of those for a little while. We saw them very early on.
No,
Double Widow is a nice...
Very nice. Gives them lots of control for that Tinker. The match has started, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like the Warlords are coming in hard, actually.
Oh, hard and fast.
And going for bumps. This will be the interesting one. Do they land any bumps on this and bump that Tengu out of rep range or not?
Ooh, narrow miss there.
Very
if we can get the camera view on the Tengu, that would be fantastic. Everyone going in, the small ships going for bumps as best they can. Oh, another narrow miss from Duncan Tanner going for the things. It looks like the Scorpions are even positioned themselves in between.
Yeah, blocking that.
Yeah.
But even so, they're all in at 0. Webb's damage on the Tengu of, I again can't say that name, but I'm sure my good friend, he will say it for me, while Camel is putting a whole stack of DPS onto the Fleet Typhoons of Sergeant Yanni.
Those newts, and it looks like Gnosis as well, are being cycled, so they try and keep the Tengu out of cap as much as possible. It is fighting to hold its shield up. It is doing okay so far. Oh, that's a great bump. That is an amazing bump right there. Fantastic bump by DHB Wildcat in the Typhoon Fleet. Tengu wear range, I do not know if it is still in range.
No, he's still in range. He has still getting all of that cap, and most importantly, the Tinker is staying alive. Meanwhile, Sergeant Annie is down. Sergeant Annie down. First blood to Camel Empire, which is really bad for Warlords of the Deep, as they're just losing damage that they need to try and break that Tengu tank.
He must have accidentally gone out of his own Aneris' rep range and lost the Foon from there. Now the second Foon falling very quickly as well, losing its shield. Maybe we're going to see how its armor falls, but that was a big, big, big loss for the Warlords of the Deep team.
I actually suspect that the Aneris might be jammed. It's sitting way out there, right at the 57 kilometers off the center of the arena here, and that Tengu's doing fine.
Yeah.
Mayamoka, how do you... I'm sorry.
No, I mean, the Tengu is holding. It's got that cap in. It is repping absolutely fine. Warlords of the Deep still going all in, not trying to newt out whatever's feeding it cap, because, I mean, can you newt out 2 Navy Scorpions and 2 Widows? That's going to be hard without a dedicated newting team. All they've really got is the utility highs on the Fleet Foons. That's nowhere near enough newts, and some of them are even nozzes, and we can see from the overview there. The second Fleet Foon falls even...
look, he has gotten absolutely no reps at all from the Aneros, which is pretty much out of the fight at this stage.
I mean, I do wonder how many of those Widow jams are in fact Galente jammers expecting Warlords of the Deep to bring that Aneris, that Galente hull, so the jammers are super good against it. No reps going in. Camel Empire holding fast, and it looks like they will be taking a 2-0 potentially against Warlords of the Deep.
It's still very early, but I can't see how Warlords can pull this out of the bag at this stage. They're in a terrible spot. They've lost both their core battleships out of the team. Purifier going down as well. So there's another 500 odd DPS off the paddock. Yet another Purifier is about to pop of Gavjack Bunk.
Not only have they lost DPS and most of their newts, but it was the Fleet Foons that have the potential to do the big bumps. Snipples and Confessors are very small ships. They can go very fast, but their mass is very, very low comparative to the Tengu.
The chances of trying to bump that Tengu, they need to get it at least 10 kilometers away from the rest of those energy transferring Navy Scorps and Widows to have any serious effect there. Although at this stage, with most of the newts off the field for Warlords, even that wouldn't help them.
Yeah, I mean, Warlords knew exactly what they needed to do to break the Tinker.
They did.
They knew they didn't have the DPS. They knew they didn't have the newts, so they went for the bumps. That was their only hope. Their first couple of bumps missed. There was a beautiful bump that didn't quite push the Tengu just far enough. It was probably
incredibly close.
It was just right on the edge of being able to sustain those ETs in before it would have been capped out and would have died, and we would have seen a very different result to this match if it had just got an extra maybe 500, 1,000 kilometers, and you know that really spelled out the match. So it does appear that as Camel Empire clean up the field here, that they will be taking a 2-0 win at the end of the winners bracket semis, they'll be going in to face the winner of PL versus Nulli. PL, of course, one up, as we just saw in that matchup. Nulli will be seeing, hopefully in the next match, unless the schedule's changed again, trying to take it back to 1-1.
And for the viewers that have stopped watching the match to look at Apotheo's pretty face, we're down to just basically two frigates, a command ship, and an Eros left on the Warlords team. But Camel is, you're right, they're going to be in the final. It's not the finals, it's going to be, the semi-finals?
The winners bracket finals.
The winners bracket finals.
I mean, it's probably worth mentioning, I know a lot of people on Reddit complain when we explain what a Tinker is, and we also get a lot of feedback saying that it's really important to keep explaining it. People go, I didn't hear about this until I tuned in and I have to be watching this match. So very quickly, a Tinker is usually a T3 ship using a logistic subsystems, and what you do is you feed it cap from the battleships using those large energy transfers, and then that perma feeds it cap, so it's not reliant on its own cap, and it can just constantly rep as well as shield boost itself.
And T3 logistics, while they can do more reps than regular logistics ships, their range is incredibly short. It's only about...
it's 6k for medium reppers, 8.4k for the larges. And
you're probably not going to fit larges. Well, you may, I guess.
And the Tango as well, it's worth remembering, T3s can only lock 5 targets.
Yeah.
So if you bring a 6-man team, that means you can lock everyone, which means that the Tango is locking everyone on the enemy, on their team, so we can apply those reps instantly. He's already got them pre-locked, he's already got them cycling on some people, he's got a bunch of reps to choose from, so it is an exceptionally strong setup. I believe Footy claims it was Agony that invented it, PL popularized it and really, really refined it, and PL are just known for their Tinker play, and both of these teams know exactly how a Tinker works, how to counter it, and Warlords very nearly pulled it off, but very nearly is not good enough.
No, not at all. And in fact, Tinker teams are known for not having great damage or damage projection. And often you'll get this situation where a team coming up against a Tinker team won't lose very much, and we'll get into that reverse tie-dye situation. But the Widows are really what turns this around. The Widows can completely lock out that Aneros. Marilyn Lee might as well not have been on the paddock, to be honest. And Camel Empire could just burn through things as they came in.
Every single jam from those Widows was on the Aneros, so they're going to be landing more often than not, even with its T2 resist. We don't know if the Aneros had ECCM fit or if it went for that shield boost or some combination. You know, it could be XIISB, which was completely useless in this fight because they didn't shoot it. Maybe it's a thing that Camel know about Warlords because they're scrim partners. Maybe they know that they prefer to fit their Aneros with that extra burst shield tank rather than worrying about being jammed, which is why they brought this setup, a little bit of mind games, because the teams are so close. They do scrim together. They're very famously scrim partners. And yeah, this was just a really good example of how a jam-based Tinker can really take apart any team.
Yeah, and it's probably why we saw so many Widow bans earlier on in the tournament. People basically trying to stop this coming at you.
Yeah.
Because it plugs the hole that Tinkers are known for being a little bit weak at. Jamming that Widow stops his fleet comp, but that's not what happened this time.
Yep, we see the Camel taking out the final ships, looting the field, enjoying their 2-0 victory versus Warlords of the Deep, which I know they're Camel and I know they won last year, but Warlords are an insanely strong team.
And look, arguably, I would even say the match favourite. Well, certainly from the desk, the match favourites at least. And I honestly thought they were going to take this.
Yeah, I put down for it to be a 2-1 victory to Warlords, in fact. But instead, it's gone for the 2-0 for Camel. Camel not losing a single ship. And Camel, in fact, barely dipping below full shields at any point.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested in seeing how Chessa feels about this. Unfortunately, he's not on the desk. That was a bit of a...
unfortunately, he is on break at the moment. We do cycle through the commentators and the analysts. I'm sure he'll have words for us when he comes back on.
And yeah, absolutely, probably fixed his makeup from the crying and whatnot that's going on right now.
Yeah.
So Camel Empire slowly working through the ships on the Warlords of the Deep team. This will take probably about a minute 30 or so, I would imagine, seeing as that's how much is left in the in the match. What do you expect from the Nulli PL match?
So
I think
PL
next.
took Nulli apart pretty hard last match.
Incredibly
hard. That's fair to say. So I'm of course not biased. I'm impartial.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that it will be a repeat performance and PL will demolish Nulli. and try and put that final nail in the coffin of a soon-to-be dead alliance.
I'm sure that's what an impartial PL commentator would probably say.
Yeah.
I'm actually interested to see how Nulli react to what PL brought. What do you, if you were in Nulli's shoes, what would be the fleet comp you would bring now? You've seen what PL's brought in the past. This sort of ECM shift, like, what do you think?
I mean,
is it just a matter of tailing your mids, or is it like we need something
Here's the
different
thing. If Nulli win, they
Yeah.
do the winners bracket finals against Camel,
which isn't a great
and then
option.
they beat whoever then Camel would face in the losers bracket final. So that's a horrific set of matches to try and win. But compare that to if they lost. If they lose, they go down into the losers bracket.
And they
then
fight Warlords of the
face-
Deep at some stage.
They fight winner of 120, which was it's a horrible thing. The losers bracket. I can't even work it out. It's so complicated. You have to play so many matches so close to each other. You have to show so many more of your setups. You have to put so much more energy in. The fatigue is horrific.
Yeah.
You have to play so many games, have so many setups ready, so many things prepared. You just have so much more pressure coming from the losers bracket, and that's really why we see the finals of double elimination tournaments always favour the guy coming through from the winners bracket. I mean, it is a best of 5. There's no extra game given, but they've been under so much fatigue. It's been so difficult. They're so tired out. They've had to show more of their setups in order to win, in order to get through. You do not want to go into the losers bracket at any stage in the tournament. So Nulli have to bring their best setup. They just have to.
Speaking about the losers bracket, let's pass it back to the commentator desk.
Curator is primary. Shut your story. Curator is primary. Curator is primary.
Welcome back to the Kids Table. I am CCP Antiquarian, joined by CCP Fozzie, Elise Randolph, and of course Sir Squeebles. We see there Warlords of the Deep going deep down into the elimination bracket, where possibly they may be able to farm their way back up to the championships.
It's going to be a hard road, though.
It's tough.
I mean, they have to face the winners of Tuskers Shadow Cartel. Then they have to face the winners of either the loser PL Nulli and Exodus Hard Knock Citizens.
It's awful. I don't know how you do it, and you still have to like play more matches today. Like that's the worst part.
Yeah. On the other hand, Camel got to be very happy. Absolutely. Not only are they through with a much easier path to the finals, but by winning that match, they've guaranteed themselves prize ships.
That's right.
The worst they can come now is third.
They get Bugattis.
Bugatti is maybe a bit strong or repetitive. It's one of the two. The prize ships for this year, of course, the Imp and the Fiend, those special edition Sancha ships, and a frigate model that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, it's a frigate model that NPCs have used before, but not player ships.
So this will be the first time that anyone on EVE has flown a ship that looks like the Imp is the smaller of the two, as its name would imply. Guys, what did we think about that match?
I mean, it's very interesting that ECM suddenly so big of a thing. And I say suddenly, not to imply that it's not been in the tournament thus far, but to see teams of this caliber.
Yeah, you just saw back-to-back ECM teams.
Yep. Absolutely, and the ECM Tinker, which is something that we even saw actually in the first weekend. Somebody included a Widow and a Tinker, so this is not like madness, malices all over the field. Like, it's actually comps that were in the first weekend being flown by the top-tier teams, executed really well, showing the strength of ECM when used right. And the metagame here is incredibly strong, uncomfortably strong. I mean, the bans are surgical. Obviously, the piloting is surgical. That's to be expected. But I look at some of these, and without knowing the teams really well and not knowing what comps they've flown in practice, not having that intel, I look at the bands and I think, okay, well, maybe they're trying to scare them away from this. And then after the fact, somebody
you see
says,
like it all makes sense.
Oh, it's perfect. It's like a game of chess.
I think there's been this narrative for a while of the Warlords / Hydra and Camel teams being all about execution, and then the PL side of a top tier team, which is more all about the strategy and the bans beforehand. Right. Camel's been like picking teams and banning as well as anyone ever has in this series.
I think
that's incredibly impressive.
I saw some like comparisons between PL and Camel in that like they banned the same way, forced a team of like Warlords into a setup that they know they like to fly a lot. The same thing that PL did to Nulli. Like these teams, they both like to fly the same type, and they just took jammers and just utterly punished them for it. Because when you skew your jammers become that much more strong. Yep. And that's a big weakness of this Warlords team that we saw. It's mixed race. The Oneros is XLA as BFit and dual prop, it seems. So that's no ECCM in there. It's a super greedy fit. Did not expect the ECM. I did not expect Camel to take a Tinker, to be honest.
I did not.
I mean, I knew the door would be open, but I didn't think either of those teams valued the Tinker.
Especially when a Malice is an option. I mean, the Malice was unbanned there. The Malice is really good at getting in and constantly eating cap. So 2 Malices into a Tinker, they're very sturdily tanked, and they can apply so much cap pressure.
The short cycle time is
I sort of expected it, and yet there was a Vengeance in the front of the field. So you have to ask, why choose the Vengeance instead of the Malice? What's the logic?
I don't think it would have helped enough in this situation.
Yeah,
right? Like in the earlier match, actually, I think it could have swung it. In this one, a single Malice in there, considering that your Logi is going to be jammed all the time, because they probably had a ton of Glente and MR jammers. They banned out effectively Shield, and then just like sat on the jammers for armor.
That was really good. That was pretty intense. And I mean, as soon as Warlords saw the matchup, they went for like the 1 in 100 shot, right?
Yep.
We saw a few teams last year actually make that work by bumping. In fact, PL in the first weekend last year, I remember this, managed to break a Tinker by bumping it out. But yeah, that's just a 1 in 100 shot.
Wildcat did get a really good bump, but the other Foon got successfully screened. There was a scram on him early enough that he couldn't get a bump in, so only 1 bumper, not enough. You're really, like, against a team that's flying that well, that knows what they're doing with the Tinker, you need to get multiple bumps, either on the same target or bump the Tengu one way and a battleship the other way.
Yeah, and I mean, there's multiple other things that have to be happening while that's going on, is your damage has to be applying, and in the event they do come together, your control needs to be applying in the form of newts. So even if you get that Tengu bumped out of that cap transfer range, if all of your DPS is jammed, he's probably going to be able to drift back in. So it's the sort of synergy that we talked about earlier with Damps and ECM. You know, sometimes 2 things line up where, okay, so the Tengu got bumped, maybe he did drift out of 1 cap transfer range. He didn't in this instance, but even if he does, if the Widows are doing their work as well as they were there, he could still make it back in, and that's pretty awesome.
And it should be noted, one of the drawbacks of having an ECM team and a Tinker team is that you can't do damage. But when you have Widows and Navy Scorps, those Scorp hulls that can apply a lot of damage, definitely works.
It certainly did. We do have the next match coming up, second in the contest of 3 for Nulli, Secunda, and Pandemic Legion. And we have bans already reported for this.
I just need some emotional help, but it's okay.
It's interesting. This is almost an identical ban structure to what we had in the first match. Again, in the first match, Nulli banning out the Malice and Golem. They've gone the same route. Malice and Golem banned by Nulli, Secunda. On the other side, Pandemic Legion, first round, they banned the Barghest, the Oneros. This round, the Blackbird and the Oneros.
PL banning out their own setup from the last match.
Yep. But also they're forcing Nulli into taking an entirely new team, right? Because when you beat their old team, and then you are definitely just throwing the gauntlet down. Like, they can't take that team again. You know PL know how to beat it. You can't take the same Typhoon core with T3 destroyers. So I guess they're just trying to see
throw
what
some extra ECCM on. And, you never know.
Maybe some ECM bursts from the tricky Huns.
Yeah, we see that from some of the best teams. It's a really less used tactic.
Having seen Camel bringing the Tinker, and having come from a field where the Tinker was constantly on the ban list, and now there's pressure to put the bans on these Alliance tournament level ships, these like incredibly powerful small hulls. Are we getting away from something that's freeing up that strategy? Is it possible that that Nulli or Pandemic comes in with something that before wasn't part of the meta because it couldn't be, but now?
I don't think so. I think if you take a Tinker versus PL, you're just asking to lose Like, PL's just really good at flying Tinkers. They know how to dismantle them. And I don't think PL thinks that strongly of the Tinker
They
in
might
the
need
late
to be
meta.
thinking a little bit more about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, the way you practice is you have a certain baseline. You have to make sure all your teams can beat a baseline. PL for sure has a Tinker baseline. That means every team they field can beat at least 30% of the time a Tinker. So.
Yeah, they at least have a game plan.
Yeah, and obviously Nulli do the same thing. This isn't exclusive to PL. This is what good tournament teams do.
30% of the time, very good. I mean, I'm not trying to denigrate that as a nice little benchmark. 30% of the time, not good enough in this tournament right now.
It might be.
Maybe PL has a chance to be a bit more risky now. They're up one in the series. They might go for something that is a little bit riskier, but that maybe they think will take it home.
And then, of course, they can drop this series in theory and still progress to the finals.
Please no.
And only have to work through Exodus/Hard Knocks/Warlords.
Oh, that would be awful. You can't even. I don't even think you can do that. I think it's actually impossible.
That seems pretty rough.
It's a difficult bracket to go through. I think we're just about ready to go to the booth. Have the teams taken the field? No, not yet. A slight technical difficulty with the teams taking the field just now, which gives us a little bit of time if we'd like to continue discussing the merits of these teams and where they're going, and also what happens later on today. Of course, coming up after we finish the winners bracket semifinals, we will see those elimination bracket matches that were originally scheduled earlier, those being Tuskers versus Shadow Cartel, followed by Exodus versus Hard Knock Citizens. Now, those matches will go through. The winner of Tuskers Shadow Cartel goes on to face Warlords of the Deep, who have just dropped down. And the winner of the Exodus Hard Knock Citizens match will go on to face whoever triumphs in the Nulli Pandemic Legion matchup.
There's a pretty cool storyline between the Nulli and the Pandemic Legion teams, like going back the last 3 years or so. So last year, in this similar situation, PL beat Nulli, and then Nulli came through the losers bracket and knocked PL out to go on. And Nulli finished second last year. PL finished third. In Alliance Tournament 10, PL faced Hun, which was parts of it are now in the Nulli team, and had a really good chance, ended up losing. So there's a little bit of, as you could say, some bad blood between these two teams.
It even goes further back. I mean, PL and Hun were in the finals of AT4.
Yep.
And Hun...
That's the one Hun's won.
Yeah, Hun beat PL in that one. Yep.
You've got to be a little sad to see Nulli go. A little bit.
No.
Well, one thing I can say for sure. So we've talked about how Nulli is planning on disbanding, but this core of players, probably actually bringing with it the people they picked up from Nulli, I'm sure is going to continue to be in the Alliance tournament. They're going to find their way to another Alliance.
They're a tournament dynasty.
Continue to do really well there. And now, next year, we're going to have to start saying whatever Alliance here, who, by the way, used to be Nulli and used to be Hun.
I used to be RUR.
Well, we'll have a look, and hopefully we'll see some more great matches out of Nulli before they do officially disband. Right now, this match, 118B of Alliance Tournament 13, Nulli Secunda versus Pandemic Legion, and we will go to the boys in the booth.
My nerds, welcome to Game 2 of Nulli Secunda versus Pandemic Legion. I'm Apophany here with CCP Larrikin. Another great game here for you guys. A great, interesting setup from PL. Larrikin, tell me about the PL team.
PL team have brought a Balgorn, Scorpion, Astarte, Guardian, a Neuros, which I believe is a Hauler of some description, 2 Purifiers, 2 Hounds, a Vengeance, and a Punisher. And sorry, that was 2 Astartes.
Nulli have brought a double Typhoon Fleet issue, an Eos, a Guardian, 2 Svipples, 2 Kitsunes, an Ishka, a Malediction, and a Tristan. 30 seconds till match start.
And they're very close to each other. Both teams have come in above the plane of the solar system at 90-degree angles, so they're only about sort of 50 kilometers apart. Nulli have put in a Maledictions people, basically light tackling close while they've kept their battleship core at range along with their logistics.
Yeah, this Nulli team very reminiscent of, in fact, the early teams we saw from Camel or Warlords of the Deep with the double Kitsune, very popular with tons and tons of jamming support. That's actually quite hard to catch and kill. We do have the start of the match here. It looks like the Nulli tackle and the PL tackle streaming across opposite sides, getting the important tackle down. Jams going across either side, and immediately that flagship Balgorn, piloted by Dankel of PL team, is scrammed.
And so is Tinky in the Guardian. He is scrammed and webbed, held down. It looks like Nulli's DPS primary is onto the Guardian, but he's tanking all right so far. Probably sitting at about 70%, 60% armor there.
The PL Guardian, however, is taking a lot of damage and it's not being wrapped up yet. That said, the Svipple from Nulli Secunda of Korth is taking damage and it is down. PL gets the first kill, but their Guardian may be in trouble.
Well, PL have managed to tackle the Nulli Secunda Guardian as well, and the other Svipple piloted by G Funk.
Yep, so we have the second Svipple now. PL showing that they really do not like the T3Ds, taking them out early in this match and in the previous match. Svipple going down for Nulli Secunda here as well. That's two important tackle rolls, a bit of DPS taken off the field for Nulli. Nulli are very behind to start with. They need a big kill to catch up.
And look, they've gone hard for that Guardian. They looks like they switched, or at least maybe the support went for the Anurus of Papadopoulos. But he's fine. He's doing no problems. There were some reps on him there from a bit. He's laughing now. He's moving on. And Tinky is tanking incredibly well. Basically 100% armor for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, I mean, Tinky is an old school pilot PL. He is a fantastic logistics pilot, really good at what he does, and really seeing where damage is applied now. Nulli's kind of taking a lot of damage on both their fleet foons. One of Zuko, one the team captain, taking quite a lot more damage, actually down now into half armor. The Guardian is tackled and muted.
Yeah,
so
he's not getting
applying
any reps
is so difficult for him at the moment. But look at all those beautiful rep bots, the new animations for reps being shown here thanks to the Glacier release. It is gorgeous to see, and that fleet foon of Tsuko is about to hit structure.
Yeah, just moving through the last parts of armor there, moving into structure. Meanwhile, Pandemic Legion are laughing. They've got a whole bunch of jams on them from those two Kitsunes, but the Kitsunes don't seem... Well, that doesn't really seem to be affecting the damage coming from the PL team.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Kitsunes have managed to jam the Scorpion out, which is very important, because it means that all those Scorpion jams are being applied. But despite that, PL are still getting kills, and Nulli aren't seem to be effectual even without all that jam pressure.
In fact, the Balgorn there, I think a lot of this comes down to the Balgorn. He's managed to tackle that Guardian, put all the news...
Sorry to interrupt, that Guardian is getting low. Thinking might be running out of cap, might be running out of nanite if he's got an AR running. He's getting low, the rep bot's not helping enough, down into the bottom of structure. Barely holding on.
But there's that Typhoon, the Bubba 12 Typhoon's gone down as well. That could be enough damage just to let Tinking survive this.
Yeah, and the newts, the utility newts of the Fleet Foon, those two utility highs each mean that the Guardian is no longer under cap pressure. Tinking barely survived by the skin of his teeth there.
Holding on. Yep, but he... I don't want to say he's okay, but he's doing all right. Meanwhile, Nulli have lost a Confessor. Tristan's going low. Guardian well and truly tackled and in a lot of problems.
Nulli, what have they got left for DPS? They've got an EOS that most likely had Drep Round rather than heavy damage. The Guardian doesn't do damage. Two Kitsunes, great gems. Ishkur, probably there for its use of Rep Drones, might have some blasters in the highs. Then a Malediction, which is not the biggest DPS ship in the history of online.
Look, I believe in Bubba Green. I think he can probably pull this match back. I mean, it's still early days. We've got 6 minutes left, and if there's some superior... No, he's gone. He's dead. All right,
yeah,
then
okay,
fair
never
enough.
mind. Phil heard that and just went, nope, Larrikin, nope. But look at the PL's control bar. Look at how much control a flag bell gives you with those crazy faction newts, with the certainly officer webs, everything you can do with
and all
the
those
flagship rules.
And everything else you want to stick in
there. We've said through the tournament that the Balgorn is like this really safe, really effectual option that's amazing as a threat, even if you don't bring it. But it's a threat for a reason.
Yeah. Actually, surprising though, some of the commentators were talking about this earlier, and I'm a little bit surprised to see a Balgorn this late in the tournament. I would have expected maybe those Kitsunes to... I guess it depends on their jammer their jam choice here.
I mean...
Jammer module choice, rather.
We do see now the Guardian of Kral RPL leaving it to the end. A lot of the time in the Alliance tournament, we see the Guardian headshot first. You try to get the Guardian as fast as possible with the logistics, then burning through the rest ships is okay. But you're like, no, we know we don't need to kill that. We'll take all the DPS off field, make our Lodge's life so much easier. We really need to get it down. and then just leaving the Guardian to the end.
Well, I assume that Crowlord doesn't have any capital at this stage. He has been no threat. I haven't seen a rep.
He's got a Guardian sat on him. I don't think that's going to be the
Balgorn,
case. Sorry,
yeah.
Balgorn. Anyway, that is the end of the match. And with that, PL take a 2-0 victory. Very quick, 2 best of 3s here. With that, we will, after some gorgeous ads, go back to the desk.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 13. Nulli Secunda descending down into the elimination bracket, eliminated in a best-of-2 contest against Pandemic Legion, who will move forward. Pandemic Legion securing themselves some prize ships.
Prize ships for sure.
And at the very least, a third-place rank here in Alliance Tournament 13.
And we'll see them face Camel tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
That's going to be a great series.
That's going to be intense. Since both those teams have been playing, at least today, with the same type of play style, it's going to be a really good match of wits. But, I mean, back to the game that we just saw.
Balgorn Astarte.
Balgorn Astarte. So it's essentially, PL took the armor variant of what they had just taken before. I mean, some of the ships are different, but a lot of what it can do is the same. There's no Hugin, but there's Flaghorn with like 70-kilometer, even better webs. I don't know. I was saying earlier, and I think everyone agreed that Nulli, they can't just take the same core after PL just showed that they can dismantle it, right? But they did, and came up to. It was not.
Yeah, the tank on that Guardian, I think, was huge.
That seems like a bait Guardian to me.
Yeah, that must have had a lot of plate on it. Yeah. Potentially even like onlining extra plate and offlining some.
I don't think we're that good, but I mean,
you're not quite Faffy Waffy.
No, we're not quite that skilled. But I mean, it's kind of neat when you see like a bait ship, right? Like you wouldn't see that out of a best of 3 series. Like if it was just a best of 1, there's no way you do that. But when you get into these series, best of 3s, and the finals are going to be best of 5s, you start playing against your opponents a little bit more with your bands. And I thought PL just did it really well. But, I mean, Nulli's not out of it, right? They just
No. But they are, I mean, they're even deeper in it, in fact. They have a really tough road. We've been talking about this losers bracket.
It's brutal.
I think every year it gets tougher and tougher. And that's been true now for at least 3 years. It's probably been true for the history of the tournament, but especially in the last 3 years. And right now, a lot of these teams in the elimination bracket are extremely tough. So I have a question about, again, we were talking about seeing ECM come back up later in the tournament, a little more heavy-handed than it was in the beginning. You again saw a Scorpion there, which played a pretty big role at certain points. Certainly the Fleet Typhoons died sooner than they otherwise would have. If you're going in now and you're facing one of these high-tier teams and you realize the potency of ECM, how do you play your bans? Do you ban out what supports and enables the ECM? Or do you ban out, say, the Widow Hull or the Scorpion Hull?
I don't know.
It's really tough.
Yeah.
I think what you do is make sure that, like we've talked about baselines before, that you have a plan to beat stuff, have a plan to beat ECM teams. And there's a lot of ways you can make yourself stronger against ECM. You can bring ECCM modules. You can bring remote ECCM to throw on your logistics. That could be very powerful. That's actually what we saw years ago, Hun Reloaded use against PL to great effect with Vargers. You can also reduce the number of factions in your team. So because of the fact that people are going to be using some kind of spread of faction jammers, if you only have, say, just Minmatar and Galente, or just like whatever, just 2 or even 1 race of ships in your team, it means that all of their racial jammers that don't hit those races are much weaker. So the more you can reduce that number down, 3 is better than 4, 2 is better than 3. If you can somehow manage 1, then that's great, but that can really help.
Nice.
Yep. So we were talking about how ECM seems a lot stronger in this format of the Alliance tournament. Part of the reason Damps got nerfed.
Yep.
But another big reason is that you can only bring 2 of the same ship hull to your match. So it's really hard to get a single race team going out there, which single race team just destroys ECM. That's generally how you do it. But these like Typhoon, Oneros, Tech 3 Destroyer teams, they're all basically 3 races, and that's brilliant for a well-run.
Yep. But I mean, at some point, like in that team, you might want to decide to bring Sweeples instead of Confessors, for instance, and and then Hecates, and then do something like that just keeps that number down a little bit. It's something to at least consider and something to make sure you're practicing against. Generally good to have some really heavy ECM teams as one of your baselines to practice against, because then even if you come up against some weaker ECM, you'll at least make sure that everything's optimized for it.
So then do you think you're going to see this as we move back into the eliminations bracket? I mean, we didn't see this from these teams who've already played several matches today. Are they going to replicate it? Do you think all these other teams have it? Because I look at a team like Tuskers, who's a high-tier team, sort of in the middle of the pack. I wonder if they're emboldened by seeing a meta work that they probably have in their back pocket.
Yeah, if you've practiced it, then, I mean, if you practice it, you probably know how strong it is.
Right.
And that's one of those, even if you've just practiced to go against it. I remember years ago, before I started TCP, putting together a team that had like triple Kitsune, triple Rook, as like, oh, this will just be the most extreme version so we can test against it. And then it started doing pretty well. So, let's bring it. And you'll find that once you actually start practicing things, you learn both the strengths and weaknesses of it. And that's, I think, another one of the reasons why we're seeing like really good teams do well with ECM. Often when you get these setups that have only a couple of ECM ships in, like just the Scorpion there, you bring the setup and you test it a lot and you learn that it's weak to certain things. That like, oh, it works really well in general, but you know what? We keep coming against this and it keeps breaking us. You just skew your jammers towards that, and then you've actually like strengthened your overall team greatly.
Now, we do actually have an interview with one of the teams in the elimination bracket right now, the team that will be going up against Hard Knock Citizens later on today at 2020. That is XIII. And I think this is an audio-only interview. We might not have a video link right now, but I believe that we have on the line, and let me check to make sure, this is Vitone?
Yes, it is.
Am I pronouncing that correctly? Is it Vitone?
That's absolutely perfect.
Boom. Nailed it in one. Not first time. Vitone, you fly with XIII, and what type of ships do you fly?
Well, in the past, I've flown command ships, battleships. This tourney, I'm more of a support role, decies, anything that can help our support right now.
Are you behind that T3 piloting we've seen?
I have been. I've been on both sides. I've been in a Heretic and a Confessor to this point.
Excellent. I'm always happy to see a Heretic on the board. It's one of my preferred hulls. Your last match, you guys went up against, if I'm correct about that, the Ronin, and sent them packing. How did that feel?
Well, we came up against 4 high DPS battleships, and we were pretty certain that they were going to have hull, tank, and lots of DPS. And we just had to keep our Logi alive long enough and dive their big DPS and kill that off before it can do any more damage past our Logi.
Those heavy 4 battleship setups can be brutal, but you guys did good work. You banned out earlier in the match the Guardian and the Oneros. That was your ban for that.
Yes.
A very popular ban. Have you been conscious of the armor meta going on?
I think so. We've been bringing armor TFIs quite a bit.
Yep.
So we realize how powerful that ship in armor can be, and how powerful armor is in general. But, you can do a lot of good things with shield, too. We haven't pulled anything out there yet, but, that may happen at some point.
Without giving too much away, because I'm sure that your opponents are watching the stream with anticipation of farming and gleaning some amount of information, what are you looking for in your next fight versus Hard Knock Citizens?
A win.
A win. It's succinct. Are you prepared for the fleets that they've brought already?
Well, I don't think you could ever be 100% prepared. There's also bans involved, so that changes your strategy going into the match. But I think that, with our preparation to this point, with the practices we put in, with what we've, tried to learn as much as we can about the current meta, I think that, we have a good shot. I think we can do good things.
Well, you've been doing good things so far, and we look forward to seeing how you fare in your match at 8:20 Eve time. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Fly safe.
Okay.
And there we have Vitone from Exodus.
Good people.
Mostly good people.
Very good people.
Strong team.
They've got a tough challenge ahead of them.
Tough against Hard Knocks, yeah. I mean, they're going to Hard Knocks, and then if they win that, they have to take on Nulli.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, probably, it's hard to even compare, but probably you'd prefer that to being on the other side and facing Tuskers or Shadow Cartel and then Warlords, but still.
I think,
equally awful on
I don't know. I think I would rather be where they are now than swapping, honestly. And it's by the tiniest of margins, but Hard Knocks, we talked about what a good team they are, and they've performed really, really well, and I'm not trying to write them off at all, but I do think Exodus is stronger than them as a team. I think, obviously, with the Outbreak sort of core and some Outbreak members in Hard Knocks, of course, they have a lot of experience, but I think Exodus has more consistency from tournament to tournament. But it's hard to say. Exodus seems stronger. I'm obviously partial because I've, spent more time around them, but just their matches, the clutch win earlier today, the patience, good execution from them. I mean, they haven't shown crazy amounts of variety yet, but I don't know that they've needed to in a lot of the matches. I think they've known that they can go in without
as long as you have the variety to pull in.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I would assume that they do. I'd be very surprised if they didn't.
So Hard Knock Citizens is the scrim partner of Nulli Secunda, and PL just showed everyone the blueprint for destroying a team like that. So you think Exodus is gonna take a page from there and try and make it work, or?
Yeah, if they've already practiced it, I think, but I don't think they'd try to pull something in that. Just quick, let's just copy that setup.
Just YOLO it straight off, buy it from G to see what happens.
Well, Exodus has. They actually have gone slightly off the beaten path with. They were one of the teams that brought Rattlesnakes, one of the few higher tier teams,
and it worked, but it was still weird.
Yeah, it worked, but not as convincingly as they would have wanted, right? It was one of those things where I think that put a nail in the coffin of Rattlesnakes for a lot of teams who might have been planning on using them. I think there's a reason a lot of people didn't. Maybe they have some different things going on. Why they would choose to field the Rattlesnakes in that match, I forget the bans, obviously, off the top of my head, but
I would remember there was a team that Scorp Navy issue was banned and they took Rattlesnakes, but then Scorp Navy issue wasn't banned and they just took Rattlesnakes
anyway. They still took Rattlesnakes.
So I'm pretty sure that was Exodus.
Yeah, I don't think they're probably going to do that again. I don't think it's worked out really well. I mean, we saw the Gilas used really well earlier as a sledgehammer against that Sleipnir core, but overall, the T1 combat drones, I think, have a very small niche, and we're seeing how potent the rep drones are. So
the rep
it's kind of a hard sell to invest that much.
I don't think the Rattlesnake's a bad ship in this tournament, but there's just better options for a couple of points cheaper.
Yeah.
And the Scorp Navy issue, I think, is way better in every way.
The only argument that could swing the other way on that is we're now seeing ECM become prevalent, which again, we might be in a bit of a phase and people might adjust and expect the ECM and try and ban it out. But, drone DPS is independent of target lock. So,
well, you can jam the drones.
As we saw last year.
With Garista's ships, with a smaller number of drones, you become a lot more vulnerable to that.
Right, and we actually saw Camel, I think, in the final series last year. Was that the winning
with
Widows,
match? Banning out or jamming out.
Let's not rub it in too much, guys. I mean,
we were all there. Yeah. We all remember.
We do have a video about ECM just to help people who are watching and maybe might not know as much about the tech behind these fleets. And we can get that up on the board right now, electronic countermeasures. And this is what prevents the other team's ships from targeting not just your ships, but also themselves, if you can get it in on the Logi.
So what you're seeing there is some of the modules that affect ECM. So there's a sensor strength on any given ship, which can be modified by the use of your ECCM modules and remote ECCM from other ships.
And there's a skill too.
Yep, and there's skills affected. There's also the strength of the jammers. Now some ships have bonuses to the strength of jammers, like the Scorpions and Blackbirds and Kasunas and Widows that we've seen. And you can also fit modules on those, which maybe you have to decide how much DPS versus jam strength you want to have. And then that feeds into a formula that just basically gives you a random chance of jamming. So if your number is higher than the other guy's number, you're going to have a better chance. But even a very low strength jam still has a chance of jamming.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Have jams been more prevalent or more influential in this tournament so far than damps, say?
I think a little bit more,
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But I think a reason we're seeing jams show up this late is because it seemed earlier in the week and last week that jams were kind of awful. So people, when they theory crafted their teams, they got a little bit greedy. Instead of putting a mid slot for ECCM, they just threw an extra scram on there.
And so there is an infographic up for sensor dampers. They are offensive E-War modules that reduce either the lock range or the scan resolution, which is how long it takes you to target of an enemy ship. Normally those are run scripted. You put in a script to do one or the other really, really well. Since last Alliance tournament, because jams are so prevalent and it sort of forced the meta into a place that I think a lot of people weren't happy with, you can no longer put scripts in there.
Yeah.
So they still reduce your scan resolution, which means it takes longer to lock, and you can't target as far. And we've talked a couple of times about the synergy between ECM and sensor dampeners. And in fact, Apotny mentioned that, and then immediately went into the commentator booth in the very next match that actually won a team the match. One Mollis was able to capitalize on a good jam from a cheap ship, and when it takes forever to lock and rep, you're probably going to lose a few frigates, and that's exactly what happened.
It's a cascading effect, right? So as soon as you get the first jam cycle off, if there's a damp on there as well that affects your scan res, then you got more time for a second or even a third jam to get off, less time for you to do anything. And as a pilot in a situation like that, it feels awful, right? It's like, oh, I can lock again. Oh, it takes 17 seconds. I got jammed again. Let me just sit here doing nothing for all of my life, and then you just throw something, and hopefully it doesn't break.
And hopefully you're not piloting an Oneros or a Tengu.
Yeah, you have to watch as your friends die, screaming, I need reps, I need reps.
No, we're seeing these modules being put on utility slots in battleships. We see them put onto the free mids or wherever in the T3 destroyers. Electronic attack frigates, the small ships, the small support frigates, are they coming into play so much?
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing, especially the Kitsune, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the most common one.
Yeah.
So they're running through them right now. We just saw the Amar, which are bonus to tracking disruption. These are the Caldari lineup, the Griffin and the Kitsune, which are for ECM, we were just talking about, the jamming modules. Mollis are for those remote sensor dampers, the Mollis and the Carries, that's a Galenti ship. And the Vigil and the Hyena, which actually
also been very powerful.
Made really good appearances and really made good use of their points. Those are the Mimitar hulls, and they're bonus to web range. The Hyena is bonus to web range, and both of those ships are bonus to target painters, which have been really big in this missile.
With all the missiles around, target painters are hugely
2 points for a Hyena, I believe, right? Or no, it's three. Sorry, three, because it is an E-War frigate. Even
we
though
actually
it's type 1.
require more points for those ships just because they're so powerful. Yeah.
It's interesting though. Like these are the kinds of ships where a pilot who doesn't have quite so many skill points, and a newer pilot can get in there and get a lot of practice, a lot of familiarity with how it interfaces with the rest of the fleet comp, and make a huge difference, even on teams that have been playing for years, been in the tournament over and over and over.
And it's the same in other combat in EVE as well. You can be hugely helpful to your fleet, to your corporation, to your alliance with a very new character using this electronic warfare. I know Elise has some experience.
Let me tell you about 300 Mollises trying to kill you.
A fleet tempest while being damped and tracking disrupted by 1,000 things.
Yeah, it's awful.
I would also say that they are very approachable, especially the T1 variants. The SP requirements are very low, and their efficacy is very high, and their cost is really low. But there is also a really high skill cap for the others, like a Mollis. One of the things we were talking about is amplifying the effects of ECM by capitalizing it and damping at the right time. Really good Mollis pilots can communicate with the Kitsune or a Griffin and come in on the end of that 20-second jam. So they'll damp other people, and then the Griffin can say, hey, he's about to come out of jam. Then they can put it on. So there's a very high skill cap for them.
It's easy to get into it, but then hard to really master it.
Yeah, they run the full spectrum, those E-War frigates.
I remember when I first started playing EVE, that was how I was valuable in my EVE University high-sec war deck fleets.
I'm still not valuable, but
bring a Blackbird.
I'm pretty sure that's the learning curve, isn't it? It's the cliff of doom.
And then evolve from there to sitting off of a low-sec gate and jamming two people that I don't know while they try to fight each other with a Falcon.
The worst kind of person.
But it's having like a 1v1 thinking that their set. Yeah.
That's how I started as well. I was thrown into a Falcon because these ECM ships, they're force multipliers, right? So they're really, really useful.
We almost made the whole tournament with that phrase not getting used. I tried
it's
so
because they're
hard.
so fly. But anyways, yeah, I flew a Falcon for I think a year. It was great.
Great ships.
And then I flew a Drake, and I had an alternate Falcon just because I missed it.
I don't know how you sleep at night.
I was a
I don't know
scumbag.
why you fly Drakes.
I mean, Drakes used to
Drakes are
be
pretty
the
awesome.
hotness,
Don't
as these
talk to
kids
me.
are saying.
Kids aren't saying
I know what the hotness is. We do have a quick graphic for you. Points for the
Is it about
ships.
Drakes?
Drakes will be included. This right here displaying all of the points for the ships. These fleet compositions that we fly in Alliance Tournament 13. 100 points. If you fail to bring the full 100 points, those points go immediately to the other team. So it's imperative that you come as close as possible, which is why occasionally you'll see an Ibis or an Emperor, probably not. You'll see some low-level ships that there's no other point to them. It's just we're
We saw
using
an
1
industrial
point.
just last match actually.
Battle Badger.
Yeah.
Gotta keep your eyes on that. And then here we do see some high points. I'm always curious. The Marauders are still at 19, Fozzie.
Yeah,
The
all right,
Marauders
so
can't have the Bastion
First
module.
thing, people have been making good advantage of the Marauders throughout this tournament. I mean, they have been strong
I'm not
ships.
saying they're not good ships. I'm just saying.
Well, then what are you saying, antiquarian?
This is what I'm saying.
Yes.
This sentence.
Oh,
yeah.
And it's over.
But actually, one other thing that people will notice, Marauders are probably a little bit higher points than they could be. Heavy Interdictors, a little bit higher points than they could be. We don't allow deep space transports at all. We don't allow Nestors. All of those are because they're just really tanky ships. And in general, we don't want the matches to be too tanky, or else you end up with a lot of
Nestor's
stuff
not
not
about
dying.
the tank, is it?
No, it is. It's the refitting as well, but also it actually we wouldn't ever be allowed to have remote reps because basically the Nestor would break the tournament in like 3 different ways.
Yeah.
It would just be the most powerful tournament ship of all time.
Well, and I mean the Marauders, there's a few things that factor in that make them really interesting ships in this tournament. They're a Tech 2 hull, but their sensor strength is really low. So we talked about earlier, that sensor strength that prevents you from getting jammed. Do you think it would be really high on this big, expensive Tech 2 hull? Not the case. It's easier to jam than some other cheaper varieties.
In normal combat, you can get around that with Bastion,
right.
which makes you immune to all electronic.
Without that Bastion module, it's kind of a double-edged sword because you lose the Bastion module, which I would argue is sort of negates the effectiveness of all the Marauders. But you gain an extra utility slot. So smart bombing off enemy rep drones, an extra Newt, an extra NOS to keep a hardener running.
I'm still thinking that that's what Nulli was missing there. Is they need to get into a Vargar. Just put Zuko back into a Vargar.
Yeah, just to get happy in a spot that he likes. I think a Golem is actually one of the easily the best Marauder.
Yeah, we've been seeing it banned in the last couple of matches.
Yeah, it's because it combines 2 things in one. It gets like a Vigil's target painter, and it's just a Marauder Marauder that can spew missiles everywhere.
With better projection, not necessarily application, but better projection than any of the other Marauders. I mean, a Vargar can hit pretty far, but it can't hit all the way to the edge of the arena consistently.
So you'd field a Golem if you have a shield team where you're running short on pilots, but you have excess points. So you just upgrade like a Scorp Navy issue to a Golem. Bam, you've got your painters sorted. You've got a sweet Golem that can spew missiles.
I think it was Afterlife's team at the beginning of the day had used. I mean, they didn't win, but they with that Atana Tinker used a Golem pretty effectively.
Yeah, and they, we saw those bomber teams that have sort of fallen off. Teams have become more diverse, but we did see early on literally 4 battleship-sized hulls and then 8 bombers. Golem paint's a bit of a necessity if you go in without those target painters. So yeah, they're really good, and they're the most stable, reliable, and I would argue simple to fit into a comp of the Marauders, but still not hugely prevalent late in the tournament, although, some of these top-heavy teams, they make a whole lot of sense.
I will make the case for the Kronos, which has a police skin, which just makes
Kronos Rush.
Yes.
Kronos Rush, remember it.
Kronos Rush is
Kronos Rush.
not on the table right now. We, however, are also not going to be on the table. We're going to go to a brief break and come back at 8 o'clock Eve time for Tuskers versus the Shadow Cartel. That match 119 of this Alliance Tournament 13. Please stay with us on Twitch. We'll give you some nice, pretty screens to look at while we break and take a look at the rest of the tournament structure coming up, and be back here at 8 o'clock.
For Tuskers versus Shadow Cartel.
It'll be a banger. Oh.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 13. I am joined at the desk by Sam, Frodo, and Gimli. But before
Why get Gimli?
Wait, which is which?
But before we start chatting and introduce the next match, we do have a very fortuitous interview that's come through. Ferris Saloni from Pandemic Legion has agreed to appear with us here on the Alliance Tournament stream via Skype. Ferris Saloni, are you there?
Hey, hello. How are you doing?
Doing very well. How much are you getting paid by Abercrombie and Fitch?
Well, I don't know about that. It's actually a birthday present, so
it's cool. It's cool. It's good. It's great to have you with us. Pandemic Legion doing a great job this tournament. Elise Gandalf could not be happier about your guys' performance. He's absolutely ecstatic. How have you felt play has gone so far?
Well, we've been doing pretty okay. I think we had good tactics and good testing, and we could pretty much execute what we learned in the testing and put it into the real battle, actually. So it was pretty okay, I guess.
Earlier today, we had a discussion and actually saw some metrics for maybe what might have been the first time on actions per minute by EVE players. We talked about how the strategies kind of differ. We go for looking at something like that to determine whether or not people are active piloting or passive piloting. How do you feel the play changes versus one of those teams that's using like a lot of actions per minute, a lot of on-hands piloting, versus maybe some of the teams that are a little bit more passive about it?
Well, it kind of depends on the setup you fly. You know, if you fly a ship that really doesn't want to get caught, then obviously you need to stay at range, but at the same time manage your ECM, manage your attack range. So that gets a bit more stressful. But overall, I mean, I was flying a bomber. It was pretty okay. You know, it wasn't that much different from actually flying on TQ.
Right on. You were flying a bomber. Your entire fleet setup, fantastic, obviously, to move forward. Where do we go? What are you guys bringing next? Just spill it.
Well, you know, I have a really good setup theory crafted myself, but I still could have convinced my guys to bring that one out. So I'm not really sure if we're going to be able to do that, but we have several, setups obviously planned out and sketched, and it's always a pretty rushed decision, and we figure out you have to account for the bans and everything. So it's really no telling now, but I do hope I convince the guys to run my setup. You
guys have been running an excellent metagame with the bans, going after what your teams might not be into. How do you practice for this kind of situation where you will be going up against higher tier teams and you will be having to eliminate certain fleets?
Well, we got a lot of time to practice, so especially after the first weekend, you got to figure out what the enemy roughly has shown you, and you got to make sure that your setups can beat those. But obviously, during the big theory crafting stage, you come up with a lot of different strategies and setups, so you just try to be prepared for everything, really.
One more question before I let you go. Do you have a plan for your prize ships that you guys have already won?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I don't know. I guess we'll see how it gets distributed amongst the guys, and then we'll go from there.
Right on. We're looking forward to seeing those on the marketplace. And we'll come back to the desk. Thank you for being with us, Ferris Saloni from Pandemic Legion.
See you. Bye.
Gentlemen.
Hello.
Here we are, about to kick off the remaining elimination bracket matches for today's Alliance Tournament 13 stream. First up, Tuskers Co. versus Shadow Cartel.
It's going to be a fantastic match. I mean, Shadow Cartel have shown to be an exceptionally dangerous team to anyone. I mean, last year they took PL to the very edge. I mean, this year they've shown great matches, good variance in their team comps. And then you have the Tuskers. They came fourth last year. They've been on a roll throughout the bracket this year. Just two titans of ability coming at each other, even though they are in the losers bracket, which should show you how hard the tournament is this year. And I think it's just going to be a great game.
Yeah, it's important to mention Shadow Cartel is the only team to have taken out an Alliance tournament ship thus far, right, in the Atana.
Yeah, that's right.
And that was actually the match that they lost. They traded their flagship Balgorn for the Atana of who? What team was it that lost?
I can't recall.
I believe it was Pandemic
Was it Pandemic Legion?
Yeah, it was Pandemic
The
Legion.
man was good enough to appear on camera by the glories of technology.
He should not be let free just because I appear.
I'm sorry,
Nobody showed me mercy.
Where's PL in the bracket at the moment and where's We Hurt?
Well, we are taking some time
It's
off.
very complicated. I'm not quite sure
A lot
about
of ins, a
the
lot of outs.
specifics.
No, but Shadow Cartel lost a really, really tough uphill match, but they took out an important ship from a top-tier team that's still in the tournament, and there's a chance they're going to run into PL again, assuming they go all the way to the end. I don't have it drawn out exactly how it'll fall, but they're really strong. The Tuskers, though, also really, really strong. A lot of people, when you ask them what are the top 4 Alliance tournament teams, Tuskers won't be in there, but they could be. I mean, if they were, nobody...
I'd put them in there.
I kind of do.
Well, I mean, you've got Camel, you've got Warlords. This is assuming you include Hydra, who is not in this tournament this year.
Right. Okay,
Pandemic
sorry.
Legion and Shadow Cartel, I think, are all 4. But Tuskers is definitely a top-tier team.
Yeah.
There's nobody at this point that should be surprised by that. So I made the comment while we were on break. I think these 4 matches are going to be some of the most fun matches of the day, and it's already been a good day. But exhaustion is going to be huge in where this goes. Because these 2 teams, for this upcoming match between Tuskers and Shadow Cartel, then the following match, XIII and Hard Knocks, whichever of those teams wins immediately goes on to play another match.
Yeah,
So-
you can't bask in your glory
And
at
this is
all.
Tuskers' 3rd match of the day. So if they win, they're going on to their 4th
And
match
if
of the
Shadow
day.
wins, then they go on to their 3rd.
Yeah.
It
And
is just a grouping.
Again, this is the elimination bracket. So obviously you want to win, but even if you win, you have 20, maybe 30 minutes to get it together, and you have to go again.
Well, given the time it takes to get into your fleet gun through the bands, you basically are getting into the ships the instant the match is over, getting ready to get into the next match.
Yeah. It's going to be
There's
tough.
no break.
And that's the only unfortunate part is that obviously factors in. I mean, that's something teams have to be ready to do.
Yeah.
It's very hard to train for, but I would like to see these matches go where pilot exhaustion is not a clear factor. Obviously, it's going to play in, but I don't want to see any simple mistakes from teams that deserve much better.
Let's not prolong it for those pilots who might be exhausted already. This Tuskers versus Shadow Cartel band's already in. Tuskers, Tengu, and Loki banned out. The Shadow Cartel have banned the Guardian and the Oneros, and we are going to go immediately to the boys in the booth, Chester, a.k.a. Strider, and Elise Gandalf.
Hey guys, it's Strider and Gandalf here in the commentator's booth. We have for you a very interesting match. We have Shadow Cartel versus the Tuskers, and Tuskers have brought a really nice setup. They have a Claymore, Simi, Jackdaw, Double Serb, Double Flycatcher, Kitsune, Double Orthrus, Double Maldus. Gandalf, tell me what's going on.
Shadow Cartel definitely did not want to see this. Since the armor lodges were banned, they took a Typhoon Fleet issue team, but with shields and a bunch of really tiny, thin bombers, Hyena, and a Scorp Navy issue. So
you know what's other? You know what else is bad? Shadow warps in like this, and Tuskers is right here. So their bomber wing. I just want to see just a killing field. And match is starting 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
So you should be seeing these red guys just scatter around, and then you'll start seeing Shadow Cartel bombers fall by the wayside here.
Is this Raptors burning in already? Just pell-mell into this RLML team. It's very, very ballsy, I have to say.
He's a little bit insane, but as you can see, the Tuskers team are actually going after these bombers. Bombers appear to be afterburning bombers, so maybe they'll tank a little bit better.
Possibly. I think that TNT members should take note, because this is how you properly run a kiting RLML team.
And there goes that first Raptor that just decided to run all the way over to the other side of the arena for, I guess,
reasons unknown. I mean, he literally just burned away from his Logi and paid the price for it. A little bit of jams coming down now from the support wing of Shadow. From Tuskers, and I just am kind of waiting to see what they're going to primary first. I think the Basilisk would be a really good choice, but at the same time, Elise, I think that they have enough DPS where they can just kill all of the bombers through reps and not care.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you got these Serbs and these Orthruses that should be able to coordinate their rapid missile strike and just instantly zonk a bomber, even if it's afterburning. These Shadow Cartel teams, they've got to keep their Hyena alive. That is literally their only hope. If that Hyena can get a web on anything, that would be just insane piloting by him.
Yeah, definitely. But the Hyena, 35k web range roughly with heat before links. It cannot get within web range without easily being within RLML fire of what Tuskers can bring.
So I think the play is you Zerg your bombers in, make them start dying, and then your Hyena can get tackled in there.
Okay, that's definitely a thought, but to what end? I mean, that's really the question here.
So It's interesting right now. We're just seeing, like, look at the attack bars from both teams. It's dead zero. Tuskers have their control bar all the way filled, so they're exerting all of the control they have in the form of damps and, I guess, target painters.
Yeah, true, but it's just on the Bazzi. I mean, it's not spread out to anything else. I'm just kind of curious why we're not seeing a really, really, aggressive kind of fighting here. There's lots of, movement and MWDs on from Tuskers' side. A little bit slower on Shadow Cartel, but, I would have expected bombers to just be exploding left and right here.
Yeah, by all means they should be. I mean, Tuskers are clearly in a better position. They've got the better doctrine to fight what Shadow Cartel have. Shadow Cartel are really under the knife here. Maybe that's what Tuskers are doing. They're saying, you know what, it's been a long day. I don't want to make a mistake, a piloting error just right at the end here. But this reminds me a lot of the Rote Capel match where Rote got an early lead, stayed by the edge. Okay, so
now we go. So the Basilisk right now that we're seeing right here of Trousered Eagle, it has the jams, it has the damps that Apotheme was bringing for us, and now we're starting to see the attack of the bombers.
All right, so we were talking about how the bombers should instantly die, and that's exactly what happened.
Exactly.
Before reps could even land.
I almost think that Tuskers are playing a little bit too passive here. I don't think that they needed to wait that long on the Bazzi. I mean, unless he actually can keep these A being Manticores up under all this RLML fire, which again I'd be very hard pressed to believe that, but it certainly is a possibility if you're overheating your afterburner. But
all right, the Hyena actually has gone in. He's got a web on the Orthrus of Tuskers somehow. But
let's see. But the jams are on. Jams are on Hyena right away. Really, really good play. I'm watching to see if that web will drop. No. Yeah, that Hyena's taking some serious damage here. Web's off. Orthrus is free.
Yeah, Hyena definitely had to run.
Hyena's gone. Yeah.
All right. The last hope for Shadow Cartel. I mean, we shouldn't say last hope because it looked like they lost their previous match.
True.
And then they just had a single Nightmare Mad mode their way through it.
True, but the issue that I'm seeing right here is, you have these Fleet Typhoons, you have these Scorpions against very, very tanky Cerberuses, Orthruses that are very fast to burn away. I would believe that a Scimitar will be able to keep an Orthrus up, underneath RHML fire. Yeah. And I think that what we're going to see here is Shadow Cartel slowly bleeding to death.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know why Tuskers are doing it so slow. Again, like we're just speculating that maybe they just want to do it just in a surgical way. They don't care. They're just waiting for their one Kitsune to get a Basilisk or a jam on the Bassi.
Yeah.
And then they'll go for it. As you can see, just another
they are surgically
picking
them apart just slowly, which, win any way you want. You've got 10 minutes to do what you like, especially in this stage of the game.
Maybe they just know that they have to play again after this, so they're just kind of relaxing, spending as much time, just burning the time so they can think about the next match.
MJDs. This could be huge right here. MJDs right behind. This is a really good play by Shadow. Do they catch anything? Do they catch anything, though? That is the question.
So Tuskers are all clumped together, sitting by the edge of the arena. Shadow Cartel just blinked straight behind them.
But you know what? Latronicus of Tuskers, nowhere near all that. As you see, it's burning away right away from them. And you know what? While that MJD play was clutched by Shadow as a last-ditch effort, nowhere near Latronicus. And now the entire team is just burning away to continue the kite.
Look how fast Latronicus and the Scimitar is going. He's going 3.3k a second.
Yeah. You know what?
And tanking just fine.
Oh, yeah. No issues. Listen, we saw with Latronicus earlier against that Tinker that they fought that his ability to pilot is second to none. He's very strong. And for him to be caught out with MJDs like that, maybe would that have worked against the first weekend team? Yeah, but against the Tuskers, people like Latronicus, when you have FC'ing by Suleiman, it's just not going to happen. I do like the MJD play though, very clutch, very nice.
It seemed like a last-ditch effort.
Yeah. It almost looks like they've morphed now into like a semi-Tinker. You can see the Basilisk just getting fed a ton of cap and a ton of shield. They may have time for a few more MJD tricks like this, but at the end of the day, they don't have enough application, definitely now that the Hyena's dead, to do anything to the Tuskers.
Yeah, and I think this is exactly what Shadow Cartel did not want to see. Like if they could pick one setup, they would not want to see Orthruses and Serbs because that's the biggest threat to their bomber wing, which represents almost all of their DPS. And they're afterburning bombers, so their gimmick was definitely just to be a little bit of a fake Tinker, just a masked Tinker, if you would.
Yeah. It's unfortunate that the Warpins came in where, Shadow Cartel was basically just line abreast to Tuskers, which are just here in a ball.
I mean, Tuskers didn't capitalize on that at all.
I don't think they needed to.
Yeah.
I really am disappointed in Shadow Cartel's setup here. They should know better that just bringing a crap ton of bombers with no support
it does not work.
Doesn't end well. I mean, yes, weekend one, you can get away with that. But here, this far into the tournament, I mean, really?
Yeah, this definitely felt like they didn't have that much left in the tank because they've played so many games today.
Yeah.
But then again, so have Tuskers. So.
Yeah. You know, I am just for the most part disappointed. If the rest of the game is going to go with just Tuskers sitting roughly 50k off and applying E-War to Shadow, which they certainly can, you know, they're gonna win this one very, very clean. I mean,
maybe the play is to just blink again and win.
Well,
somehow.
Yeah, somehow. But you know,
magic.
The Tuskers team, not anchored, are all flying their ships roughly at around 50 kilometers from Shadow, so they're going to have a difficult time MJDing on top of Latronicus. And even hypothetically, even if they do kill Latronicus, they're still going to be behind in points. And, you know, it is what it is. I think Tuskers is playing this the way they should play this. They have no reason to aggressively attack the Tinker, to go in for bumps, do anything stupid like that. They're just playing this by the numbers. They're focusing directly on the Basilisk. I mean, they're doing.
They're making wasted charges, all the cap charges. They're keeping the Typhoons honest. Because if the Typhoons just have a local MJD...
Actually, Basilisk... Whoa! Basilisk going in armor here. These dams and jams are actually cutting through the cap transfers. And if this Basilisk goes down, which it certainly might, because the volley of Serbs, of Orthruses, is very, very high.
Not traditional when you think of Alpha, but definitely they have it. The Orthrus and the Cerberus, the rapid light missiles are insanely high DPS, especially against a smaller target.
Yeah, you know, these Mollusk Kitsunes, we've seen it before, are actually starting to do work here, just focusing on this. If they can get one more of those situations to happen, you know, it's unfortunate that Serbs have to shoot into a Basilisk.
Yeah, that's definitely not what they want.
Yeah, no, definitely not with the Kaldari Tech 2 Kin resist, but if they can do that one more time, it's going to be a dead Basilisk, and actually Tuskers might have just enough time to just sweep Shadow Cartel, but, you know, closing down on a minute and a half here, just to say, well played by Tuskers, you know. They did exactly what they needed to do to win, and they're not taking any chances. They're not doing anything crazy.
I'd say this is a really risky team to take because it's incredibly just all finesse, right? The Tuskers have to pilot their ships perfectly to get it right.
Yeah.
And they did it this time.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
quite impressive, especially after what they've been through today. Like, they had to play the very first match, and that was a bit stressful. So they had to be here all day just watching things go on, preparing for what's next. And then they play again, let's see, they play Warlords later today.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that is going to be harsh.
It's going to be brutal. I hope Warlords can actually, you know, do something really awesome today, and maybe have a good fight there.
Yeah, well, I mean, all the good teams just go to the elimination bracket just so they could fight their way back up Rocky style, right?
We like a challenge. We like a challenge more or less. So with the Basilisk down, the Tuskers team with the 50 seconds they have left can just start shooting Shadow Cartel with impunity. Nice sniper jacked-off hits here. You know, Latronicus just doing great work, keeping his entire team up, but again, without any application ability once that Hyena was dead, none of the hulls that Shadow Cartel has left with any application bonus. You know, kind of a shut and done match. GFs are already being thrown up in local, so at least we're very manner on both sides here in Eve.
There's no BM over here. Everyone's being kind. They all appreciate how far both teams have gotten. So this will eliminate Shadow Cartel, who had a really, really fun and deep run into the tournament this year.
They were a good run. You know, they're like this close to like catching some of the big prize and the nice ships. But you know what? Getting this far into the tournament, that's a lot of Sancha Victory Edition skins that you have, and
they had to fight their way through the losers bracket.
This far, I mean, you know, they've very.
That's just extra skins.
So,
that's what they wanted the whole time. They don't want the imps and the fiends. They just want the cool skins.
Exactly. I mean, listen, for all of you aspiring Revenant pilots out there, make sure you get yourself a Sancha skin because you can apply it to your Revenant, so you can bling with your swag, and your giant cactus can, you know, look even cooler.
Indeed. But we're done here. Shadow Cartel is done. Tuskers is victorious, and we will throw it back to the analyst desk.
The best organised event I've seen. It's been absolutely amazing.
For a player-led event, this is absolutely fantastic.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 13. That's Shadow Cartel going home at the hands of the Tuskers. Shadow Cartel, they get to go with a pretty nice trophy. They did take down that Atana in their fight against PL, but unfortunately, they're not going to be able to progress. Apothny, what did you think about that?
We're at the final week of the tournament. The Foon Fleet core teams we've seen since the beginning, they did really well in the first weekend and the second weekend. This weekend, we've seen teams just show us exactly how to take them apart. The Foon Fleets need to stop being brought. I mean, possibly not completely entirely, but just you cannot rely on a Typhoon Fleet issue team anymore. I mean, as I said, we've just seen them been taken down. You need other comps than that. I mean, I think this is something that, really stopped Shadow Cartel, and it's something that we saw really go against Nulli in their match against PL. Nulli and the Hun guys before them were known very well for bringing the same team with a lot of variants, but with the same core. And that will get you really far with beautiful execution. But if you only have one team, people are going to counter it and you're going to be out. You need other setups than Foon Fleets.
Yeah, but by the same token, Shadow Cartel has already shown us comps that are not Fleet Foons. I mean, they busted out the Nightmares, obviously, which is unconventional. So I think they have deep pockets. Why they chose to play that, I don't know. And I think the strange decision there was not Fleet Foons, because I do think those are viable. I think they get less viable every match that happens from here on out, but they still are a solid core. I think the issue is investing in the bombers. We talked about whether or not that big bomber blob would die off, and they went a little heavier on the bombers than a lot of teams do. So they went for bombers instead of anti-bombers, and then they ran into a team that was anti-bomber with all those
the fact that the bombers almost couldn't apply full DPS to anything.
Right. So it's going to be so tough to get on a well-piloted rapid light comp, right? Even with the T3 destroyer, but that's really where they needed to go. They needed lockdown. They didn't need bombers. There was no bomb run. They just didn't have anything they could really apply to with those bombers. They had no golem paint, so it was unfortunate that they went that route. I don't think it's a complete failure of piloting or theory crafting. I think it's just a slight overlap of misfortune on both. And sadly, they'll be going home. But on the bright side, we get to keep Tuskers. And they only have a few minutes, and they're going to play again.
That's right. They've got one match coming up here between now and their next match, which will be against Warlords. That at 8:40 Eve time, 2040 Eve time, match 121. Before we get to that, we have match 120, Exodus versus the Hard Knock Citizens.
This one's going to be awesome.
I'm really looking forward to this match. This is going to be, it's going to be awesome.
I mean,
that's all I've got.
Hard Knocks, the most hyped teams coming into this tournament by a lot of people, haven't done quite as well as people expected, but still being an exceptionally strong team. And then, as you were saying, Exodus, a team with fantastic tournament history, kind of been more rocky last year and this year, but still super, super solid team. It's going to be great to see them come together and what they make of each other.
And I think there's a double-edged sword to people playing this many matches. Obviously, the exhaustion sets in. Your little bag of tricks gets smaller and smaller as you pull things out. But you're also getting more backstory from the other teams. Every bit of sort of secrecy and strategy that you lose by playing all these matches, so do the people you're competing against. So Warlords, Hard Knock Citizens have played a lot of matches. They didn't just come out of the winner's bracket. They've been in the elimination for at least a few rounds, actually all day today. So you know more about them. And I think even though they've shown that they are adaptable, and that's something we've talked about, the willingness, the ease for them to dismantle their Fleet Typhoon core into a Typhoon core and beef up their support wing and do it well and make it not seem like it was just a last-minute ad hoc, that's really impressive. However, I think adaptability is very different than showing great variety. I don't think they've shown huge variety. I think they've shown adaptability. And Exodus is a team smart enough, experienced enough, I think, to really come in and make use of what they've seen today.
Now, we've got the bans for this match, and I hear that the teams are taking the field. We'll announce these, get a quick call on the shot, and go to the booth. Exodus coming in, banning the Hecate and the Confessor. And Hard Knock Citizens looking at the Scimitar and the Atana. CCP Larrikin.
I think Exodus is going to win.
Apothny in 4 seconds or less.
Exodus.
Sir Squeebles.
Exodus, and there'll be bombers.
I really want to see the Hard Knock Citizens move on. I love your guys' crabs. And we will go to the booth with Elise Randolph and Chesser for this match 120 of Alliance Tournament 13, Exodus versus the Hard Knock Citizens.
Hey guys, and welcome back to Day 5 of Alliance Tournament 13. I am Elise Randolph with Chesser for this elimination match between Exodus and Hard Knock Citizens. And this is going to come down entirely to all piloting skill. We can see the Exodus team is going for their Typhoon Fleet Issue core with some Blackbirds and Tech 3 Destroyers. And Chester, tell me about the Hard Knocks team.
All right, well, Hard Knocks, almost a direct mirror, double Typhoon Fleet, Eos, Onieros, double Blackbird, double Purifier, Enyo, double Zvipple, Tyrannus. And both the teams have warped in a little bit with support in the back, and then they have like a larger ships out in the front. Match is going to be starting here in about 30 seconds. Can you tell me about some of their warp-ins?
Yeah, you can see the way they warped in. It's not super close, but it's a pretty close V. So the support core is quite close to the other opponent's support core, but the Blackbirds and the Control and the Logis, they're both actually quite safe.
Yeah.
So this is a really good, like almost a perfect warp-in that both these teams wanted. And it's funny, these teams look so similar. We'll have to see like what their strategies are. This is going to come down entirely to lucky jam cycles, number one, and just piloting skill and target selection.
I think pure execution and the ability for each team to screen T3Ds and off Logi. I think that they're both ideally going to try and go for the Logi, assume no huge misplays, and whoever is going to be able to get a better grip on that Logi earlier, being able to apply those damage to the Typhoon fleets is going to allow, I think, one side to take the advantage over the other.
Yep, exactly. And we've got a little bit of time here because one of the pilots is having connection issues before the match actually started, so they're just taking a little bit of a breather. And this gives us more time to like break down exactly what we expect to see here.
What I really like about the Exodus side is that they are opting for a lot of light missile ships. I really like, Tall Wars and Heretics. I mean, if you're going to put something in there, going with that, and then just like really, really hardy, Zvipples in there. I love having light missiles just because it allows support ships over time just to have the range to still apply good damage to maybe frigates that get out of position or that burn in out of Logi and still stay safe themselves, which I really, really like.
And they're also really good at killing rep drones, which we're seeing an awful lot of this tournament. So the Heretics can kill rep drones at like 60, 70 kilometers without having to risk anything. Who do you give this slight edge to? Because essentially it's just two Heretics and two Purifiers that are different between the two teams.
I want to give the edge to Exodus, not because of the differences in the small ships they brought. I think that's for the most part fairly negligible, but the way that they played against was it Camel last week was absolutely incredible. I mean, their execution is they have shown that it is very, very good. And not to take anything away from Hard Knocks because they're also good. I just if I had to bet one thing or another, I would say that Exodus has this a little bit more of a Hard Knocks. You know what I mean? The interesting thing that I wanted to ask you, Elise, is they are opting for these Blackbird setups.
Yep.
And, you see these interchangeable Blackbird and Kitsune. Can you think of a situation where you'd maybe want a Kitsune over a Blackbird or maybe a Blackbird over Kitsune?
So the Blackbird has a lot better range, right? So it can stay further in the back and project its ECM across the targets effectively without having to risk itself. The Kitsune and the Griffins, they're much smaller and they're much faster, but what they're really good for is winning the jam war for you. Because
what do you mean by that, by winning the jam war?
All right, so when a ship locks faster, as a small ship does, like a Griffin and Kitsune, it can apply its jammers before the other opponent can get a lock, right?
Oh, okay.
So essentially, if you have a bunch of Kitsunes with your team, you would have them with Caldari jammers.
Okay.
And you would lock up the opponent's Blackbirds, get the jams off, and just negate those points.
Just win the jam war on that initial cycle at least. Okay, I understand.
So when you do that, it gives you a lot of time to just have your support ring rush out without having to worry about get jams. Your Logic gets a little bit of wiggle room before he has to pay attention. So he can get into a much better position.
I got you. Okay, so that is basically the main important part, more so than anything of where you'd want to choose one over the other. In the setup here, what do you think is going to be an overarching strategy? Do you think trying to dive bomb the Logi, trying to kill that off really, really fast is good? Or do you think that it's going to turn into a very, very positional, sit back and shoot each other kind of setup?
I think since everything's on the line with these two teams, their inclination is going to be, hey, let's just sit back for a little while and see how this plays out. But since they've had to be sitting here for 2 or 3 minutes, maybe they've done all that planning. Maybe they've hashed and rehashed multiple strategies. And maybe they just go straight for a Logi trade. I mean, that's what I personally would favor. If I had one of these teams, I would just say, you know what, I'm just going to kill the Logi straight off, screen off the opponent's tackle, and just make sure that my support wing can win the initial fight.
All right. All right, we've got about 30 seconds until the match starts. You know, I kind of agree with you as far as the Logi trade is concerned. You know, having flown in some ATs as you as well, having more time just to sit on the grid so that way FCs and other shot callers can be saying, okay, you know, here's the plan, here's what I would like, you know, you to do, you know, this is their setup, this is what guns they have, because you know they're going to be looking at each other's ships. Yeah. Are they RHML fit? Are they cruise fit? You know, all of these things are going to come into really, really big play here. And let's see, match about 15 seconds here, so...
I actually can't wait to see what they go for. It's going to be really fascinating. Just keep an eye on the bottom right of your screen. You'll see the red and little blue tiny triangles just going after it. Match starts here in 5 seconds. Oh man, these guys must have nerves of steel.
Just sitting here waiting that long. I want to just... Oh, here we go, match start. It is Cruise Foons all around, so right. I'm kind of interested to see no RHML.
Exodus looks like they won the jam war a little bit. They got their jams on the Blackbirds of Hard Knock Citizens first. And Exodus is going straight for the Bombers and the Tyrannuses using their Heretics.
Yeah, definitely. You know, both teams were just burning through each other.
Different strategies here.
Yeah, they are just going in completely on both. They're both committing their support on the other side right now. Jams are spread amazingly well in Hard Knocks. Exodus and Hard Knocks both just spreading jams excellently well, wondering to see what's going to land first, what's going to die.
So Hard Knocks has gone after the Blackbird of the Exodus side. Meanwhile, Exodus has decided to go for the Oneros. Exodus loses their Blackbird straight off. Because they had a jam on their own Oneros.
Yep. And now they're priming the second Blackbird right away. This Oneros is still caught, though. A lot of damage isn't on it yet. I'm still trying to see if Exodus is going to be able to pull this out quickly, because if they cannot kill this Oneros after losing a Blackbird, or God forbid if they lose another one before killing the Oneros, they're going to be in a lot of trouble here, because these Blackbird jams on Hard Knock side are going to start adding up.
Hard Knocks is definitely in a great position right now. Even though their Logi's tackled, they have a command of the control bar.
Another Blackbird down. You know, it's seen that the initial rush for both T3Ds going across without screening each other, that Exodus did a more poor of a job in at least trying to keep them off the Blackbirds, or some damage off, because I'm not seeing the damage being applied to this Oneros at all.
So part of the reason here is that, let's see, the Hard Knocks team had looks like about 25 rep bots on their own Oneros, and so the Exodus team used all their tackle wing just to shoot drones. And so although it looked like they were doing nothing, they were just
killing drones here,
sending drones to Murder City.
You know, this Oneros needs to stay scram-webbed. He cannot get out. If he does,
disaster.
These Cruise Typhoons are not going to be able to apply, and look at them. Right now, they're still breaking through, but the scram's gone. The jams are being spread. This is going to be clutch right here. Can the Zipples hold on? Oh, no.
Oneros down for Hard Knock Citizens. I mean, this is actually a really, really close match.
This is extremely close. 2 Blackbirds for an Oneros. What side would you prefer to be on, Elise?
I don't know. The longer a game goes, I like having my ECM, but with no Logi, those Blackbirds are going to die real fast. As you see, the Svipples going after the Blackbirds of Hard Knock Citizens. And let's see, Exodus still has their Logi up. They still have a bunch of drones on it as well. So Hard Knocks is now going to have to shoot through all of those rep drones before they can kill the Oneros. This is back and forth, as we expected would happen.
Oh, Blackbird's going down now on either side. Excellent target calling by Exodus to now start focusing the Blackbirds once they've killed the Logi. Per Ole, though, on the Exodus side is going down quickly.
He's going to drop.
And he is dropped here.
We're like a Blackbird's worth of armor away from having an exact mirror.
Yes. The shot calling has been just a little bit different originally. Question is what would you go for? Do you try and kill support as quickly as possible, or do you start focusing your DPS on the big ships that are left?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think you actually have to go for the support war and just win that, because as the game progresses, your support wing is going to be really helpful. You know, be it shooting drones or just scramming dudes.
And this is where I like Exodus's support wing, the light missile ships. They can sit back, apply damage. You know, this Enyo now, this Rhaenys that is left. You know, look at these bombers just drop on Hard Knocks. Exodus side with these light missile heretics, with these Tall Wars doing work.
You're definitely right about that. The Exodus heretics and Tall War, they're just sitting back. They're not even close to danger. Meanwhile, the Hard Knock Citizens Enyo, it can't do anything. It has to sit far away from the fight, because as soon as it goes in, it dies. And we see Exodus focusing on the Hard Knock Citizens EOS, while Hard Knocks is going for the Fleet Typhoon of their opponent.
This is a really interesting question. Do you kill the Lynx to cut down on the total armor that you're dealing with while trading a Typhoon possibly to do it, or do you start killing Typhoons?
I think you just got to go for the Typhoon trade, but I mean, Exodus has proven me wrong, or they've been in making the better decisions, so I gotta say that they're doing it well. They're killing this EOS quite fast.
I'm actually surprised how fast it goes down. You know, if I was in Exodus' position, maybe a little bit, I would think, I've got all these Fleet Typhoons. I've got a lot of heavy newts. Why don't I just newt the Lynx off instead of trying to kill it? You know what I mean? But right now, it's going to be 1 Typhoon fleet versus 2. But then again, Exodus's very, very fleshed out support wing is still alive and well.
Typhoon of Exodus getting a little bit of rep from the rep bots here. And it is just holding on. It traded its life for a Sfibble who had to go in for a suicide tackle. And all right, Exodus has lost 1 Fleet Typhoon, so it's 1 Fleet Typhoon and 2 Sfibbles and 2 Heretics, a Tower and a Punisher versus 2 Fleet Typhoons and a Sfibble.
Yep. I think that the idea to go for the EOS, I think it's really going to start coming into play here.
Yeah.
The support wing of Exodus isn't even focusing their DPS yet on those Typhoons. They're just murdering what's left of the Hard Knock support wing. And I think once this Enyo goes down, I think you're going to see a lot faster damage coming in on these Typhoons.
What do you think about the decision of Exodus to go for this Enyo that couldn't really do anything and his Sfibble? They are kind of hiding off in the distance. This is damage that could be going on the Fleet Typhoon.
I definitely agree. If they just send a Punisher after it, no big deal. But Enyo's down now. We're going to see if those decisions in the last few seconds made a difference. But looking what I see on the grid right here, I'm not sure that it's going to matter all that much.
It's amazing what these little decisions, like these tiny decisions in the calls that the targets are made, have made a profound effect on the entire outcome.
This was a mirror matchup, ladies and gentlemen. This was a mirror matchup. And notice that the choices that were made on both sides, the execution, the play style, the flying. Look at how big of a difference it makes. Typhoon down, and look at this. Link's still up on EOS, and Exodus still has their Fleet Typhoon. I mean, there's literally nothing that can go wrong here unless they all decide to boundary themselves to where they would lose this.
I mean, sometimes that happens, but man, that was really exciting to watch.
I really liked watching that match. I really like casting that match. I love when we get deeper into the tournament here just because there's so much more to deconstruct, so much more to talk about, especially when you get to these very execution-based setups where you're not really sure if the decisions made are the right ones at the time, so you want to sit there and analyze it, and as the match progresses, as it ages, you get to see, as it, fully develops, all of these great choices that were made, minute 1, minute 2
Absolutely.
take play.
And all this came down to was Hard Knocks went after the Blackbirds first, Exodus went after the Logi first. And going after the Logi first in this particular mirror matchup definitely won.
Yeah, definitely. I think Blackbirds are kind of a dangerous ship. They're T1 cruisers. They're very weak. They have little EHP. They're very slow. So T3Ds that can do, 300 or 400 DPS when they get on you, that's dangerous.
So what do you think about this? Okay, the Fleet Typhoon is finally going down. This match was kind of quick by comparison. It was only 7 minutes, but it felt like it went on forever. That was intense.
It was great.
I guess we can have the analysts dissect it a little bit more. So back to you guys.
In Eve, the only thing worth more than Isk is trust. In Amsterdam, Eve is real.
If you can't handle the heat, you should get out of the kitchen. PvP is hard. I have sweat rolling down my chest. Now that's sexy.
And the Hard Knock Citizens knocked out of the tournament. I'm sad to see you guys go, but well fought.
Was well fought, yeah.
The shot calling there. They went after that EOS when the other team went after the Typhoons. They decided to go for the Logi. They decided to go for the Blackbirds.
I mean, when the Blackbirds were gone, that removed the kind of the RNG, the random number generation from the match. And then it was a case of the fact that Exodus just had the more applicable support for that occasion. The 2 Heretics really helped them overcome the support wing of the Hard Knock Citizen team, which gave them, 4 more ships, just that bit of extra DPS, that bit of extra control. And I really think the decision to shoot at the Fleet Foon turned out to be just that a bit too greedy for Hard Knocks.
I think it's interesting too is perhaps. I don't want to call out the Booth boys, but perhaps what the Booth boys missed was the bomber going down very early. That was like 500 DPS off the field for Hard Knocks. That would have probably would have turned the match the other way in their decision to shoot the Fleet Typhoon first. But they managed to snipe that out, probably with the Heretics I didn't quite see. And yeah.
So without knowing the positioning of all the ships on grid, obviously much easier when you're in a fight and talking to people. The camera operator's doing a great job and the commentator's doing a great job from the booth, but there are some things that we can find out after through null-sec.com about where those ships were. The call on the Exodus side of this to go for the EOS as opposed to a Fleet Typhoon. If you both have 2 Fleet Typhoons and you both have an EOS, and those are really the 3, I mean, there was still a support war going on, but it was mostly done at that point. I would have said go for the Fleet Typhoons, but
me too.
That's predicated on everything being in the same position. If you can put newts on the EOS and turn the links off and then go for a Fleet Typhoon, awesome. But it may have been the case there, and again, it's very hard to tell from that angle, that the EOS was the only thing close enough that they could web, really slow down, and really apply to. And if you can web down that primary and make sure you're applying, and maybe your newts have already shut off his hardener, that's a good call.
Well,
so,
alternatively, one of their Fleet Typhoons might have been out of position to apply those newts, and you just didn't think you could newt it out fast enough.
Sure, yeah. So I think that's, again, the good news about having a team that's been in the tournament for multiple years. It's good to see that, and at first I was like, okay, what are you doing? This doesn't seem like the right call, but trusting that there is definitely information out on the field and all the depth of a match and the positioning, that they made a really good call there, and it ended up working out. And it was strange that it seemed like the damage from the, forgot which team it was, from Hard Knocks, seemed to drop off entirely. They still had a Fleet Typhoon. I don't know if he just stopped shooting and was like, all right, played enough matches, I'm going to the kitchen, I'm pouring myself a drink.
He's tired.
Yeah.
We may never know. Perhaps we'll have an interview sometime soon with one of the Hard Knocks Citizens Fleet members and might get a little bit more of a backstory on that. For now, though, we'll move on to the next match. This elimination bracket progresses forward. The second to last match of the night, Tuskers in their fourth fight tonight versus Warlords in their second?
Just second, yeah.
Third.
Second series,
and we're just about ready to go. We have the bans in. Bring this up for me. Tuskers banning out the Orthrus and the Etana. The Warlords of the Deep have banned the Guardian and the Oneros. As quick as you can, Sir Squeebles, who do you like?
I'm a Tuskers man at this point.
Tuskers.
I have Warlord circles, but I believe in my friends in the Tuskers.
That's a good hedge. That's great.
I think Warlords is going to take this.
I'd like to see Warlords come back through this bracket for a little bit more drama. I'm going to say the Warlords, as much as I love Tuskers, you guys have done great, and it's possible that you're just going to destroy my dreams. So we will go to the boys in the booth with this match 121 of Alliance Tournament 13, Tuskers versus Warlords. Take it away, Chesser and Elise Randolph.
Guys, welcome back. We have Warlords of the Deep versus the Tuskers, and this is going to be a fun match. Warlords have brought Scorpion Navy issue, double Widow, Vulture, double Manicore, Basilisk, Kestrel, Merlin, double Cambion, Merlin.
Yep, those are not just standard Merlins you're looking at your screen. Those are the Alliance Tournament 10 second place prize ship. Those are basically a Drake in a Merlin's body. It is actually insane. Meanwhile, Tuskers are in a more of a kiting team with 2 Bargus at their core. So they got 2 Bargus, 2 Flycatchers, 2 Harpies, Hyena, and Jackdaw. So basically it's just a kiting team with Bargus. This Hydra team seems savage.
I mean, that's the way you can describe it. For those of you that are unaware, a Cambion has, it's essentially an assault frigate, Alliance Tournament 10 prize, as Elise was saying. It has a shield bonus, like the Malice has an armor bonus, but it has a 5% rate of fire bonus, as well as 115% damage to light missiles and rockets. So a Cambion is doing about 450-ish DPS before heat.
And you're talking about a 100 billion-isk frigate. So that has to be a little bit nerve-wracking to fly in an Alliance Tournament setting.
Most definitely, but I actually know both of those pilots, and I think those very expensive ships are in good hands.
All right, so they're legit. We should talk about the warpin. They're a perfectly 180 degrees angle, so this is exactly the warpin they wanted for both teams. This Widow team looks really familiar. Is this what we saw being fielded last year? in one of the Alliance Tournament finals.
You know, it certainly could be, but matches started. We see the beginning here. Warlords is...
Look at this Tuskers team pull back. They are terrified of what awaits them.
And look at this control bar just explode on Warlords Warlords side. Jams are slowly being applied throughout here on the Bargus, which is smart, but what you basically are seeing here from Warlords is a very interesting looking shield setup that's heavy on jams.
Oh, man. I mean, these Widows, we've seen them earlier today. It seems like all of the top-tier teams... Oh, there's a bomb run going off right now from the Warlord team. Duncan Tanner is bombing the Tuskers team. Looks like he's going after some drones, some rep drones that were out a little bit too early. But Tuskers saw this. They dropped their drones back in.
Really, really nice play by Tuskers. Yep. I like how... When you saw the Camel apply Widows and now Warlords, look at how focused. Look at how targeted the jams are. Look at the Vigil.
Yep.
Completely iced out. And why would that be important? Why are they going for the Vigil?
All right, so the Vigil, really low sensor strength, but it has a great role. It is the target painter. With these Bargus can't apply their damage onto these Cambions and Manticores especially, unless there's a painter applied. So the Vigil being jammed out, look at that control bar for the Tuskers. It is nothing. They can't apply anything because Warlords are just dominating them.
Yeah, these targeted jams here, Vigil, Hyena, are exactly right. Bargus don't have any innate application bonus, and I would very seriously doubt that a Bargus would be able to break basically anything on the Warlord side without having those extra paints.
All right, so Warlords, it looks like they're focusing on the Tuskers Bassi, which seems like a really good call.
Yeah, definitely. Just jam everything out and just keep all the damage on the Basilisk.
Oh, Merlin from Warlord's team taking quite a lot of damage. That Vigil's become unjammed.
Merlin down.
Oh, what's going on now? Tuskers have caught a Cambion belonging to Kadesh Priestess.
They are. Looks like the Cambions are actually going in here. Cambions are committing. Two of them driving straight into Tuskers.
Nerves of steel. Do you think it's the right call for Tuskers to focus on these Cambions? Like, that has to be a bait, right?
You know, I don't know. The Cambion has a ton of shield HP as far as just raw EHP plus their resist bonus, and then of course Vulture links on top of that, so they're going to be very, very difficult to break. But you know what? He's getting low.
The Cambion just got super low. That's 100 billion disc of a frigate. My goodness.
This is absolutely insane here. I'm waiting to see where all this Warlord's damage is coming from. Their bar is hardly filled yet. What are they going for? Basilisk is being jammed out now, and it looks like damage is being slightly spread around the Tuskers support wing.
Yep, Warlords are applying their full control bar once again. Tuskers barely able to apply anything. Look at that tiny attack bar.
But you know what? I actually...
Oh, Bargus.
The build.
Bargus
okay. So it must be that they're just going straight for the Bargus. All jams are being focused on Basilisk, Hyena, Vigil. They're ignoring the Bargus all completely with their jams down.
There's a bomb run coming in
for the kill.
There's a bomb run coming in from the Warlord side that's just trying to... That
clear drones. Clear drones.
Jackdaw just ate it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he might have his MWD on, or he might have been outside of defensive mode. With that higher signature, it's going to be a huge issue. The bomb plays by Warlords are just clutch and just clearing these drones.
Look at them swap between targets so much. This Bargus is
another
losing
Manticore down.
All right, so Warlords have lost 2 Merlins. I lied when I said the Jackdaw died. It was just the Merlin.
But this Bargus tier of the bill...
He is not tanking at all.
If he goes down, this is going to be a big issue for Tuskers to crawl this back.
Look at how Warlords are just... bouncing between 2 targets, just making the Tuskers logistics pilot work for a living.
Yes. I think now Warlords originally were jamming both of the Bargus as well as Vigils, but they've completely jammed out and are focusing on that single Basilisk, just trying to break a Bargus, and it seems that they were unsuccessful in that initial try.
Yep, and Tuskers are still focusing on these Cambions, and they have not budged at all. They just want to get in deeper. They just want more. They just want to keep going.
Yeah, the Cambions, I think, are absolutely fine and are happy to brawl you at 0, where they can apply all of their DPS, sit there with the Scram Web. This Bargus, though, they're just focusing on the Bargus. They're waiting for the jams to come back down on the Basilisk. I think once the Basilisk is jammed out for a cycle or 2 because of these 2 Widows, I think it's going to go down here.
Yep, and look at the piloting from the Warlord side. As soon as the Kestrel of their Warlord's Kestrel gets a paint on it, immediately 1 rep goes on it, just in case.
Yeah, really, really nice flying by Malin. Malin doing really well to keep most of the Warlords team up, but some of these lighter T1 frigates are kind of succumbing to the long-range damage that Flycatchers and Harpies can put out.
All right, so the Harpy of Tuskers took a lot of damage, and the Logi pilot decided to rep him just a little bit, even if it's just 1 rep. Yep. As the Tuskers Basilisk, I should say, or Bargus, is like slipping lower and lower. Is that a decision you're like think is a good call?
You know, I'm not sure. Right now, I think that the Basilisk is just trying to get out any reps that it can, because if you look at the way that jams are being targeted right now, it's Hyena Vigil and then on the Basilisk. It is so close right now. They're just trying to stop the Basilisk from repping this Bargus, and if they can kill it, it'll be a really, really good play. But they have lost bombers doing this, and that's a lot of their DPS.
So Warlords have lost 2 Manticores by now. The Merlins, who cares about the Merlins? They're just utility anyways. But these Manticores were a lot of damage to a battleship hull.
And there goes the cash
there
too.
goes the cash
So the support wing minus the Cambions are falling for Warlords here. Tuskers is ahead 12-0, and Warlords is just continuing to just try and brute force down this Bargus.
But look at this Bargus and Jack though. They're both slipping. Like the Logi pilot of Tuskers has to make a decision now. This Bargus has active reps going as well as
Jack
down. All right.
Okay, so that's nice. But either way, you'll notice now that Warlords are getting desperate. ECM is being applied.
I think
only
the Bassi
to the
just got
Basilisk.
jammed.
Only to the Basilisk
The
now.
Bassi definitely just got jammed. There are no reps coming out of it. This Bargus is going to die.
Yeah, this Bargus is going down here. It seems to me that Warlords have decided we're not jamming the Basilisk. We have to come off the Vigil and the Hyena, even though we might be losing ships now because of those bonus target painters. We're not getting anywhere. Bargus down. This is not good, because if they keep focused on the Basilisk and can take that other Bargus out, I think that Tuskers are going to have a hard problem crawling their way back in this.
Absolutely. So Tuskers is now realizing the dire position they're in, and they're saying, you know what, we have to kill this Warlord's Basilisk.
Oh, Basilisk actually, Warlord Basilisk has a web on it now.
Yeah.
Need to keep a sharp eye on it, that's for sure.
I have a strong feeling that he's got a web on it because he's sitting right next to the Navy Scorpion and the Widow. I'm pretty sure he's tinkering. It looks like they really wanted the Atana here, so a great ban by Tuskers, banning that out, but they're fine without the Atana. They can just do it with a Bassi and their Cambion swag.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. And the Cambions are doing some serious work here. Basically, the Cambions, along with what damage you can get out of Widows, and pretty nice from Navy Scorpion as well, are just trying to brute force down the Bargus while all of the Widow's jamming power is just focused on the Basilisk. So essentially, the Tuskers are now trying to fly without their Basilisk, and Warlords are trying to keep it that way and just face ram Bargus into the ground until they eventually break.
Yep, and look at these Cambions. They're just holding these Harpies down and shooting them because, you know what, why not? I want to get some dank kill mails with my Cambion.
Exactly. I have to wonder if you were Tuskers and you're focusing so much on the Cambions, do you think that they maybe kind of tunneled in a little bit too much, focusing too much on them?
I think so. I mean, Warlords I think they're the first team to use the Malice in week 1 as a pure bait ship. They just warp it in really close to the arena and be like, hey guys, I warped my Malice in too close. Please don't kill my 100 billionist frigate. And then everyone seemed to bite on it early. And here they are bringing it back on the brink of elimination. And it's working.
Yeah, definitely it is. I have to say, I'm absolutely impressed by Latronicus. I don't know how he is getting these reps off through what is essentially double Widow jams.
Yeah.
But it's happening, and it's either that's some excellent foresight as far as penciling a lot of ECCM and just getting the reps out as fast as possible when you have that, in between jam cycles. But I have to say that's really, really good flying on his side as far as Tuskers are concerned. They should be really happy with that performance.
Absolutely. So Tuskers, I mean, we're kind of harping on them for focusing on the Cambions, but they did do the right thing in killing the Manticores, right?
Yeah, no.
Killing the Manticores was the right call.
Yeah, definitely. The Harpies, the Flycatchers, they're killing Manticores, which is exactly as they should do. These light missile support wings, which have been, you see a lot of high-end teams run them, and for good reason. If your bomber's 60K away from my Flycatcher, I'm shooting you and I'm hitting you, I don't need to burn across the grid. I don't need to do anything crazy like that. This match, surprisingly, lots of action, but fairly low scoring considering we're basically 9 minutes in.
Yep, so I mean, a lot of it is just Warlords just playing the control game perfectly. They're not panicking, they're just waiting for the moment, and then as soon as the moment comes, they capitalize. It looks like they were, I mean, to just the normal viewer, it looks like they were losing in the beginning.
Right.
You looked pretty calm. You looked like you knew what was going on, right?
To the layman, it looks real bad. Yeah. But at the end of the day, the bombers get their bombs off. We have plenty of DPS there on the Warlord side, and once they get you in this trap of full Widow jams on the Basilisk, they know, given enough time and enough jam cycles to occur,
they'll eventually get there.
They'll kill you. And you can kick and scream all you want, but
Bargus,
it's going to be ugly. And unfortunately, the second Bargus, I think, is kind of on
it looks like he got jammed right now.
Yeah.
Or the Bassi got jammed, so the Bargus is getting no reps.
Yep.
He's got an active rep on his thing as well, so he's got an XLASB and the Bassi reps, but
we've been
not
seeing a
going
lot
to be
of those
enough.
dual, tanked anyway with an active, Logi this turn as well. There's a second Bargus down, and with that Bargus, I think goes any hope of Tuskers being able to kill any ship on Warlords.
So really nice chat in local by the Warlords team, who were not nervous even in the slightest, saying, not even close, baby.
Malin, in between being a good Logi pilot, can also type very nice complete sentences in local chat, I must say.
Quite majestic.
You know, but I'm not going to lie. Tuskers, excellent. Like, really nail-bitingly close, at least to some, at some edges there. Really good fight.
And it took Warlords. This has to be one of their best teams because it looks really, really strong.
It's a dangerous comp.
Anyways, Chester's not going to die and cry. We'll send it back to the analyst desk.
Oh my fucking god.
Welcome back to the desk. Warlords of the Deep poaching the Tuskers. The Tuskers will go home. That is the end of their run in this Alliance Tournament 13. Warlords will move forward. We'll see them tomorrow. That match was riveting. That was, I really was floored. One, Cambient's coming out.
Right.
Always great to see the Alliance Tournament ships. You could tell, I think, from the setup that they wanted the Atana in there. That was
that Atana ban was on fleek.
It was on fleek.
Sorry for the non-English majors in the room.
It's something to do with your eyebrows, I'm told.
It's Elise. Elise.
But yeah, so that is with the Atana, and if they were to bring the flagship Navy Scope, which they have, that is the Mac Daddy of all AT teams right there. That is an insanely powerful team. That is a end game team that Warlords will have been hiding from the whole tournament, and now it's here, and it is scary as hell to fight. You've got the Cambions, which are insanely tanked. They do so much DPS. You got the Atana, which reps so much tank. You got the Widows. You got a Navy Scorp with all the officer mods. If you bring the flagship version, it is so strong. I think for a team that couldn't bring AT ships, for the team that Tuskers brought, they did about as well as they possibly could have done. And I think the best pilot we've seen today of all the matches is Latronicus. Watching him under double Widow jams, regardless of how much projected ECCM I had on him, keep a Barghest and a Jackdaw up for that long, under that much pressure, including the Scimitar pilot we saw earlier. In his 4th match flying Logi of the day, he is by far the best pilot we've seen today, if not the whole tournament.
The score on that match is a testament to that. The fact that it wasn't just a complete romp with Warlords just going in and devastating things. I think I really would give him an MVP if there was such a thing. Can we introduce an MVP feature here?
Just throw him a fiend, just a spare fiend.
Latronicus, I dig you.
Go ahead. No, what I was going to ask actually, talking about the Cambions going in, getting tackled, and there's a question like, you've got these 2 Cambions tackled, are they bait? At the same time, you want to control them because they're the heavy tackle for the Warlords, and they're going in, holding down whatever's going to be the primary. Such a hard decision whether you decide to focus on them or shift over to something else. I do not envy being in the Tuskers' shoes trying to make that call.
And it would have been an easier decision if the core of the Warlords team was not set up in a Tinker.
Yeah.
So that Basilisk has potentially infinite tank. It's already in the back line. The Cambions are in locking you down, so you might be able to project onto the Basilisk, and in fact there was a web onto the Basilisk of the Warlords team. They tried it, but what they realized is, okay, we can't now. They had already lost, I believe, the first Barghest. Yeah. So there was maybe a time where they could pressure them, but as good as Latronicus is, the Warlords Logi pilot, no slouch himself. So yeah, I think you're exactly right. I mean, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place because If you shoot the Cambions, you're gonna have to get through a Cambion all of its own.
They nearly did it. They got it. They got the
They
shields
did.
down.
They did, yeah. I mean, there was definitely almost a snap kill there, but it didn't get below, I think, like 30% shields. We were suppressing shouting anyways, but yeah, you're just stuck. And they handled it really, really well, but I think they did the right thing by not trying to commit too hard, because they saw the damage wasn't sticking to the Basilisk. What damage was sticking was quickly getting rep back up with cap transfers coming in from the Widows. And the issue is that Tuskers had no recourse to disrupt that cap chain, to disrupt that Tinker from afar. They had no real ECM potential.
Tuskers did as well as they could with what they had. They threw it absolutely beautifully, elegantly, just amazingly, but they just did not have the tools to break the core of Widows and Basilisk and Navy Score.
I think they couldn't break the core, but what I think they could have done, and this is not to say they could have done it better, but had it played out differently where those bombers from the Warlords side had gotten killed that much sooner, I think maybe you would have seen a different, at least mid-game. I think the result might have ended up being the same, but to take that 400 or 500 DPS, and I believe it was a mana core that stayed up a little bit longer than the other, and I'm sure they were trying that. I mean, the paint was just toggling from one to the other. They were doing great switching targets and pressuring that Warlords Logi, but they needed that bomber gone sooner to keep stress off that first Bargus, because they needed both Bargus to even have a chance of breaking through.
And I really like the tactic that Warlords were using with their bombers. We've seen bomb runs from other teams before this tournament. That wasn't the same. That was a completely different tactic. That was single bombs thrown in here and there, to basically disrupt Logi, take out rep drones, that sort of thing, rather than coordinated bomb runs.
And how many, I mean, it was impossible to tell how many rep drones it killed, but presumably quite a few. That bomb looked to land right in the middle of all of it. And that's a huge amount of rep bandwidth taken out. We were also talking during the match, Apothemy and I, about the importance of the Jackdaw. So one of the great things that the Logi pilot of the Tusker side was doing is he was taking reps off of a Bargus, which appeared to be breaking, but he was supporting a Jackdaw, which was already in structure. And at first you're like, okay, man, if one of these things is going to die, let it be the Jackdaw. But it seems like the Jackdaw had projected ECCM. Because while the Jackdaw was alive, the Basilisk didn't get jammed. And as soon as that Jackdaw went down, which has plenty of mid slots for 1 or 2 projected ECCM, as soon as he went down, a jam hits the Basilisk and down goes the first Bargus. So really, really good decision making, awesome theory crafting, and yeah, I mean, that's fighting an uphill battle against a comp like what Warlords brought, and Tuskers knocked it out of the park.
It's certainly not the last time that we'll see Tuskers here at the Alliance Tournament. They definitely have the potential to come back next year and show us more of that top-tier play. So your friends perform, Apothemy. And
I am so proud of them.
They did great. Warlords moving forward. We'll see them play tomorrow. Right now, we're moving up to the last match of the day, match 122 of this day 5. Are we on day 5? Day 5 of Alliance Tournament 13. The 7th hour of broadcast. I don't know. XIII versus Nulli Secunda. The bans have come in for this, and the bans are XIII targeting the Hecate and the Confessor. Nulli Secunda banning out the Golem and the Typhoon Fleet issue.
So I believe XIII just repeated their bans from the match against Hard Knocks.
Yep, exactly the same bans. It kind of shouts to me that there's something that they're really worried about.
Yeah,
like
and
a specific setup.
It's kind of strange, actually, though, because the Hecate is not even the more popular ban. If you want to ban out a strong T3 Destroyer wing, you have to take out the Svipul, shield or armor. But they also want to fly the Svipul. So we saw last time they banned the Hecate and the Confessor, they ended up in a perfect Typhoon Fleet issue mirror matchup, right? But that's not going to happen this time because the Typhoon Fleet issue is banned. And what I think, I'm going to go ahead and bet, making sure, I'm going to go ahead and bet that a Bargus is going to be in play. That Golem Typhoon Fleet issue ban, a little bit strange. I think
it's
the
not
Golem
that
is strange.
Nulli's banned the Golem in their last 3 matches. If you include
Really?
this.
Have they all?
Yep.
So maybe
They just
afraid
really
of
don't
the
like
bomb?
golems.
So the thing about Nulli's team is that deceptively they rely on sig tanking and using that, because even with the cruisers and the torps, even though they're using battleships a lot of the time, they are kind of sig tanking with their comp. It sounds weird, but that's what they're going for. And the thing about Nulli is that they love bringing the same core and very similar core. Like last year, double EOS almost every match with variations. So even with the TFI band, I really think from Nulli we're going to see maybe them replaced with Typhoons, maybe them replaced with Barguests, but we're going to see a very, very similar comp to what we've seen from Nulli, because their gig is just having that comp, doing their own way and just executing it very, very well.
Who do you like for the match, Larrigan?
I like Exodus for this. They've just been flying very, very strong. I think this is their 4th match for the day.
It's at least close to it. They started
against the Ronin. I think that was
their first match was right before our lunch break today against the Ronin. They went from there down to obviously Hard Knocks, which we just saw a few minutes ago. So the third match, these guys are no strangers to being in the late game part of the tournament where you have to play multiple matches back to back to back. And again, the fact that in the last match they went for that EOS clearly shows that they're still thinking straight. Hopefully that doesn't change between the last match and this one, but Nulli is a super strong team. Exodus, super strong team. I think it's going to be a good match. But I do think you're right. I'm not sure either is going to throw out a Hail Mary comp. I don't.
The match that we saw, Nulli Pandemic Legion, they obviously pulled out some stops there, trying to topple PL, trying to move forward that way. It's always better, I think, to go through the winner's bracket than it is to come
you have
to
the
bottom.
choice.
If you have the option.
But even then, against PL, we saw double TFI comp, and PL showed us exactly how to destroy it.
Yeah, but interestingly now, Nulli has banned out their own TFI comp that they're supposedly familiar with. So clearly they're doing this. I mean, this is not a desperation play where they lose nothing. They're sacrificing something to be here. Both teams have a flagship Balgorn. The interesting part about that is with the Hecate and the Confessor band, your support wing is going to look differently. So you can still do Heretics along with Armor's Fipples if you want to. Or you can do a lot of bombers. I think the support wings, what they field as support wings, if they're not identical, is going to decide a huge part of this fight, regardless of what top end they use. And it is important to mention the Tinker is still open. So
the Tinker is still open.
I would be surprised to see it late this match, but I'm ready to be surprised.
I suppose we're all ready to be surprised. Who do you call for the match?
Oh, Exodus.
Exodus?
It's hard, but Exodus.
Exodus?
Still Exodus.
Exodus. I like the word. Nulli,
Don't do this again. The last time you did this.
What happened last time?
You were right.
I was right.
With Warlords, yeah.
But that's...
You sent Tuskers home.
I didn't mean to. Electronicas, again. I'm sorry. You were amazing. Absolutely amazing. I am going to go with Nulli. I like the narrative. Let me build. Let me make something. Before we go to the match, we are going to remind you that we will be back tomorrow for the final day of this Alliance tournament. The finals, we will see all of the teams that progress from today going at it with their best comps, presumably, or with their.
That would be the day to bring them out.
Yeah.
We don't know. Maybe they're playing some sort of super meta where they're actually planning future Alliance tournament victories based on this feint.
Sure.
It happens. There's again, let me storycraft here.
Sorry, I mean, that's probably the most...
Don't ever let the facts get in the way of your narrative.
Mildly relevant and very briefly, Alliance tournament ships cannot be flagships. That's something to keep in mind going to tomorrow. So these Atana bans and everything we're seeing, you can ban a Balgorn, but a team can get around it by having a Balgorn as their flagship. You can't do that with an Atana or a Cambion or a Malice. So I think we're going to see a lot of tournament ship bans.
They've got to be battleships for the flagships.
Right. Yeah. So none of the practical ships. So you can't get around it by choosing them.
I know Razor had a flagship State Navy Raven last year.
I would love to see that. I don't
think we will ever see that. But
for 1.6 trillion, I think it is right now on TQ, you can own your own. So not too bad.
Bargain at twice the price.
Let me get right onto TQ. Can you guys wait a second while I log in with my main? We have about a minute before this match is fully prepped and ready to go. Do you have any predictions for tomorrow based on the results that you've seen today?
I think Camel PL is going to be spectacular.
Yeah, and I think Camel's going to win it. And I'm making eye contact with a certain gentleman from across the studio space.
Wow, that's a big call, man.
The cameraman?
Yeah, I'm going to lock my door when I go to bed tonight.
Here's the thing. PL have been the best team because of their theory crafting and their understanding of the meta has been so deep, got so many comps. And then Camel historically have been the best because they just execute perfectly every single time. Over the last few matches, we've seen Camel start to shift over. They haven't lost any of that execution, but they've been playing with a lot more setups, showing us a lot more. So have they moved from the one wing of the old Hydra game of just pure execution to a middle ground of between that and PL of having tons of comps and having the amazing execution, and will trying to go for both make the others weaker?
Well, you also have to keep in mind that Warlords and Camel, very close-knit groups, and they practice against each other, so how scary that Warlord comp was today, Camel either has their own version...
Camel absolutely has that.
...or they know how to beat it.
Well, we'll see tomorrow at 3 o'clock, that's 1500 Eve time, when Camel and Pandemic go at it for the first of their best of 3. Right now, we are cutting to the last match of the day, match 122, Exodus versus Nulli Secunda here at Alliance, Tournament 13.
All right, and welcome back to the final match of Day 5 of Alliance Tournament 13. I'm Elise Randolph, joined by Chesser, and we've got some flagship swag on the field right now. Nulli are bringing their flagship Balgorn with a Vindicator, 2 Blackbirds, some Tech 3 destroyers, and a fair amount of hounds, or fair amount of bombers, Hound and Purifier. Chesser, tell me about this Exodus team.
You know, Exodus brought back a different armor battleship which they've run before, which is a double Macario, Eos, Onieros, Zvipple, Vengeance, Tawar, double Heretic, Zvipple, double Griffin.
Oh, and I don't know if you can see it. If you look at the warp in, this is not the warp in that Nulli wanted. They wanted to be a lot closer, but they did park their flagship Balgorn right at 0, so it will be able to reach the Exodus Logi if it can get a lock.
It's going to be really interesting when the match is going to be starting here, 15 seconds, what Nulli is going to do with the webs off that Balgorn, and if they're going to just go for the jugular right away and go for the Exodus Logi or not.
We've seen Balgorn Vindy in a few matches. We've seen PL run it. We've seen a whole bunch of other people run it poorly. And let's see how it goes. Match is on the way, and it just looks like a little bit of a positioning. Exodus is sending their support wing forward just to try and hold down this Balgorn.
Yeah, we have T3Ds actually. Both Zipples are rushing the backline right now of Exodus. I think that's a really, really good play. They're sending the Vengeance like before right onto the Balgorn.
Oh.
Balgorn is going to be scram-webbed in a second here, or scrammed at least, and it's done. It's not going anywhere.
Hound instantly died. Nulli just lost the Hound from this volley from these Exodus Max. That is intense. Actually, it might have just been the Heretics.
Yeah, it definitely could be. These Vipples are getting slowed down a little bit here, but they are trying as hard as they can to get to the back line, and hopefully Exodus can secure the Logi, but we'll see if they can get anything.
Let's look at this Exodus of Neros. The Nulli Secunda Balgorn, it's a flagship Balgorn. It has the big webs, big newts, but it wasn't able to tackle the Logi, even though it was in the center of the arena.
Right now, both Logis are free for both teams and just kind of slowly orbiting the match. It's going to be interesting to see, what goes on here. The Vindy team for Nulli is just trying to burn into Exodus. My guess is straight in that Onieros, at least is what it looks like.
Look at this Vindy, though. It's completely untackled. It's just running at the Max from the Exodus side.
I don't know what these Max are doing.
It's running free.
They do not want to be hard tackled by this Vindicator because the Balgorn will get on top of you eventually, and it's just going to be curtains for a Mac that's caught like that. There's a lot of utility being spread out here on the grid, and I'm just kind of waiting to see what the Balgorn's going to latch onto.
Yep, the Vindicator has caught Exodus's Mac called Sabotage. He's just sitting right on him. Right now, it looks like he's just shooting heavy armor maintenance spots, but he's got that 90% web. That Mac's not going anywhere.
No, I definitely think that they're going to try and focus the Mac. I think that's a really, really good play. And, the Onieros right now is kind of dealing, at least on the Nulli side, with some of the light tackle and support wing that Exodus has sent after it. It's taking a little bit of damage, but I'm not sure if it's enough to really stress its tank yet.
Yep, so Exodus has their Griffins trying to jam the Nulli Onieros. Meanwhile, Nulli, they're using all of their Balgorn newts and webs onto this Exodus Macarial. They really want it down fast. Meanwhile, the support wing from Nulli that aren't bombers, like the Sweeples, are going after the Griffins from Exodus, trying to get them to at least move away and get out of their optimal, maybe just a little bit.
I'm really worried about this Macarial. It's going very low here, and with the jam potential from the Nulli team, Exodus may be losing a Macarial early here, and if
there are no rep bots left. There are zero rep bots left for the Exodus team. That's what Nulli's been doing this whole time, and you're going to see this Mac start slipping. They didn't need a jam on the Onieros. They didn't need a tackle on the Onieros. All they needed was deeps. These bombers are just pounding through this Mac.
The decision to bring Macarials at this stage into the game, I just am wondering what Exodus is thinking. Macarials are great on TQ, but in the tournament playstyle, I just don't like them as much.
It looks like it's got a large ancillary rep on their Mac as well.
But it's in structure. This is dangerous.
It's
and
slipping.
Now it is just slowly sliding down. If that Onieros, if a single jam lands on it, this is curtains.
But we might have just neglected to talk about this here. Nulli's lost their Onieros in the process.
I mean,
that is pretty huge. Nulli have no Logi anymore.
Right. They don't. And the light tackle wing of Exodus is kind of going to work in the background of Nulli. But this is what I'm thinking. As the jams can be focused by those Blackbirds, which are still alive yet, they've already lost Macariel. If that second Macariel goes down, how is a Balgorn Vindicator going to lose to the support wing of Exodus?
I don't know, but it might happen. Like, this Exodus team, their support wing is just murdering Nulli's bombers right now. This Mac's going to be able to tank much better if they can get these bombers off the field from Nulli.
They definitely need to work faster. There's so many high priority targets for Exodus to worry about when attacking Nulli. Do they go for the Blackbirds? Do they go for the high DPS bombers? Do
And
they
they're just
go
letting
for the
this
reps?
Vindicator do whatever he wants. They have a Vengeance. Okay, Nulli has tackled the Vengeance, which we should note. Pretty clever move here.
Nulli ran that Vengeance over to the Balgorn right away, scrammed it.
Yeah.
I mean, wonderful play.
But I think you want to hold... Okay, now they're finally holding the Vindicator down. This Vindicator has had free reign for 5 minutes. I don't know how that happens in an Alliance Tournament match. This Vindicator, as soon as it gets to run around and do whatever it wants, it can pump out the damage.
Exactly. You know, Exodus committed both of its Vipples and both of its Heretics to running into the back line, and I may have spoken way too soon here because the backline of Nulli is very, very undefended, all things considered.
They're losing everything. Their bombers are gone. Their Blackbirds are gone. The Sveppel's about to go away. The only support that Nulli has left is a Malediction, and that's just because he's running
still
away.
Living. The Macariel has broken webs and is now just burning away.
How does this happen?
AB fit, or no, excuse me, MWD fit, and just burning away right now. Nulli looked like they had this in the bag, but completely neglected.
This
their
Balgorn flown by Justice for Hungry, I'd love to know his fit. I mean, maybe he's just going full damage or something, but he does not appear to have like webs or anything.
This is incredible. What we thought was such a dire situation with Exodus losing Macariel so quickly and kind of this fight going on here is Nulli giving up their entire support wing, eviscerated by 2 Heretics, a Zwippel, and a Tall War.
Finally, Justice for Hungry has pinned down this Exodus Soneros with a web, but the newts aren't on. Like, what are they going to do? They have to run this Vindicator.
The newts are on now, but I mean, you don't need to kill it. You have a Vindicator versus a Macariel, and Vindicator, there's no way it catches a Mac, ever. If the Mac is piloted well, and if I want anyone to pilot a Mac well, it's a pilot off Exodus.
Yeah. All right, so Exodus is doing the right thing. They sent a tackle in to get the Vengeance, or to get the Balgorn to just stop charging. This Vindicator is charging again. Like, he's completely untackled. Nulli, they're...
I think Nulli has made the critical mistake here, as we've seen a few of these lower tier teams do, of they have this great comp and then they just sprinkle bombers on it with absolutely zero thought to any anti-support, and they pay the price for it, because essentially what has eviscerated them all is, think about this, 2 Zwippels and 2 Heretics with the Tall War.
Yeah.
Like really?
It's amazing. And look at this. Okay, so I'm harping on the fact that this Vindicator has had free reign, but at least Exodus are doing the smart thing, and they're not losing much to it, right? They have, neither side has rep drones, so there's no sustain. Exodus, you can see, has a pretty substantial purple bar. That's because their Macs have a local tank and they have their Oneros.
Yeah, they're both just hunting for the Oneros now. The shot calling right now, a Balgorn and the Vindy both running towards the Oneros to kill it.
Yeah,
I just question
Vindy
why.
webbed right now. Somehow they let the Vindy web get onto the Oneros. He charged down a freaking cruiser with a micro warp drive.
Well, no, because the Oneros was underneath the Balgorn webs and Balgorn newts and Balgorn knots. There's no way it can do anything. But I'm just wondering, you're committing Nulli now, 7 minutes into the match. You're committing both your battleships like this to kill the Logi, when essentially with newts and proper play of webs, you should be able to just keep it at bay or make it a non-issue.
Let's look at the positioning here. Where is the Macariel? That's going to be the important part here.
Macariel is far off and behind, but he does have a web on him. He needs to start being close, but it seems to me that Nulli is still just bloodshot eyes going after this Oneros, and they're wasting a lot of time.
Yeah, but it looks like they are going to definitely get it. They won't have a support wing to do anything with the other support wing, but...
Then there we go, Oneros down.
All right, sort of an even playing field now. Mac EOS support wing versus Bal Vindicator EOS. Exodus is winning on points right now, so as long as they can just run away and not die, they will continue on to the final day.
I think that's going to be difficult here. The Macariel, Web, the 42k NOS, and the Newt of the Balgorn are on top of it, and I just don't know how you're going to run from that.
All right, Justice for Hungary was saving his clutch moments for right now.
Well,
he caught the Logi,
now
he
EOS
caught
is
a Sveppel, he caught an Mac, But they traded it for an EOS.
Yeah, the EOS is down. So now without any possible sensor strength bonus integrity, as well as they're going to have a lot less speed now on both of these large armor battleships.
And they won't get a bonus to the webs anymore.
No, but I don't think it matters. This Macariel's been caught already. The question is, they're going to kill this Mac, and points-wise,
can they kill it in a minute, though?
Yeah, that's the thing. Points-wise, they'll pull ahead if they can kill this Mac. But they're going to have to fight through the jams of this Griffin, which I don't know how well it's doing against, 2 pirate battleship signal strength, but the Heretics and Talwars can, I guess, do what they can for the Vindicator, which, by the way, Exodus calling out the Vindicator, great choice getting that off the field before the Balgorn. It does so much more DPS.
It does. The Balgorn, you don't really care about its damage, even though it is the flagship. You're just putting the Nosses and the Newts, Nos, and Webs on there. Let's see. I'm just trying to keep an eye.
Is in trouble right now. Right now, what it's going to come down to is, can the Vindicator, can he, Predator, can he control well enough, load void, heat, and get the damage on? If he can't, this match is over in 50 seconds. This is down to the wire.
This is definitely down the wire. He has 45 seconds to chew through half of Mac. If he has to even reload, that can take off a huge part.
But hybrid guns do reload faster. Yeah, they do reload faster. So if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be right here. You got to be heating your guns on the other cycle. It is on him right now. He needs to just control space, look at the Macariel, and just go to town.
He's moving at full speed right now, the Vindicator.
I don't know what he's doing. I
think someone got a jam off on the Nulli Vindicator. I think the Griffin might have jammed the Vindy because this Mac, he's not going down. That's a 20-second cycle when there's only 30 seconds
Can
left
the
in the Mac.
Balgorn do it? Can the Balgorn do it right now? This Griffin is basically what's deciding this right now. It's going down to the wire. If this Macariel goes down,
a 3-point
oh
Griffin
my God!
just saved Exodus' Corbin
Griffin jams.
My God!
They come through in spades.
Look at the back. He
goes down.
Just now.
Seconds.
3 seconds.
My
this
God.
match came down to 3 seconds. Nulli eliminated.
Woo.
That was insane. We're gonna send it back to the desk. And wow. See you guys tomorrow. That was amazing.
Wow, what a great way to end today. I mean, you cannot ask for a better closer. That was fireworks all the way to the last seconds.
All right, guys.
It looks like we're still here.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe they're just giving me
And that amazing last-second victory, coming down to the wire, will close out Day 5 of Alliance Tournament 13. We will leave you without any sorry, what? Yep. We will leave you without any significant commentary. Exodus coming in, moving forward. Nulli, go home. Thank you all for tuning in to this stream of Alliance Tournament 13. Be sure to tune in tomorrow at 1500 Eve time for the first of the best of 3 between Camel Empire and Pandemic Legion. We will see you then. On behalf of the boys in the booth and the gentlemen here at the desk, good night.